Chapter 1725. Jiang Qin came to Xiao Wangqing and bowed deeply. Senior, I can't thank you enough. Jiang Qin rarely bowed to anyone, but Jiang Qin couldn't repay Xiao Wangqing's kindness for the time being. The incident in Golden Horizon could be said to be the craziest thing that Jiang Qin had done in his life. In order to condense his Tao of slaughter, he had offended the three immortal courts. Perhaps only Jiang Qin had the ability to do so. Jiang Qin had indeed underestimated the impact of this incident. If it wasn't for Xiao Wangqing, Jiang Qin would have died for sure even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Even the Zulong Tower wouldn't be able to protect him. I'm just buying time for you to grow up. I'm just trying to buy time for you to grow. If you want to survive in the immortal world, strength will always come first. No matter how powerful I am, I won't be as powerful as you. However, you can't let your guard down. This is all I can do for you. You will have to deal with the upcoming troubles by yourself. None of those peerless geniuses of the immortal court are easy to deal with. But remember, you must be ruthless no matter when you attack. An enemy is an enemy. There is only life and death between you and your enemy. Of course, you have always done very well in this aspect, much better than me. Xiao Wangqing spoke earnestly like a senior educating his descendant. Jiang Qin understands. Jiang Qin nodded. Jiang Qin had done enough for him. Next, he would have to rely on himself. Jiang Qin didn't like to rely on others. The next period of time would be the real tempering process for Jiang Qin. In the words of Long San, fighting against the heavens was an endless joy. Jiang Qin had never been afraid of fighting. The geniuses of the immortal courts could only give him pressure, but they couldn't make him afraid. Only with pressure could he grow. There was still a long way to go in the path of the dragon transformation skill. Alright, I'll keep the sun divine feather for you. Whether you live or die now depends on you. As soon as he finished speaking, he swaggered away with a sway of his body. Senior Xiao, I still have something to say, Jiang Qin hastily shouted, but Xiao Wangqing had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin shook his head helplessly. He still had a lot of questions to ask about the secrets of Golden Horizon, the Great Thousand Mirror and the existence of desolate ancient land. He felt that a figure like Xiao Wangqing would more or less know the inside story, but it was a pity that Xiao Wangqing left too fast, not giving him a chance. Forget it. I'm not strong enough. Even if I know the secret, it's useless. It's just like what De Huang said. When it's time to know, I'll naturally know. I'm afraid that there will be a lot of trouble coming up. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He adjusted his state of mind and prepared to face the coming storm. Little Qinzi, this senior Xiao is really awesome. How did you get to know him? Han Yan walked to Jiang Qin's side. Recalling Jiang Qin's domineering manner, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling with admiration. Would you believe me if I told you that he was an old swindler when we first met? Jiang Qin shrugged. I don't. Han Yan shook his head. Then don't ask. Jiang Qin shrugged again. You, activate the mountain guarding Grand Formation of Genius Prefecture. This matter has finally been settled, but the immortal world will never be peaceful again. The old emperor said to Yang Yu. Father, grandfather, will Jiang Qin still be able to stay in Genius Prefecture in the future? Yang Bufan asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Of course. Xiao Wangqing was the one who left him here. Who dares to stop him? I have to take back my words. Haha, Yang Yu burst into laughter. He couldn't ask for more than Jiang Qin's return. It was a great fortune for Great Qian Empire to have such a monstrous genius. That's great, little Qinzi. We brothers can fight side by side again. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Chen's shoulder excitedly. Little Chenzi, since the matter here has been settled, Mo Wuqing and I will return to Profound Yin cult. After the Golden Horizon is over, we will return to Profound Yin cult. After all, I'm the holy son of Profound Yin cult, said Han Yen. Previously, he had been worried about Jiang Chen's safety, so he wouldn't leave even if someone asked him to. Now that Jiang Chen was fine and had the backing of Jiang Chen, Han Yen no longer had the slightest concern. As for those peerless geniuses of the immortal court, he believed that Jiang Chen could deal with them. He should be pitying those geniuses instead. We're going back too. Don't forget to tell us when Monkey wakes up. Tyrant also came forward to bid farewell. All right, all of you can go back now. I can handle it myself. I'll find a way to wake Monkey up as soon as possible. This bastard has cultivated the life symbol art. Coupled with the heaven-defying physique of the Battle Saint Ape, it won't be difficult for him to wake up. Besides, I reckon that when 13 wakes up, his cultivation base will rise again, reaching a terrifying level. Jiang Chen said. He had incomparable confidence in Long San. As for Han Yen and Tyrant, since he already knew where they were and how well they were doing, it would be very easy for him to meet them whenever he wanted. After Han Yen and Tyrant left, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. His eyes couldn't help but reveal a sense of lofty sentiments. The sky of the immortal world was just too vast, but Jiang Chen believed that one day, he could still stand at the peak of this sky. In the evening, in Jiang Chen's courtyard of Genius Prefecture, Venerable Ling Long, Lan Lingji, Yang Bufan, Yang Yu, Yang Zanqing, and Dong Fangyu had all gathered together. Jiang Chen took out Long San's body and placed it on a large green stone. The bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape sure is powerful. His internal organs have been destroyed, but the bloodline is still alive. There's life force in his body now, but it's still very weak. It won't be easy for him to recover completely. Venerable Ling Long said. She had seen with her own eyes that Long San was attacked by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring and died a violent death. It was impossible for him to survive such an injury, but how long had it been? Even with the help of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, Long San's life force had already emerged. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long didn't know that after Long San was injured, he had been staying in the 33rd level. Although it was less than 2 days in the outside world, it had been nearly 2 months in the 33rd level. Of course, it was already very terrifying that he could recover his life force in just 2 months. Or rather, it was boundlessly terrifying that Long San could survive such a calamity. Monkey has cultivated the life symbol art, so it's not strange for him to have life force. Plus, he has absorbed the Great Earth Immortal Milk and the support of his terrifying bloodline. As long as he's given enough time, even his broken meridians and internal organs will be restored. Chapter 1726. Brother San will surely be able to stand up again. Lan Lingji's eyes were full of tenderness as she looked at Long San. The fact that Long San wasn't truly dead was already the best thing for her. She believed that Long San would surely be able to stand up again. That was enough for her. Yang Yu stretched out his finger and placed it on Long San's wrist. After checking Long San's condition, he couldn't help but shake his head. Perhaps the situation isn't as optimistic as you think. He has suffered from the injury to his origin. This is the most serious injury and the hardest to recover from. It won't be difficult for his internal organs and meridians to recover, but the injury to his origin will have to depend on himself. Even if he's not dead now, he's a living dead man. It won't be easy for him to stand up again. Leave it to me. I'll bring him back to exquisite paradise. Venerable Ling Long spoke. By the way, there's a piece of Ling Long jade rock in exquisite paradise. It's made of ancient Ling Long jade. It's said to have the effect of reviving the dead. Perhaps it will be of great help to him. Yang Yu looked over at Venerable Ling Long and thought of the treasure of exquisite paradise. Thank you, Master. Lan Lingji's face revealed a look of gratitude. No one knew the importance of the Ling Long Jade Rock to exquisite paradise better than her. She had thought of the Ling Long Jade Rock from the very beginning, but she didn't dare to say it because there had never been a male disciple in exquisite paradise. Moreover, only the saintess was qualified to lie on the Ling Long Jade Rock. She was once lucky enough to lie on it and her cultivation base improved tremendously. One should know that only a few of the genius disciples and respectable elders of exquisite paradise were qualified to lie on the Ling Long Jade Rock. Now that Venerable Ling Long was willing to take it out to save Long Shan, Lan Lingji felt incomparably grateful. All right. In that case, I'll send Immortal Venerable to exquisite paradise first. Jiang Qin nodded. He wanted to take Long Shan away, but Jiang Qin couldn't be at ease. After all, he hadn't seen the Ling Long Jade Rock of exquisite paradise. He had to see it for himself before he could leave Long Shan here. It wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't trust Venerable Ling Long. On the contrary, he was most relieved to hand Long Shan over to Venerable Ling Long. Long Shan had done exquisite paradise a favor and Venerable Ling Long was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing here today. Jiang Qin was not worried. He just wanted to be at ease. He wanted to personally make arrangements for Long Shan so that he could truly be at ease. Since that's the case, I'll be leaving. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she bade farewell to Yang Yu and vanished with Lan Lingji, heading towards the direction of exquisite paradise at full speed. Jiang Chen and Long Shan followed closely behind. Putting aside the profundity of the Great Void technique, Jiang Chen's traveling speed alone was already comparable to Venerable Ling Long. Exquisite paradise was a true paradise. There were peerless spiritual veins under the ground. Thousands of miles of the sky was filled with mist and mist. Countless buildings were suspended in the mist. Immortal cranes and jade maidens were dancing in the sky. It was truly like a fairyland. Even with Jiang Chen's experience, he couldn't help but sigh after seeing the mountain gate of exquisite paradise. Even a pig would become a genius in such a cultivation environment. Under the lead of Venerable Ling Long, Jiang Qin brought Long Shan into the real hinterland of exquisite paradise. There was a hidden spatial zone at the top of an exquisite pagoda. This spatial zone was personally created by Venerable Ling Long. It was extremely firm and was surrounded by a powerful grand formation. Without Venerable Ling Long's permission, no one would be able to enter. Inside the space, there was a palace that was as white as jade. This palace was completely white and was made of a rare jade material. Just from this alone, one could tell that it wasn't something an ordinary great force could compare to. Voila! With a wave of Venerable Ling Long's hand, the door of the Jade Palace opened with a crashing sound. A strong and pure aura rushed towards them. Jiang Chen took a whiff and felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Chen was even more shocked. There was nothing else in the palace except for a bed. However, the bed was a little too big. It was 10 feet long and 10 feet wide. Its whole body was sparkling and translucent. Green saliva was rolling back and forth on its surface. White mist was constantly drifting above it. Not to mention a person with unique vision, even an ordinary person would be able to see that the bed in front of them was extraordinary. This is the Ling Long Jade Divine Level Stone. It was obtained by the ancestor by chance, and then placed here. This is a piece of natural divine level stone. Lying on it can allow a person to enter a state of emptiness, strengthen the body, and cleanse the marrow. Venerable Ling Long said. It's indeed a divine stone. Such a large piece of divine stone can no longer be measured in terms of value. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with admiration. Jiangchen, do you know what's so precious about this Ling Long Jade Divine Stone? Venerable Ling Long asked with a smile. It's the green saliva. At first glance, Jiangchen saw the green saliva that was constantly swimming in the divine stone. According to his estimation, the value and effect of this saliva was no less than that of the great earth immortal milk. That's right. You have good vision. This is Ling Long Jade Divine Stone saliva. It has the effect of reviving the dead. However, its effect can only be exerted on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. Once it leaves the divine stone, it will immediately evaporate and turn into nothingness. If it's combined with a divine stone, its effect will be even more peculiar than the great earth immortal milk. However, it's not easy to absorb the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone saliva. It's all about chance. That's right. Hearing this, Jiangchen sighed inwardly. According to what Venerable Ling Long said, although the treasure was good, it had its shortcomings. The Ling Long Jade Divine Stone saliva couldn't be taken out. The only way to absorb it was to lie on the divine stone and rely on one's own chance to absorb it. It would be a pity if he couldn't absorb so much Ling Long Jade Divine Stone saliva. Jiangchen, put Long San on it. Venerable Ling Long said. All right. Without delay, Jiangchen carried Long San and put him on the Ling Long Jade Divine Stone. When Long San's body approached the divine stone, countless white jade qi immediately emerged from the divine stone and wrapped Long San tightly, forming a white cocoon. Venerable, I'll leave San to you. Junior still has other things to do, so I'll take my leave first. Jiangchen cupped his fists towards Venerable Ling Long and was about to leave. Having settled Long San, Jiangchen had one less thing to worry about. Well, be careful. Although Senior Shao has helped you negotiate, the immortal world will no longer be peaceful in the future. You won't have an easy time in the future. Venerable Ling Long reminded Jiangchen. She was very clear about Jiangchen's situation. Thank you for the reminder, Venerable. After saying that, Jiangchen's body flashed and disappeared. What a great void technique. He can come and go without a trace. He can even enter and leave my space at will. This person will definitely become a great person in the future. Venerable Ling Long couldn't help but sigh while looking at the place where Jiangchen disappeared. Venerable Ling Long was a person with high standards. She wouldn't put ordinary geniuses in her eyes, but she couldn't see through Jiangchen at all. Master, when will Brother San wake up? Lan Lingji asked. This was the question she was most concerned about. Let's see his fortune. Venerable Ling Long said. Late at night, Jiangchen was sitting on the tallest ancient pagoda of Genius Prefecture, looking up at the starry sky with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Along the way, he had experienced too many things, especially the incident in Golden Horizon, which made Jiangchen understand a lot more. Looking at the starry sky, Jiangchen suddenly felt homesick. Although many of his brothers had ascended to the immortal world, Jiangchen still had a lot of concerns in his hometown. Jiang Zhenhai, Yan Zhanyun, Wu Zhou, Nangong Wendian, Yu Zihan, these familiar faces all touched Jiangchen's heart. I wonder how Dad is doing now. A day in the immortal world is equivalent to a year in the lower world. I wonder if anything big has happened in Saint Origin World. Jiangchen thought. He really wanted to go home now, but unfortunately, it was impossible for him to descend to the lower world from the immortal world. When a person's cultivation reached the pinnacle, he would ascend to a higher world law, but it was impossible to descend to a lower world from a higher world law as it was against the heavenly Tao. Take Jiangchen as an example. Given his current immortal emperor realm, the world law of Saint Origin World couldn't accommodate such a huge amount of energy. Let me divine it. Jiangchen said, then closed his eyes and began to circulate the great divination art. He was merely giving it a try. He had already cultivated the great divination art to the heavenly vision realm, which was only the second realm. There were a lot of things that he couldn't divine, let alone divine things that were beyond the immortal world. If Jiang Chen could advance to the heavenly will realm, he might be able to divine some clues. Jiang Chen had entered into a state of emptiness. This state was extremely rare, but Jiang Chen was able to enter it whenever he wanted. This really made people jealous of him. Jiang Chen circulated the great divination art to the extreme. He seemed to have touched a barrier, which made Jiang Chen overjoyed. He knew very well that this barrier was the barrier to break through to the heavenly will realm. Jiang Chen had already reached the peak of the heavenly vision realm, which was only a step away from the heavenly will realm. However, Jiang Chen also understood that this one step was an unfathomable distance. It would be even more difficult to break through to the heavenly realm in one go. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't give up. It wasn't easy for him to touch the barrier of the heavenly will realm. To Jiang Chen, this was a great opportunity that was hard to come by. It was the same as an epiphany. Once an epiphany was missed, no one would know when the next opportunity would come. Chapter 1727. No one knew when an opportunity would come, and no one knew when it would leave. Jiang Chen being able to touch the barrier of the heavenly will realm could only be described as a stroke of luck. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, and Jiang Chen would never give it up no matter what. The chant of the great divination art kept reverberating in Jiang Chen's mind. The characters of the chant were like the chanting of an ancient deity, booming and pleasing to the ear as they constantly battered against Jiang Chen's mind. Time ticked by. Such a great opportunity could only be chanced upon. Jiang Chen knew all too well how terrifying the heavenly will realm was. Once he broke through to the heavenly will realm, his great divination art would be raised to an extremely terrifying level, which would play a crucial role in his future cultivation. Crack. As time passed, the barrier suddenly emitted a cracking sound. The originally invisible barrier had actually cracked. Even though it was just a crack, it was enough to make Jiang Chen overjoyed. A crack was a huge breakthrough, and such a breakthrough was too rare. The chant of the great divination art circulated faster and faster in his mind. Jiang Chen seemed to see the silhouette of the divination god. The divination diagram that had disappeared for a long time had actually reappeared. The divination diagram was the core part of the great divination art. Jiang Chen had seen it once before he had even started cultivating it. Unfortunately, his strength and comprehension of the great divination art at that time hadn't allowed him to truly view the divination diagram. Now that the divination diagram had appeared, Jiang Chen's divine will immediately landed on it, and his entire body was immersed in its profound state. His mind had almost completely fused with the divination diagram. He was no longer the same as when he had first looked at the divination diagram, which had injured his soul and caused him to vomit blood. If Tianji Zi were to see Jiang Chen's current state, he would definitely be so moved that he would be speechless. This was because Jiang Chen had entered the most perfect state of cultivating the great divination art. According to the records of the great divination art, even a supreme expert who had cultivated to the heavenly will realm wouldn't be able to fuse with the divination map. Of course, the appearance of the mysterious heavenly map didn't mean that Jiang Chen had broken through to the heavenly will realm. It wasn't easy to break through from the heavenly rush realm to the heavenly will realm. At the very least, there was only a small crack in the barrier. It wouldn't be easy to break through the barrier completely. Buzz buzz, at that moment, the immortal mark, which had been lying dormant in the depths of his energy sea, stirred once more. Seemingly affected by something, the immortal mark began to tremble violently, emitting a buzzing sound. The immortal motes are moving. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The immortal mark was his greatest secret. He had never known the purpose of its existence, even in the immortal world. The immortal mark had always been hidden in Jiang Chen's body and would never come out on its own. However, Jiang Chen knew the mystical and importance of the immortal mark. At the very least, the immortal mark had saved his life several times. When he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had been attacked by the northern and southern dynasties. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal mark, he would have died directly. Later on, the immortal mark appeared and helped him control the divine feather of the sun. Now that he had fused with the divination diagram, the immortal mark had appeared again. This made Jiang Chen extremely excited. He imagined that the immortal mark might help him break through to the heavenly will realm. Not daring to be careless, Jiang Chen quickly separated a strand of divine will and instantly fused with the immortal mark. Then, it rushed towards the barrier of the heavenly will realm. Crack, crack, when the immortal mark collided with the barrier, the invisible barrier began to shake. Countless cracks appeared. From the beginning, it was indestructible, but now it was on the verge of collapse. It only needed a strong wave of impact to break through the barrier. Ha! Jiang Chen's soul suddenly let out a roar. His soul power, divine will power, and the immortal mark formed an invisible force that was like a vast ocean. It rushed towards the barrier that was already on the verge of collapse. Boom! This time, the barrier was no longer able to hold on any longer, and shattered with a loud rumble. Buzz! Buzz! Jiang Chen's soul trembled even more violently. The moment his divine will broke through the barrier, he felt as if he had entered a vast ocean and entered a completely different world. The world in front of him was filled with nothingness. There were profound trails everywhere, each one emitting a variegated brilliance. Those are profundities, nomological laws, the heavenly mystery nomological laws. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. In the past, even if he saw these things, he would not be able to describe them. However, it was different now. He had completely reached the heavenly will realm, so he could understand these abstruse traces. These were the most profound things in the world. Ordinary people would never be able to touch them in their lifetime. Swoosh! Jiang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes and illuminated the night sky. Jiang Chen suddenly felt much clearer. He turned his hand and a heavenly mystery map appeared. At this moment, the heavenly mystery map had changed a little. In other words, the map in Jiang Chen's hand could not be called the real heavenly mystery map. It was just a part of the heavenly mystery map. The map shone brightly, and there were yin and yang eyes carved on it. Two fish, one black and one white, intertwined with each other, head and tail facing each other, forming the embryonic form of the Taiji diagram. This is the Taiji diagram that contains the profundities of yin and yang. It was separated from the heavenly mystery map. If this Taiji diagram is cultivated to the extreme, it can take physical form and be used as a powerful weapon to attack. The fusion of yin and yang can explode with unparalleled power. It is truly powerful. I never thought that the great divination art would be so powerful after reaching the heavenly will realm. This can no longer be called a simple divination technique. It can already be used in battle. It's a powerful battle technique. Jiang Chen stared at the Taiji diagram that constantly revolved in his hand. He could not suppress his excitement. After reaching the heavenly will realm, he had gained a completely new understanding of the great divination art. This was something that even the divine Jizi did not have. The great divination art had been passed down to Jiang Chen by the divine Jizi, but the divine Jizi probably did not expect this divination technique to have so many secrets. The Taiji diagram is incomparably profound. It contains the profundities of divination in itself. It conforms to the yin-yang 8 trigrams. According to the records in the great divination art, after reaching the heavenly will realm, one can unleash great power without limit in battle. They can divine the opponent's powerful techniques. During the process of battle, if the opponent's powerful battle technique is directly imprinted into the Taiji diagram, the diagram can divine the cultivation method of the opponent's battle technique and find the opponent's flaws. This is just too heaven-defying. Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Anyone who encountered such a thing would be unable to restrain their excitement. With this Taiji diagram, Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how much benefit it would bring to him in battle in the future. Moreover, Jiang Chen had the spirits of the 5 elements in his body. As long as the Taiji diagram was imprinted into his body, Jiang Chen would be able to cast out the powerful techniques of the opponent. This point alone was already heaven-defying and somewhat terrifying. Now that I have reached the heavenly Will realm, I wonder if I can divine something about Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen thought to himself. With a thought, the Taiji diagram emerged once again. It was an illusory Taiji diagram that was dotted with countless stars. According to Jiang Chen's will, a vast universe and a vast starry sky diagram appeared on the diagram. There were moving planets everywhere, dazzling Jiang Chen's eyes. The myriad heavens and myriad worlds are just too vast. Every planet is a world with countless planes overlapping with each other. It's really not easy to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly. There were too many planes. Saint Origin World was just one of the billions of planets, like a drop in the ocean. Oh, right. I should use the Immortal Mark. The Immortal Mark was obtained from Saint Origin World. According to the trajectory of the Immortal Mark, it should be able to find the exact location of Saint Origin World. Then, Jiang Chen thought of the Immortal Mark. Jiang Chen's Immortal Mark fell on the Taiji diagram. The Immortal Mark turned into a jade-like light of the Great Tao, hovering on the diagram. Jiang Chen quickly circulated the Great Divination Art. The countless planets on the diagram rotated more violently, emitting their own colorful lights that were extremely beautiful. Suddenly, the Immortal Mark rushed towards one of the planets. Jiang Chen's eyes also fell on that planet. Previously, Jiang Chen had already made the Immortal Mark understand his intention. The Immortal Mark followed Jiang Chen's will and searched for the planet. The planet that it found was the place where he had left his chi. This is Saint Origin World, the place where I ascended. Jiang Chen's mood fluctuated greatly. Finally, he had found the location of Saint Origin World. Next, he would use the Great Divination Art to calculate the situation of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Although it was impossible for him to calculate the exact situation of Saint Origin World, he could sense whether it was as stable as before. Jiang Chen circulated the Great Divination Art to the extreme. His soul power fell on the position of Saint Origin World through the Taiji diagram. Immediately, a buzzing sound was heard. The planet was flickering and trembling, as if it was being hit by some kind of force. Not good. Saint Origin World is in great turmoil. Jiang Chen stood up abruptly. His facial expression became incomparably solemn. After reaching the heavenly Will realm, he could already predict a lot of things. The planet that represented Saint Origin World was shaking and flickering. It was enough to show that Saint Origin World was currently in great turmoil. How could Jiang Chen sit still when Saint Origin World was in danger? That was his hometown. Many important people were there. Chapter 1728. Given the Martial Saint dynasty's current development, it's impossible for them to find a major power that can compete with them. However, the current Saint Origin World is indeed in a state of turmoil. The Great Divination Art won't be wrong. The current Saint Origin World is definitely not peaceful. Martial Saint dynasty is in danger. What should I do? Jiang Chen couldn't calm down at all. His hometown was in trouble, and it was impossible for him to remain calm. He had always been a calm person, but right now, he just couldn't remain calm. After all, this place was a completely different world from Saint Origin Realm. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could save Saint Origin Realm from this disaster. It would be great if I could return to Saint Origin World. Jiang Chen knitted his brows. Go back. Oh, it would be great if I could go back. Now that I have the great divination art, I can calculate the trajectory of the starry sky and find the way back. The immortal mark can deceive the heaven's secret, and the great void technique can allow me to walk through the spatial crevice freely. Perhaps I can really go back. Whatever it is, I have to give it a try, even if I have to pay the price. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Not even an immortal sovereign could return to a lower plane like Saint Origin World from the immortal world. In the entire immortal world, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the ability to do so. Even a mighty immortal sovereign wouldn't dare to do such a thing because it was no different from courting death. Immortal sovereigns were powerful, but they were still within the law of the immortal world. Even if an immortal sovereign could find the coordinates of the starry sky and find the way back, the law of the heaven and earth was still there. Anyone who dared to challenge the heavenly Tao was destined to die. However, Jiang Chen had the most important part, the immortal mark. This immortal mark could seal the heaven's secret, preventing the heavenly Tao from discovering him. As long as he returned to Saint Origin World in a short period of time, he wouldn't attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. The coordinates of the void, the space crevice, and the concealment of heaven's will. These were the three most basic conditions to return to the lower plane from the higher plane. None of them were missing. Since ancient times, no one had met these three conditions, not even the high and mighty great emperors. But now, Jiang Chen had met these three conditions perfectly. The great divination art could help him find the void coordinates to go back, the great void art could help him not get lost in the cracks of space, and the immortal mark could deceive the heavenly secrets and escape the punishment of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, Jiang Chen made a very bold decision, which was to go home. The situation might be rather urgent, so Jiang Chen did not have much time to think or delay. He had to return as soon as possible. Under the control of Jiang Chen's will, the heavenly secret map suddenly enlarged. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen disappeared into the map along with the map. In the next moment, Jiang Chen reappeared in the endless starry sky. The heavenly secret map was right in front of his face. He had accurately located the coordinates of Saint Origin World and exerted all his strength to cast the Great Void technique. The immortal mark emitted a dark light that enveloped his body. In the starry sky, Jiang Chen was like a fish that had lost its way, shuttling back and forth, flying toward Saint Origin World. Saint Origin World. Billowing smoke filled the entire continent. The flames of war could be seen everywhere. The entire Saint Origin World seemed to have fallen into an unprecedented war. After hundreds of years of refinement, Martial Saint Dynasty was undoubtedly the strongest power in Saint Origin World. But at this moment, the chi of Martial Saint Dynasty was gloomy and shrouded by dark clouds. The entire dynasty had fallen into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Hundreds of experts were sitting in the palace. Without exception, all of them were great saints. Once upon a time, the emergence of a great saint in Saint Origin World was considered an incredible existence. But now, there were hundreds of great saints sitting in the palace alone. The one sitting at the top was the emperor, Wu Zhou. Currently, he was a 9th grade great saint. Beside him were two middle-aged men. One of them was Yan Zhanyun and the other was Wu Tianyang, the father of Yan Chenyu and Wu Ningzhu. Both of their cultivation bases were extremely strong. They didn't seem to be weaker than Wu Zhou. They were both 9th grade great saints. Next to them were two powerful young men. They were Yu Zihan and Wu Lang. These two geniuses of martial saint dynasty had reached the terrifying level of 9th grade great saint. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wendian weren't here. 9th grade great saint was the pinnacle of this world. Ever since Jiang Qin took away the immortal mark, human immortals couldn't survive in this world anymore. All those who became immortals had to ascend to the immortal realm. With so many 9th grade great saints in martial saint dynasty, it could be said that they had complete control over Saint Origin world. No one dared to disobey or resist. But at this moment, the entire imperial palace had fallen into a heavy silence. Everyone had their heads lowered, not saying a word. Both Wu Lang and Yu Zihan had some injuries on their bodies, and the injuries seemed to be quite serious. Emperor, this is the most difficult time for martial saint dynasty. Jun Tianqiu will launch a massive attack in 7 days. What should we do? Someone said. We'll just fight him to the death. Wu Tianyang clenched his fists. Don't be reckless. This Jun Tianqiu was born from a meteorite. He claims to be the divine son of heaven and earth. He has grown so much in such a short period of time. He has also controlled the devil race and built an indestructible force of his own. He has the rare heaven and earth divine milk, which allowed him to cultivate a large number of experts. The number of great saint subordinates of Jun Tianqiu is no less than ours. More importantly, this Jun Tianqiu is too terrifying. We are no match for him. Wu Jiu shook his head. The emergence of this Jun Tianqiu had completely changed the entire situation of Saint Origin world in just 20 years. His speed of growth was even scarier than that of Jiang Qin. Jun Tianqiu is too strong. Wu Lang and I have joined forces to fight him. If I didn't run away quickly at the critical moment, I would have died in his hands. Yu Zihan said with a frown. The thought of fighting Jun Tianqiu still made him tremble with fear. A figure like this was just too terrifying. Ever since Jiang Qin, there hasn't been such a heaven-defying figure in Saint Origin world. It's a pity that Jiang Qin is no longer here. Wu Lang also shook his head. Even with his pride, he had to admit that Jun Tianqiu was terrifying. If they really fought, none of the great sages present could compete with Jun Tianqiu. At this time, they couldn't help but recall the legendary figure of Saint Origin world. It was that figure who created martial saint dynasty and unified Saint Origin world. Now, the appearance of Jun Tianqiu seemed to have changed the situation of Saint Origin world. Chapter 1729. All eyes in the palace fell on Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. Both of them were talented geniuses, and could be considered as the #1 experts in the martial saint dynasty. Even Wu Jiu and Yan Zhanyun weren't their match. Now, even these two strongest experts couldn't withstand a single strike from Jun Tianqiu. How were they going to fight the next battle? Emperor, that Jun Tianqiu is so powerful. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death? Someone shouted. He was a tall and burly man, and it was obvious that he was a hot-tempered man. It's impossible for us to sit here and wait for death. Brother Jiang Qin entrusted the entire dynasty to me. If the 1,000-year foundation of the martial saint dynasty is destroyed in my hands, even if I die, I won't have the face to meet my ancestors, and I won't be able to live up to Brother Jiang Chen's trust. All of a sudden, Wu Jiu's aura became incomparably fierce. It was a determination to face death with equanimity. As the emperor, he had to live and die with the entire dynasty. Dad, don't think too much about it. 7 days later, we'll just have a life-and-death struggle with Jun Tianqiu. Yu Zihan and I will go cultivate to recover from our injuries. At that time, we'll join hands and fight Jun Tianqiu again. After saying that, Wu Lang stood up from his seat, and with a sway of his body, he disappeared, followed by Yu Zihan. The departure of the two strongest experts of the martial Saint dynasty was a clear indication of their attitude. Everyone in the palace had a heavy heart. Now, the martial Saint dynasty was facing its most critical moment. However, everyone knew very well that they had no choice but to fight with their lives on the line. Surrendering was impossible, as the dignity of a dynasty wouldn't allow them to do so. Furthermore, according to Jun Tianqiu's style, even if the people of the martial Saint dynasty surrendered, he would still kill a lot of them. Jun Tianqiu was a bloodthirsty man, and the martial Saint dynasty was the target that he had always wanted to conquer and slaughter. He would never give them the chance to surrender. He wanted to see the martial Saint dynasty turn into a river of blood. Only then would he be satisfied and his desire to kill be satisfied. Everyone, listen up. Deploy the Grand Formation at once to protect the foundation of the martial Saint dynasty. 7 days later, we'll fight Jun Tianqiu to the death. Wu Jiu's chief fluctuated. What would come would come. It was something that couldn't be avoided. When the time came, they had to face it. Although the pressure from Jun Tianqiu was tremendous, martial Saint dynasty wouldn't sit still and wait for death. There were still 7 days before Jun Tianqiu's army would arrive. During these 7 days, martial Saint dynasty had to be fully prepared. After all, they were a major power that had ruled Saint Origin world for a long time. They had to show the bearing of a great dynasty. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still following the spatial coordinates of Saint Origin world with the Great Void technique. His speed had reached the extreme. He was like a speck of light flickering in the starry sky. Jiang Chen was incomparably anxious. Looking at the heavenly secret map, he knew that Saint Origin world was very close to Saint Origin world, but it was still too far for him to go there. Fortunately, Jiang Chen had mastered the Great Void technique, which could shorten the distance to the maximum. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would be trapped in the spatial crevice and turbulence, never to return to Saint Origin world in the shortest time possible. I wonder what kind of situation martial Saint dynasty is facing. Before I left, I had already cleared all the obstacles for martial Saint dynasty. Saint Origin Palace has been destroyed and the devil race has been tamed by Yan. Jiang Chen really couldn't imagine what kind of turmoil Saint Origin world was going through. Saint Origin Palace had been destroyed. Although the devil race hadn't been wiped out, Han Yan had obtained the Supreme Devil Wand and controlled the entire devil race. Even if the devil race had been revived, they wouldn't attack martial Saint dynasty. Of course, hundreds of years had passed in Saint Origin world. Anything could happen in such a long period of time. Since he couldn't figure it out, Jiang Chen simply stopped thinking about it. The only thing he needed to do now was to return to Saint Origin world as soon as possible. As long as he returned to Saint Origin world, he would be able to understand everything. Otherwise, even if he knew what had happened, he wouldn't be able to provide any help. Days passed. The entire Saint Origin world was in a state of depression. Everyone seemed to be living in a haze. Jun Tianqiu's name resounded in everyone's ears from time to time. The current Jun Tianqiu had already become a well-known figure that reverberated like thunder in everyone's ears. There wasn't a single person who didn't know him. In the history of Saint Origin world, it was afraid that there was only one person who could suppress Jun Tianqiu's fame. He was the legendary figure. There was no other person who could do so. Jun Tianqiu can be said to be an unparalleled genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. I heard that he was born from a meteorite and called himself the son of heaven and earth. He grew at an extremely fast speed and controlled a magical heaven and earth divine milk. He has trained countless experts and established his own major power. Now, Jun Tianqiu is going to rule the entire Saint Origin world and attack martial Saint dynasty. I'm afraid that this dynasty that has been standing in Saint Origin world for thousands of years is going to face the greatest calamity in its history. That's right. Jun Tianqiu is too terrifying. He has already reached the 9th grade of Great Saint at such a young age. I heard that the two great experts of martial Saint dynasty, the famous Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jun Tianqiu. If they didn't run away in time, they would have lost their lives. Jun Tianqiu has also taken control of the devil race. The devil race, which had been silent for a long time, has been revived because of Jun Tianqiu. A few days later, Jun Tianqiu will lead an army to attack martial Saint dynasty. The greatest war in the history of Saint origin world is about to happen. If Jun Tianqiu annihilates martial Saint dynasty, the martial Saint dynasty will really change. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone was talking about the war that was going to happen in a few days. Jun Tianqiu's fame was like the rising sun. Nothing could block his radiance. He had become a legend in Saint origin world at the fastest speed. 7 days passed quickly, and the day of the decisive battle arrived in the blink of an eye. On this day, countless experts of the martial Saint dynasty appeared outside the martial Saint dynasty, including great saints and minor saints. All of them were waiting for Jun Tianqiu's arrival. It could be seen that every expert of martial Saint dynasty had an incomparably unsightly face. Their mood was very depressed. It was a heaviness that came from the depth of their soul. Facing Jun Tianqiu, who was like the sun in the midday sky, every one of them was under a lot of pressure. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang were standing at the forefront of martial Saint dynasty. Their qi was powerful and their cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. After a few days of recuperation, the injuries that they had suffered during the battle with Jun Tianqiu had fully recovered. However, their faces were still very solemn, because they knew better than anyone else how terrifying the enemy they were going to face was. Hong Long. All of a sudden, the sky exploded. Dark clouds pressed down. Terrifying qi waves rolled in the sky. Innumerable tyrannical qi began to spread. The whole Saint origin world seemed to be welcoming the end of the world. Even if they were millions of miles away, they could still feel the tremendous pressure that made their soul shiver. In the sky, silhouettes descended continuously like meteors. Soon, they appeared on the opposite side of martial Saint dynasty. There were more than 1,000 great saints and minor saints in total. Most of them were from the devil race. These devils were cruel and brutal by nature. Now that they had been subdued by Jun Tianqiu, they had become powerful killing machines. Judging from their qi alone, Jun Tianqiu's side had an overwhelming advantage over martial Saint dynasty. Sovereign King, please. A 9th grade Great Saint elder spoke loudly to the sky. When he mentioned the word Sovereign King, his face was filled with respect. It was a kind of deep worship. A shadow walked out of the sky. Very quickly, the shadow became clear and solidified into a purple-clothed youth. The youth seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. His face was handsome and plump like jade. There was a rune brand in the center of his forehead. It was a mysterious ancient rune that added a sense of evilness to the youth. Greetings, Sovereign King. Countless great saints and minor saints bowed to the youth, calling him Sovereign King, as if he was a god sent by the heaven. The only thing they could do was to worship him. The youth was none other than Jun Tianqiu, who had recently risen to prominence in Saint origin world. His nickname was Sovereign King. The monarch of heaven and earth, the supreme king. Jun Tianqiu called himself the divine son of heaven and earth. He was extremely arrogant and never put anyone in his eyes. As soon as Jun Tianqiu appeared, his sharp eyes immediately fell on all the experts of martial Saint dynasty. After a quick glance, a smile was revealed at the corner of his mouth. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In his opinion, all of his opponents were meant to be trampled on and would eventually die. Jun Tianqiu, you and my Marshall Saint dynasty have always minded our own business. Why are you forcing my dynasty into a corner? If we really start a war, Saint Origin World will fall into turmoil and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It won't benefit either of us. Wu Jiao spoke loudly to Jun Tianqiu. Plunging the people into misery and suffering. What does that have to do with me? I, Jun Tianqiu, will become the #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Your Marshall Saint dynasty will naturally be destroyed. Only I, Jun Tianqiu, have the qualification to control the world. Your Marshall Saint dynasty doesn't deserve it, said Jun Tianqiu with a cold smile on his face. His eyes flickered with a red light. He was a bloodthirsty man, and he didn't care about slaughtering innocent people. He only cared about his own pleasure. If he wanted to kill someone, someone had to die. The Marshall Saint dynasty was just a toy for him to toy with. The #1 expert in Saint Origin World. Jun Tianqiu, you will never be the #1 expert. In the history of Saint Origin World, there will always be a mountain above your head that you will never be able to surpass. Chapter 1730. Yu Zihan's words made Jun Tianqiu's face turn gloomy in an instant, because he thought of a name that made him gnash his teeth even in his dreams. You mean that Jiang Qin? Humph. It's a pity that he didn't live in the same era as me. Otherwise, I would have killed him and created a legend that belongs to me. Jun Tianqiu gnashed his teeth in hatred. Despite his arrogant tone, he had to admit that the legend of Jiang Qin was like a huge mountain pressing down on his head, making him breathless. Even though he was the strongest expert in Saint Origin World, in the hearts of countless people, the true legend of Saint Origin World was still that white-clothed youth named Jiang Qin, not him. Annihilating Saint Origin Palace and killing immortals was a peerless act that no one could surpass. No matter how powerful Jun Tianqiu was, there were no immortals left in this world. If he couldn't kill immortals, he was destined to never surpass Jiang Qin. This was the most depressing thing for Jun Tianqiu and also the thing that he didn't want to mention the most, but he had to admit it. Even if he had annihilated Marshall Saint dynasty and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin World, he was destined to live under the shadow of that person. In the legendary history of Saint Origin World, he would always be ranked second. There was a name that was destined to be above him. Whether you admit it or not, his name is above yours. You should be glad that you didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you wouldn't have the chance to grow to where you are today. Wu Lang sneered. No one knew the terror of that person better than them. Today's Jun Tianqiu was at best at the same level as the northern and southern dynasties. Even if he was a little stronger than the northern and southern dynasties, the final outcome wouldn't change. If Jiang Qin didn't exist, the northern and southern dynasties were bound to grow to the same state as Jun Tianqiu today. Unfortunately, he met Jiang Qin, which doomed him to a tragedy ahead of time. Facts had proven that it was a terrible thing to live in the same era as Jiang Qin and become Jiang Qin's enemy. Therefore, it was Jun Tianqiu's great fortune that he didn't live in the same era as Jiang Qin. Wu Lang, Yu Zihan, both of you are praising Jiang Qin like a god, but so what? Now that your Marshall Saint dynasty is at a critical moment of life and death, will Jiang Qin be able to save you? This world belongs to me, Jun Tianqiu, not to Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin is already a thing of the past. Jun Tianqiu burst into laughter. He didn't want to talk about Jiang Qin right now. He had come here today to destroy the Marshall Saint dynasty and fulfill his wish. If worst comes to worst, we'll just fight to the death. Our Marshall Saint dynasty has never been afraid of anyone. Wu Lang's aura fluctuated. The two of you are merely my defeated opponents. What right do you have to clamor in front of me? Jun Tianqiu looked disdainfully at Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, his eyes full of contempt. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. In his opinion, people like Wu Lang and Yu Zihan weren't qualified to be his enemies. They weren't even fit to carry his shoes. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance. Suddenly, they drew their saint weapons and lunged at Jun Tianqiu with lightning speed. In the current Saint Origin world, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan represented the pinnacle of combat strength, the peak of 9th grade Great Saint. Adding their innate talent, they basically couldn't find an opponent at the same level as them. However, everything changed when they encountered Jun Tianqiu. Their peak state would be destroyed in an instant. Two extremely terrifying combat swords pierced through the void and appeared in front of Jun Tianqiu. In the face of their powerful attacks, Jun Tianqiu didn't even budge. He casually stretched out both of his hands and stretched out 2 fingers. Clang! The scene seemed to have come to a standstill. The 2 peerless saint weapons were clamped by Jun Tianqiu's 2 fingers. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. No one could keep their calm anymore. Countless eyes fell upon the 3 of them. They were the pinnacle combat strength of Saint Origin world. Not only did they fail to cause any damage to Jun Tianqiu after using their peerless saint weapons, they were also clamped by Jun Tianqiu so easily. What? Yu Zihan exclaimed. His face was full of horror. This bastard is even stronger than before. We are no match for him. Wu Lang shook his head helplessly. He and Yu Zihan had already exerted their full strength, but the result was still the same. Their saint weapons were in Jun Tianqiu's fingers, and they couldn't move them no matter how hard they tried. They couldn't even pull their swords out of Jun Tianqiu's hand. This made Wu Lang and Yu Zihan realize that they weren't on the same level. In the history of Saint Origin world, only Jiang Qin had such terrifying combat strength. Now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, no one was a match for Jun Tianqiu. Bang! A vast force suddenly surged out from Jun Tianqiu's fingers. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan couldn't withstand the force. They were sent flying hundreds of meters away like cannonballs before they could regain their balance. Their swords fell into Jun Tianqiu's hand. Jun Tianqiu threw them away like rubbish. He didn't even bother to look at them. His eyes were full of disgust. Wah! On the other side, Wu Lang and Yu Zihan were spurting out blood. Their bodies were severely injured. Their faces were pale, but compared to their injuries, the shock in their hearts was more terrifying. They couldn't imagine that Jun Tianqiu had become so powerful that no one in the entire Saint Origin world was a match for him. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan exchanged a glance and saw the despair in each other's eyes. That's right, it was despair. This was an opponent that they couldn't deal with at all. They felt that even if all the 9th grade great saints of Martial Saint Dynasty joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Jun Tianqiu. They wouldn't even be able to stand a finger of Jun Tianqiu. If that was the case, then this war would be meaningless. The atmosphere on the side of Martial Saint Dynasty became incomparably oppressive. Jun Tianqiu's existence was like a giant mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jun Tianqiu glanced at Wu Lang and Yu Zihan. He stretched his arms and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh. It's lonely to be an expert. It was the aura of a monarch who stood at the highest point, supreme and supreme. It was lonely at the top, and lonely at the top. Jun Tianqiu did have the capital to be lonely. When a person couldn't even find an opponent, life seemed to have lost its meaning. Invincibility was such a lonely thing. Lord King. Do you want to attack? An elder came to Jun Tianqiu and bowed. Kill them. There's no need for Martial Saint Dynasty to exist anymore. Jun Tianqiu said faintly. Destroying a dynasty wasn't enough to stir up his emotions. For him, destroying the martial Saint dynasty wasn't a challenge at all. Jun Tianqiu said it in a light tone. Kill. The ninth grade great saint elder bellowed. Countless experts on the side of the monarch king unleashed their powerful qi and killing intent, lunging crazily at the side of martial Saint dynasty. Kill. On the other side, Wu Jiu swung the emperor's sword forward. The experts of martial Saint dynasty also unleashed their powerful qi. A battlefield broke out in an instant. The experts of both sides fought fiercely. This was the most tragic war in Saint Origin world. All the participants were saints. The battlefield was so vast that it almost covered half of Saint Origin world. This was a war of saints, a war that represented an era. Ever since Jiang Qin destroyed Saint Origin Palace, Saint Origin world had been shaken and the situation was about to change. Of course, this was based on the fact that martial Saint dynasty was destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. Hong Long. This was a battle of life and death. Both sides were exerting their full strength. The devil race was the most ferocious. Originally, they had a good relationship with martial Saint dynasty, but Jun Tianqiu had used some unknown means to completely subdue them and even change their belief. Jun Tianqiu was going to become the belief of the entire Saint Origin world. Although Jun Tianqiu didn't know what method he used, he had completely subdued them and even changed their belief. Jun Tianqiu stood at the highest point of the battlefield with his hands clasped behind his back. He was looking down at the extremely tragic battle below. Blood was splashing everywhere, but it couldn't arouse his excitement. The battle went on for an hour. It was still white-hot, but it was obvious that martial Saint dynasty couldn't hold on any longer. They began to retreat. There was already a gap between the strength of both sides. Coupled with the pressure from Jun Tianqiu, the experts of martial Saint dynasty were shrouded in a layer of shadow. They couldn't exert their combat strength to its peak. On the other hand, the enemies were roaring with vigor. Jun Tianqiu was like a god in their hearts. As long as Jun Tianqiu stood there, it was enough. Wu Lang and Yu Zihan, who were severely injured, joined the battle as well. They had a clear view of the battlefield, and the despair in their hearts grew even greater. If this continued, the martial Saint dynasty would be destroyed today. Jun Tianqiu hadn't attacked yet, and once he lost his patience, it would be the end of the martial Saint dynasty. What should we do? The hearts of all the experts of martial Saint dynasty were filled with despair. They could no longer see any hope. Martial Saint dynasty was facing an unprecedented crisis. Even resistance had become incomparably difficult. At this moment, in the turbulence of the starry sky, a light dot was approaching the planet of Saint Origin world at an extremely fast speed. That light dot was Jiang Qin. He's finally back. Chapter 1731. Arg, the battlefield was too tragic. Great saints were falling one after another. The void of Saint Origin world was completely torn apart. Millions of cultivators were hiding, not daring to come out. They didn't even have the qualification to watch such a battle. The morale of the people on Emperor's side was too high. Each of them exerted their strength to the limit. Martial Saint dynasty was barely resisting and was losing ground, but as the people of martial Saint dynasty, none of them flinched. They would defend the dignity of the dynasty even if they had to sacrifice their lives. Arg! Yan Zhanyun suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His chest was slashed by his opponent. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Blood was gushing out crazily. The sword qi was still wreaking havoc in his body. Wu Jiu reacted quickly and pulled Yan Zhanyun back. This was Jiang Chen's father-in-law. If something bad happened to him, Wu Jiu wouldn't be able to explain it to Jiang Qin. Jun Tianqiu looked at the battlefield below, his face suddenly filled with irritation. Let's end this. An extremely violent murderous intent burst out of Jun Tianqiu's body. His qi had reached the extreme. This peerless figure who called himself emperor was finally going to take action personally. He wanted to end this war as soon as possible and become the strongest expert in Saint Origin world. Jun Tianqiu made a grabbing motion. His target was none other than Wu Jiu. The first person he wanted to kill was naturally the emperor of the martial Saint dynasty. No matter what, the emperor was the pillar of a dynasty. He was the soul, the spiritual sustenance. If he was killed, the dynasty would collapse by itself. Wu Jiu, who was fighting with all his might, suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger. It was a dangerous aura that was enough to threaten his life. As a peerless great sage, he could still clearly foresee such danger. Wu Jiu's face darkened. He knew that Jun Tianqiu was going to attack him. The doomsday of martial Saint dynasty had finally come. Even if they had tried their best to resist, they still couldn't change the outcome. Dad. Seeing that Jun Tianqiu was going to attack his father, Wu Lang immediately stood in front of Wu Jiu. Go away. Wu Jiu pushed Wu Lang away with all his might. At this crucial moment, how could he allow his son to stand in front of him? If Wu Lang died, even if he lived, what was the point? The deep love between father and son is truly touching. Since that's the case, then you two shall depart together. Jun Tianqiu's black hair fluttered in the wind as killing intent burst out from his body. His terrifying palm was like a heaven-shaking barrier, sealing everything in its path. Then, it shot towards Wu Jiu and Wu Lang. His attack had enveloped the father and son, intending to kill both of them. Once they died, the martial Saint dynasty would be finished. Boom! At this moment, Saint Origin world trembled all of a sudden. That's right, it was trembling. It was a very violent tremble. It wasn't just a local tremble, but the entire world was trembling. It was the trembling of the world barrier, as if the entire world was being attacked. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Nothing like this had ever happened in the history of Saint Origin world. One should know that every world had its own world law. The world law was the most stable thing in the world. Even a peerless great saint who had cultivated to the extreme wouldn't be able to cause a tremble in the world barrier. Jun Tianqiu's expression changed and he stopped what he was doing. It wasn't just him, the noisy battlefield suddenly became quiet. Everyone stopped, their expressions extremely unsightly. That tremble just now had caused their souls to tremble. Their entire bodies were under an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure was indescribable, but they couldn't move at all. What's going on? Why is the world shaking? I don't know. Could it be that some big shot has appeared? Impossible. We are the pinnacle existences of this world. How could there be any big shots? However, I feel an inexplicable pressure. Under this pressure, I feel an urge to worship the heavens. That's right. No one wasn't shocked. The entire world was still. Countless people looked up at the sky, wondering what was happening. Just as everyone was panicking, a figure appeared like a ghost, arriving above the battlefield. It was a young man in white robes. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sparkling and his face was handsome like a banished immortal. Just a glance from him could make the world stand still. The moment the young man appeared, everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. Many great sages were shivering and had the urge to kneel down. Even Jun Tianqiu felt the same way at this moment. The other party just stood there without revealing his aura, but he gave them a feeling that they couldn't reach him. There was a terrifying power in this young man's body that they couldn't imagine. Jiang Qin. Chen Air. Your Majesty. Countless cries of surprise sounded out after the young man appeared. Wu Zhou, Wu Lang, and Yu Zihan's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would appear at this critical moment. It had been a few hundred years since they last saw each other, and these people couldn't help but tear up. They thought they would never have the chance to see Jiang Qin again in this lifetime, but now, it was as if they were dreaming. No one dared to believe it. They felt like they were in a dream. It was impossible, but Jiang Qin had really appeared. He was the true legend of Saint Origin World. Jiang Qin. When the name spread, the faces of countless people on Jun Tianqiu's side turned even uglier. In the history of Saint Origin World, no one was unfamiliar with this legend. However, Jiang Qin had already ascended for hundreds of years. It was impossible for him to appear again. Brother Zhou, how have you been recently? Jiang Qin smiled at Wu Zhou. He tried his best to restrain himself from releasing his aura because he knew very well that even the slightest bit of his aura wouldn't be able to withstand it. The people in front of him wouldn't be able to either. Jiang Qin's eyes swept across many familiar faces. Finally, he was back. This was a heartwarming scene, a scene that Jiang Qin had dreamt of many times. Brother, you're really back. Wu Zhou still couldn't restrain his excitement, but at this moment, he was also excited. His previously despairing mood had been completely relaxed. Jiang Qin had returned. The fate of Martial Saint Dynasty would be completely changed. No matter how strong Jun Tianqiu was, he wouldn't be able to compete with Jiang Qin. Wu Zhou was, after all, the emperor. His temperament was much better than ordinary people. He immediately told Jiang Qin everything that had happened through divine sense. Jiang Qin frowned and looked at Jun Tianqiu. I never thought that another peerless figure would emerge in Saint Origin World. Unfortunately, you have become my enemy. Jiang Qin said flatly. Jun Tianqiu raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin. Initially, he didn't dare to look at Jiang Qin in the eye, but the shadow of a meteorite seemed to have appeared in his eyes, making him fearless of Jiang Qin's pressure. You are the legendary Jiang Qin? Asked Jun Tianqiu. All these years, he had been living under the shadow of Jiang Qin, feeling that all his light had been overshadowed by Jiang Qin. He felt that it was a pity that he couldn't live in the same era as Jiang Qin. He had never thought that he would be able to see Jiang Qin today. That's right, Jun Tianqiu. He is Jiang Qin. He is the true legend of Saint Origin World. With him around, you will never become the strongest in Saint Origin World. Yu Zihan said loudly. It's over, it's over. Jiang Qin, that terrifying bastard, has returned. How is this possible? He has already ascended to the immortal world. How could he come back? How did he do it? It's too scary. Every glance of his is filled with the feeling of dominating the world. I don't even dare to look at his eyes, fearing that he will kill me with just a glance. That's right. He's just too scary. I'm a 9th grade great saint now, but all I want to do is to kneel and worship him. Jun Tianqiu's people were trembling in fear. They had never seen such a powerful person before. That kind of power had completely exceeded the concept of this world. Jiang Qin, you have already ascended to the immortal world, but you have violated the heavenly Tao and returned. You will suffer the heavenly punishment. Jun Tianqiu said loudly. Heavenly punishment. I am the heavenly punishment. Only I can punish you. Jiang Qin smiled faintly, but in his heart, he was slightly surprised. This Jun Tianqiu didn't seem to be a simple person. He actually knew so much about the heavenly Tao. Ha! Jiang Qin, why are you so arrogant? You were born a few hundred years earlier than me. If we were in the same era, you wouldn't be able to reach your current height. You are destined to be my stepping stone. Even if you have returned now, I'm not afraid of you because you are restricted by the law of this world. You won't be able to exert the combat strength of an immortal. I'm going to fight you now to establish my position as the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. All of a sudden, Jun Tianqiu unleashed his powerful qi. The image of the meteorite in his eyes became clearer and clearer. It seemed to have given him great courage to fight Jiang Qin. The scene became restless once more. Even Wu Jiu and the others couldn't help but admire Jun Tianqiu. Sure enough, this bastard was the most arrogant of them all. He actually dared to challenge Jiang Qin, which was no different from courting death. You want to challenge me? Jiang Qin chuckled. He had long forgotten the feeling of being challenged by a great saint. No matter how arrogant and presumptuous Jun Tianqiu was, he was still just an ant in Jiang Qin's eyes. That's right. I want to challenge you. Given my current strength, I'm already invincible in Saint Origin world. Not even a 9th grade great saint can withstand a single strike from me. As long as I defeat you, I can break your legend and establish my own legend, becoming the #1 expert in Saint Origin world. Chapter 1732. Looking at Jun Tianqiu's crazy look, Jiang Qin couldn't help but laugh. A great saint was clamoring to challenge him. Jiang Qin suddenly felt that his level had been pulled down. Bang! Jun Tianqiu made a move. With a leap, a blood-red long sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at Jiang Qin, but the next moment, Jun Tianqiu let out a shrill scream. His whole body fell from the sky, lying on the ground like a dead dog. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. It was as if an incomparably huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making him unable to move at all. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. Voila! The audience was in an uproar. Everyone was dumbfounded. All of them stared at Jiang Qin in the sky with horrified eyes. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin didn't move at all. It felt as if Jun Tianqiu had suddenly fallen from the sky. Jiang Qin didn't even look at Jun Tianqiu with his sharp eyes. However, everyone knew very well that it must be Jiang Qin's doing that Jun Tianqiu was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Otherwise, how could the mighty Jun Tianqiu fall from the sky by himself? This was too terrifying. Countless people were horrified. No one could imagine how powerful Jiang Qin was at this moment. They didn't have any concept of the high and mighty immortals. In their minds, the great saint was the most powerful existence in this world. Jun Tianqiu had already reached the pinnacle of great saint realm. He was strong enough to fight an immortal. But now, the terrifying Jun Tianqiu had encountered the legendary Jiang Qin. He wasn't even an ant and was completely crushed. Naturally, they didn't know that Jiang Qin's current cultivation base was a pinnacle figure even in the immortal world. An early immortal emperor like him was strong enough to kill an immortal venerable. The gap between a puny great saint and Jun Tianqiu couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Even if Jiang Qin couldn't exert his full strength due to the pressure of the world law, just a glance from him was enough to kill Jun Tianqiu hundreds of times. This was an irreparable gap. Frightening, truly frightening. As expected of a legendary figure. His fearsomeness is not something we can imagine. That is the power of a true immortal. The sovereign king is no match for it. The true legend of Saint Origin world. I never thought that he would return. Sovereign king is really unfortunate. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Such a scene was something that no one could have imagined. Jun Tianqiu lay on the ground, unable to move. He didn't even have the strength to struggle. Heavens, what kind of power is this? The people of Martial Saint Dynasty couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Most of the great saints and minor saints here had advanced in recent years, so they didn't know much about Jiang Qin. They had only seen Jiang Chen's portrait. What they knew more was Jun Tianqiu's combat strength. Now, Jun Tianqiu had become a vulnerable ant in the hands of Jiang Qin. They couldn't imagine how strong Jiang Qin was now. Wu Lang, how terrifying do you think little Qinzi is now? Yu Zihan shrugged and said to Wu Lang with a smile. It's an extremely terrifying level. That level of cultivation is not something we can imagine. Wu Lang shook his head. He could only look up to Jiang Qin. Once upon a time, Jiang Qin was still a little genius who wasn't as good as him. Wu Lang had to step forward to resolve the crisis. But now, the gap between them couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Jiang Qin stretched out his hand and beckoned at Jun Tianqiu. Jun Tianqiu flew up again and arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Even a fool could see that it was Jiang Qin who controlled Jun Tianqiu's movement. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu wouldn't have been able to move. Jiang Qin, aren't you affected by the heavenly Tao and the world law? Jun Tianqiu asked in horror. I don't need to use any energy to deal with you. Moreover, the heavenly Tao is nothing to me. I, Jiang Qin, will break through the heavenly Tao sooner or later. Jiang Qin said faintly. He looked at Jun Tianqiu with great interest. He suddenly felt that this guy was more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. Unfortunately, this guy didn't live in the same era as him. Otherwise, he would be a heaven-defying monstrous genius. Jiang Qin, I'm the divine child of heaven and earth. Do you know what a divine child is? I'm the divine child. I'm immortal. You can't kill me. Jun Tianqiu laughed loudly. He didn't seem to know what fear was. In the face of great danger and pressure from Jiang Qin, he wasn't afraid at all. He could still maintain his arrogance. Is that so? Then let me tell you, in front of me, Jiang Qin, there's only one end for those who offend me, and that is death. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he no longer talked nonsense with Jun Tianqiu. In his opinion, he had seriously lowered his level by talking so much with a great sage-level character. Bang! As Jiang Qin's voice fell, Jun Tianqiu's body exploded, and then his whole person evaporated into nothingness. He died completely and disappeared from this world. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Qin stood there without moving. Jun Tianqiu was easily eliminated by Jiang Qin. He died without leaving any residue. It was as if this person had never appeared. However, at the moment of Jun Tianqiu's death, Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. He was sure that Jun Tianqiu was completely dead, but Jun Tianqiu's words of divine child still made him very uncomfortable. Intuition told him that Jun Tianqiu didn't seem to be as simple as he thought. After the great divination art reached the heavenly will realm, Jiang Qin still believed in his intuition. Because such things had happened to the northern and southern dynasties. Is Jun Tianqiu also a clone of a great figure like the northern and southern dynasties? Jiang Qin shook his head and denied this thought. Jun Tianqiu wasn't a clone at all because the current Jiang Qin couldn't be compared to the previous Jiang Qin. Back then, Jiang Qin couldn't see through the truth of the northern and southern dynasties, but if Jiang Qin had his current cultivation base and eyesight, he would have been able to see through the northern and southern dynasties with a glance. However, he didn't sense any qi from Jun Tianqiu, and Jun Tianqiu was indeed dead. Jiang Qin could only feel that Jun Tianqiu wasn't an ordinary figure. After calming his mind, Jiang Qin stopped thinking about meaningless things. Jun Tianqiu's death was a fact. Since Saint Origin World was in such turmoil and he had coincidentally returned, he naturally had to unite Saint Origin World. Swoosh! Jiang Qin's eyes fell on the group of devil experts. The killing intent in his eyes was undisguised. Plop plop plop. With just a glance, all the devil experts knelt on the ground. Not just them, all the people who followed Jun Tianqiu knelt on the ground, shivering in fear. At this time, no one would think about ruling the world anymore. What was more important now was to stay alive. Jun Tianqiu was already dead, so how could they fight against Jiang Qin? The gap between them was just too huge. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a god, an unreachable supreme existence. There was only one ending for them to fight against him, death. People of the devil race, Yen subdued all of you with the supreme devil wand. Instead of staying in the devil world obediently, you actually dared to come out and cause trouble. You even dared to attack Martial Saint Dynasty. It seems like there's no need for you to exist anymore. Jiang Qin said Lang Lang. Great Immortal, please spare our lives. We won't dare to do it again. Our devil race was only forced by Jun Tianqiu. We had no choice but to submit. That's right, Great Immortal. Jun Tianqiu forced us to do this. We had no other choice. As long as Great Immortal doesn't kill us, we will definitely hide in the devil world and swear never to come out again. If Great Immortal doesn't believe us, we can swear in the name of the devil race. The people of the devil race were all terrified. They were also afraid of death. Although the devil race was ferocious, in front of an unreachable heavenly deity, all resistance was futile. At this moment, they could only beg for mercy. It's too late. Jiang Qin flicked his finger. Flames shot out from his finger like sharp swords. The flames turned into spiritual snakes and entered the bodies of the devil experts. Rumble. Org. The raging flames instantly engulfed the experts of the devil race. Along with miserable screams, all of them were burned to death. There's no need for the devil world to exist anymore. Jiang Qin stretched his hand into the void and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, a world fell into his palm. The world in his palm was the devil realm, a unique spatial zone that belonged to the devil race. Bang! Jiang Qin gently clenched his fist. The devil world shattered with a loud bang. All the devils inside died instantly. At this point, the devil race in Saint Origin world was completely annihilated. Not a single remnant was left. Jiang Qin knew very well that the devil race was rebellious and brutal, and it was impossible to tame them. In order to bring peace to the Saint Origin world, and to stop the devil race from stirring up trouble, the best way was to destroy them, completely destroy them. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air at the sight of Jiang Qin's means. It was too terrifying. He could destroy a world effortlessly. It seemed like he could do it with just a thought. The devil race was completely annihilated. From now on, the devil race would never appear in Saint Origin world again. The remaining people on Jun Tianqiu's side crawled on the ground, trembling violently. They were completely dumbfounded by Jiang Qin's power. It was a terror that had completely exceeded the limit of human beings. They could do nothing but fear. On the other hand, the faces of the people of Martial Saint Dynasty were filled with excitement, but at the same time, their hearts were filled with extreme shock. They never dared to imagine that a man could be so powerful. Chapter 1733. Wu Jiu came to Jiang Qin's side, his heart surging with emotions. He knew his brother all too well. No matter how terrifying Jiang Qin's performance was, Wu Jiu wouldn't feel the slightest bit surprised. In his heart, Jiang Qin's existence was already a miracle. The miracles that Jiang Qin had created in Saint Origin world were just too many. Although Jun Tianqiu was terrifying, Wu Jiu had never compared Jun Tianqiu with Jiang Qin. In his point of view, the two of them were incomparable. "Brother, what should we do with these people?" asked Wu Jiu. "Kill them all. Their hands are stained with the blood of Martial Saint Dynasty. Jiang Chen said lightly, sentencing all the great saints and minor saints to death with a single sentence. Please spare our lives, great immortal. We know our mistakes. We are willing to mend our ways and serve Martial Saint Dynasty from now on. Please don't kill us, great immortal. We really know our mistakes. Please spare our lives. All the experts prostrated themselves on the ground, weeping bitterly. Although they were the pinnacle existences in this world, true great saints, and their combined strength was unparalleled, they couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance after witnessing how Jiang Chen annihilated Jun Tianzhou and the devil race. Humph! Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He stretched out a finger and pointed downwards. The bodies of all the great saints and minor saints exploded with a loud bang. All of them died tragically on the spot. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless and his eyes were devoid of emotion. This had always been his method of punishing his enemies. The immortal world was much crueler than Saint Origin world. Jiang Chen had experienced too much. He knew that in order to establish a foothold in this world and not worry about the future, one must be ruthless. Their hands were stained with the blood of the Martial Saint Dynasty. Their deaths were for the sake of avenging those who had died in the Martial Saint Dynasty. Furthermore, Jiang Chen knew very well that Wu Lang and Yu Zihan would soon ascend to the immortal world. At that time, the foundation of the Martial Saint Dynasty would be weakened. If these people surrendered now, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't rebel in the future. They had all been instilled with different thoughts by Jun Tianzhou. This scene was witnessed by everyone from the Martial Saint Dynasty. All of them felt that it was difficult for them to breathe. This was just too terrifying. Jiang Chen's ferocious methods were beyond their imagination. He killed all of his enemies with his bare hands. If it was them, they wouldn't be able to do it. Brother Joe, the weak are prey to the strong. This is the reality. You don't have to feel pressured. If you fall into their hands, can you imagine what will happen to you? Jiang Chen patted Wu Jiu's shoulder, then strode towards Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang. Jiang Chen bowed deeply to Yan Zhanyun and Wu Tianyang, then called out, "Father-in-law." In this world, there weren't many people who could make Jiang Chen bow to, and these two people in front of him were one of them. Good. Chen, well done. If it wasn't for you today, the Martial Saint Dynasty would be finished. Yan Zhanyun pulled Jiang Chen's shoulder, unable to restrain the excitement in his heart. Father-in-law, you're injured. Jiang Chen struck out a stream of wood spiritual qi at Yan Zhanyun. Yan Zhanyun only felt a shiver in his body, but recovered immediately, returning to his peak state. Yan Zhanyun was shocked. Jiang Chen's means were really terrifying. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base continued to grow, the wood spiritual qi became purer and more effective. Given his current immortal emperor cultivation base, it was effortless for him to heal the injuries of a great saint. Chen, tell us quickly. How are you two doing in the immortal world? Wu Tianyang asked excitedly. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Wu Tianyang was actually asking about Wu Ningzhu. After all, they had all ascended and Wu Ningzhu was his biggest concern. Father-in-law, don't worry. Sister Ning and little Yu are fine. With me around, you don't have to worry at all. This time, I have divined that the Martial Saint Dynasty is in trouble, so I broke through the heavenly secret and returned. However, given my current strength, I can't stay in Saint Origin world for long. I have to return as soon as possible. Now that Jun Tianzhou has been eliminated, the Martial Saint Dynasty will be completely stable," said Jiang Chen. Even though he had the immortal mark, he couldn't stay here for too long. After all, he no longer belonged to Saint Origin world. He had completely separated himself from this world. This world wouldn't be able to withstand his pressure. Just a sneeze from him could shatter this world. If it wasn't for the help of the immortal Monarch, this world would have collapsed the moment he arrived. Brother, let's talk inside. Wu Jiao came to Jiang Chen's side. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Seeing some familiar faces, Jiang Chen's heart finally felt at ease. In the grand ceremony of the imperial palace, some of the core members were sitting there. Naturally, Jiang Chen was sitting at the top. As long as he was present, Wu Jiao wouldn't dare to sit on this seat. Jiang Chen looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Where's my father?" When Jiang Chen was outside, he had been looking for Jiang Zhenhai's shadow but failed to find him. Now that all the core members had gathered here, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Chen heir, your father has already ascended 100 years ago," Yan Zhanyan said. "What? My father has ascended?" Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. This was something he hadn't expected. His father had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 years. According to the time law of the immortal world, Jiang Zhenhai had already ascended to the immortal world for 100 days. Jiang Chen had never felt his father's aura in the ethereal immortal domain. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. He had always been in the eye of the storm. Jiang Zhenhai had just ascended not long ago, so his cultivation was probably still very weak. It was normal that Jiang Chen couldn't find him. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Jiang Zhenhai had ascended to the ethereal immortal domain. After all, there were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Where's Anan? Jiang Chen also didn't see Nangong Wendian. In fact, he didn't even need to ask. With Nangong Wendian's talent, he had already ascended. He had once tried to find Nangong Wendian in the immortal world but to no avail. Now that he didn't see Nangong Wendian here, his guess was confirmed. Nangong Wendian has already ascended. It seems like you guys haven't met him in the immortal world, Wu Jiao said. The immortal world is too big. It's beyond your imagination. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he get rid of the threat of Martial Saint Dynasty, he also got the news that Jiang Zhenhai and Nangong Wendian had ascended to the immortal world. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Nangong Wendian at all. Nangong Wendian's talent was almost comparable to Han Yan's. Even in the immortal world, Nangong Wendian would live a good life. Jiang Zhenhai didn't have any great talent. In Saint Origin world, Jiang Zhenhai could be considered a tyrant, but in the immortal world, he was just a small shrimp. Jiang Chen didn't plan to let Jiang Zhenhai ascend to the immortal world. In Jiang Chen's point of view, it was better for Jiang Zhenhai to stay in the mortal world. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about his safety. However, Jiang Chen understood that Jiang Zhenhai was worried about him. The reason why Jiang Zhenhai was so anxious to ascend to the immortal world was to be with him. But now, Jiang Chen couldn't help but worry about Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Zhenhai was his own father. If his father was wronged, Jiang Chen would definitely blame himself. No one knew the cruelty of the immortal world better than him. Perhaps in the eyes of Wu Jiao and the others, ascending to the immortal world was a supreme glory. They didn't know that they were nothing in the immortal world. There were many people who regretted their decision to ascend to the immortal world. Being a lowly ant in the immortal world was much better than living a free and unfettered life in the mortal world. Unfortunately, coming back down after ascending to the immortal world was just an extravagant hope. Little Chenzi, one day, I will ascend to the immortal world as well, Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. He didn't expect to be as powerful as Jiang Chen one day, but ascending to the immortal world was his life's biggest goal. Just like Wu Lang, he missed the days when he fought side by side with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen patted Yu Zihan's shoulder and cheered him on. Jiang Qin didn't tell Yu Zihan how cruel the immortal world was. He didn't want to break a person's dream. Back in the day, he was just like Yu Zihan, longing to ascend to the immortal world. Ascending to the immortal world was his life's goal and dream. Jiang Qin didn't have the right to take away Yu Zihan's dream. That night, Jiang Qin, Yu Zihan, Wu Lang, and the others drank and chatted merrily. It felt like they had found the feeling they had in the past. Yu Zihan and Wu Lang talked about many things that had happened in the past, and the sound of laughter filled the air. All the legends that Jiang Qin had created in the past were told to Yu Zihan with great familiarity, as if it had just happened yesterday. The next day, Jiang Qin left. There was a statue in the martial Saint dynasty, the tallest statue in the world. This statue was of Jiang Qin, and he was worshipped by the descendants of the martial Saint dynasty. Before Jiang Qin left, he left a divine scent seed in the statue. This divine scent seed wouldn't disappear for millions of years, and it was enough to ensure the martial Saint dynasty's eternal peace. Jiang Qin took out the heavenly secret map and found the way back. After that, he performed the Great Void technique and returned to the immortal world at top speed. His mind was filled with thoughts. Jiang Zhenhai's ascension had filled him with worry. Once he returned to the immortal world, the first thing he needed to do was to find Jiang Zhenhai. No matter which immortal realm Jiang Qin was in, Jiang Qin would find him and keep him by his side. Jiang Zhenhai was the most important person in his life. Chapter 1734. In the ethereal immortal domain, the major forces were as restless as ever. Some places were even in chaos. Corpsine sect had been destroyed by Jiang Qin, but there were still some survivors. Now, they had become stray dogs and were beaten wherever they went. Many forces that had been harmed by the corpse sect were searching everywhere for the remnants of the corpse sect. It seemed like they wanted to completely eliminate the corpse sect from the immortal world. This was also the corpse sect's own doing. They dug up corpses everywhere and didn't even let go of the ancestral graves of others, causing the heavens to be angry and the people to be resentful. Countless people hated and feared this sect, but because the corpse sect was too tyrannical, they had always been hiding. But now, it was different. Jiang Qin had destroyed a major sect, which made countless people clap their hands in joy. The anger that had been suppressed for a long time was released in an instant, and all of it was vented on those who were still alive. It was undoubtedly a disaster for those disciples who were struggling at death's door. They had escaped from a disaster, and then fell into another disaster. From the point of view of Corpsine sect, Jiang Qin was undoubtedly a great hero. He had done an earth-shattering and good deed. Many people were grateful to Jiang Qin. Countless young people regarded Jiang Qin as their idol, but no one could stand up to help Jiang Qin's current situation. The people that Jiang Qin had offended were too powerful. Not to mention the 3 immortal courts, just those major forces alone were enough to make him suffer. On the second morning after Jiang Qin's departure, a genius from the immortal court arrived and threatened to kill Jiang Qin. Taking into account the fact that the time law of the immortal world was different from that of Saint Origin world and the distance in the starry sky, Jiang Qin would only need half a day to settle his matters in Saint Origin world. Even if he wasn't in a hurry to return, he would be able to return tomorrow. After the outcome of the negotiation, everyone was waiting for the geniuses of the immortal court to appear. It was bound to be a big show. The fact didn't disappoint them. A genius named Tian Yu was the first to appear. It was said that he was from Heavenly Jade Dynasty. He had entered the immortal court to cultivate with his supreme aptitude. Now that he had returned to Heavenly Jade Dynasty, he issued a life and death challenge to Jiang Qin. The news that Tian Yu of Heavenly Jade Dynasty was going to challenge Jiang Qin to a life and death battle spread across the entire East Xuanyu like a whirlwind. The mountain immediately became the focus of attention. Many people had already begun to fly towards the mountain after receiving the news. The battle between the monstrous geniuses of the young generation was bound to be incomparably exciting. No one wanted to miss it. It seems like the geniuses of the immortal court can't wait any longer. They have appeared so soon. That's for sure. If the geniuses of the immortal court still don't show up, wouldn't it mean that Jiang Chen's reputation is above them? That means that they are afraid of Jiang Chen. What kind of existence is the immortal court? It's a supreme existence. No one has ever dared to challenge the immortal court. Plus, those geniuses who could cultivate in the immortal court are all incomparably terrifying figures. They are proud and arrogant. How could they allow Jiang Chen to be so arrogant and despotic? Furthermore, many of these geniuses were originally from the major powers. Now that Jiang Chen has killed so many of their geniuses, it's only natural that they would be incomparably furious. I heard that this Tian Yu's cultivation base has already reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. He won't be easy to deal with. Do you think Jiang Chen can handle him? If Jiang Chen had the Sun Divine Feather in the past, he would naturally be able to kill Tian Yu in a split second, but it's not necessarily the case now. Jiang Chen is merely an early immortal emperor, which is 3 levels lower than Tian Yu. Although Jiang Chen has extraordinary talent, Tian Yu is also a genius among geniuses. In a real fight, ordinary early immortal venerables aren't a match for him. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen won't be able to defeat him. That's hard to say. I heard that Jiang Chen is also incomparably heaven-defying. Although he's only an early immortal emperor, he still can't be underestimated. Otherwise, Xiao Wangqing wouldn't give him the chance to fight the geniuses of the immortal court. I guess there will be a fierce battle in the mountain tomorrow. It's hard to tell who will win. That's right. Whether Jiang Chen is qualified to fight the geniuses of the immortal world will be revealed tomorrow. This life and death battle had attracted the attention of the entire immortal domain. Not just East Xuanyu, but the entire ethereal immortal domain. Although Jiang Chen had wreaked havoc in the immortal world and killed a large number of experts, that was because he had the Sun Divine Feather. Now that Jiang Chen had lost the Sun Divine Feather, no one knew how powerful he was. However, most of them weren't optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances against the geniuses of the immortal court. After all, the gap between the two geniuses wasn't small. The 10,000 Zhang mountain was a very symbolic mountain in East Xuanyu. Generally, if a big shot wanted to fight a battle, they would choose this place. For a long time, the 10,000 Zhang mountain had become an important venue for many battles. As soon as the name of the mountain was mentioned, people would know that there was going to be a battle. Great Qian Empire, Genius Prefecture. After receiving the news that Jiang Chen was going to challenge Jiang Qin, Yang Bufan came to the place where Tian Yu was. He wanted to discuss with Jiang Qin and tell Jiang Qin about Tian Yu, but found that Jiang Qin had already disappeared. Where did little Chenzi go? Yang Bufan frowned. According to Jiang Chen's usual style of doing things, he wouldn't leave at such a critical moment. After all, fighting against the geniuses of the immortal court was something that Jiang Qin had always been looking forward to. A day passed very quickly, but Jiang Qin still hadn't appeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Even Yang Yu was dispatched, but he couldn't sense any qi of Jiang Qin. In other words, Jiang Qin had already left Genius Prefecture. No one knew where he had gone. What the hell? Jiang Chen just had to disappear at this time. Now, the 10,000 Zhang mountain is already crowded with people. That kid Tian Yu has also arrived. All eyes are waiting for this battle. If Jiang Chen doesn't appear, he will become a laughing stock. In that case, Senior Zhao's negotiation will be meaningless. Yang Yu said with a frown. Your Majesty, can you find the trace of Jiang Qin? Dongfang Yu said. Find. How? That kid knows the Great Void technique. If he hides, let alone me, even the old emperor won't be able to find him. Yang Yu said gloomily. No, father. I know little Chenzi very well. I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. I dare say that Jiang Qin doesn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes. I know his ability too well. If I'm not mistaken, something must have happened to little Chenzi. Let's go to 10,000 Zhang Mountain and have a look. I'm sure that as long as Jiang Qin hears the news of Tianyu's challenge, he will certainly show up. Yang Bufan spoke. His confidence in Jiang Qin was unimaginable. He knew Jiang Qin's scariness better than anyone else. A half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu wasn't enough to pose a threat to Jiang Qin, let alone make Jiang Qin flee. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin had never been afraid of a battle. Let's go and have a look first. I hope that Jiang Qin will show up in time. Yang Yu nodded. He was also very confident in Jiang Qin. He felt that Jiang Qin must have something to do by leaving so suddenly. A mere Tianyu wasn't enough to make Jiang Qin retreat. This battle was highly anticipated by everyone. Even a big shot like Yang Yu had to pay attention to it. Of course, Yang Yu had his own purpose for going there, because the experts of the enemy forces would certainly show up. At that time, Yang Yu would be able to support Jiang Qin. The 10,000 Zhang Mountain was already crowded with people. Clouds and mist drifted above the mountain, making it look like a fairyland. The sun was shining brightly today. It seemed like a good day to do anything, including the battle. On top of the mountain, amidst the clouds and mist, a young man was standing against the wind. He was clad in a white feather robe. His blue hair was very eye-catching. He seemed to be about 25 or 26 years old. There was a heroic spirit between his brows. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among men. More importantly, his cultivation base. Just by standing there without emitting any qi, he gave off an incomparably terrifying feeling. His high and mighty demeanor and arrogance made people feel that only such a figure was worthy to be a genius of the immortal court. He's Tianyu. Sure enough, he looks extraordinary. He's a dragon among men. That's right. Although he only seems to be a half-step immortal venerable, I can imagine that even an ordinary early immortal venerable wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning against him. One should know that the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable isn't small. This is the advantage of geniuses. They always have something that surpasses ordinary people. This is the peerless genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Now that he has returned, he wants to avenge those who died in Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Plus, Jiang Qin's reputation is too great now. Whoever kills Jiang Qin will become famous in the immortal world. Tianyu naturally won't let go of such a great opportunity. Countless gazes landed on Tianyu, causing him to become the focal point. He stood there like a star, attracting the attention of tens of thousands of people. Did you see that? This is the true genius of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. A puny Jiang Qin can't be compared to him. If Jiang Qin dares to show up, he will die in Tianyu's hands. That's right. That Jiang Qin is so arrogant because of the Sun Divine Feather. Now that the Sun Divine Feather has been taken away by Xiao Wangqing, how can he fight Brother Tianyu? The two of them aren't on the same level. Jiang Qin hasn't shown up yet. I think he probably doesn't dare to come. Ridiculous. Chapter 1735. To the young disciples of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, it could be said that they had been living under the shadow and pressure of Jiang Qin during this period of time, especially those geniuses who had entered the Golden Horizon. They had infinite fear of Jiang Qin. It wasn't until the appearance of Tianyu that they felt emboldened and could bring out the pride of a great dynasty and a major power. In their minds, as long as Jiang Qin lost the Sun Divine Feather, he wouldn't be scary anymore. He would just be a monstrous early immortal emperor genius. They admitted that Jiang Chen's talent was heaven-defying, but at the same time, there was an insurmountable gap between Jiang Qin and Tianyu. This meant that Jiang Qin was no match for Tianyu. Once the battle started, Jiang Qin was destined to die tragically in Tianyu's hands. The scene was grand. After all, Tianyu was a genius of the immortal court. Every time he came out, he would represent the shadow of the immortal court, attracting the attention of all. Plus, this battle was symbolic. After all, everyone knew that Jiang Qin had relied on the Sun Divine Feather to sweep across the world and stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. But now, it was different. Xiao Wangqing had taken away Jiang Chen's Sun Divine Feather, which meant that Jiang Qin had lost his greatest reliance. Given his early immortal emperor cultivation base, he would no longer be able to stand at the pinnacle of the young generation. Therefore, the battle between Tianyu and Jiang Qin was very symbolic. Time was ticking away. Many people were getting impatient from the wait, but Jiang Qin still hadn't shown up. Not even a shadow could be found. What's going on? Could it be that this Jiang Qin is really afraid? This doesn't seem like his style. It's hard to say. After all, he has lost the Sun Divine Feather. It's normal for him to be afraid. It's just that we have been waiting here for so long. If Jiang Qin doesn't show up in the end, won't we be fooled? What the hell is he doing? If Jiang Qin doesn't show up, he will lose a lot of face. Tianyu will have something to brag about in the future. The famous Jiang Qin doesn't even have the courage to fight against Tianyu. Doesn't this make Tianyu famous in vain? They had waited for too long. It had been 2 hours since Tianyu had appeared. The sun was already hanging high in the sky. Many people felt that Jiang Qin would not appear again. Some scolded Jiang Qin for being a coward, while some shook their heads and lamented that it was a pity. They originally thought that it would be a peerless peak battle. Would it end just because Jiang Qin did not appear? Tianyu had a smile on his face. Although he had been waiting for 2 hours, he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked even more proud. If Jiang Qin didn't dare to show up, it could only mean that Jiang Qin was afraid of him. This also proved that Tianyu's deterrence was extremely strong. The famous Jiang Qin didn't even have the courage to fight against him. How awesome was Tianyu? What's going on? What the hell is Jiang Qin doing? Still not coming. Dongfang, you couldn't stand it anymore. If Jiang Qin doesn't show up today, his reputation will be completely ruined. Yang Yu's face was extremely unsightly. As a matter of fact, today's battle wasn't just a personal battle between Jiang Qin and Tianyu. In a sense, it had also involved Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Great Qian Empire. Everyone in the immortal world knew that Jiang Qin was from Great Qian Empire. If Jiang Qin didn't show up, Heavenly Jade Dynasty would have the capital to ridicule Great Qian Empire in the future. This was something that Yang Yu didn't want to see. Let's wait and see. I believe little Chenzi will come, said Yang Bufan. His heart had begun to beat like a drum. He wouldn't believe that Jiang Qin had fled out of fear, but Jiang Qin still hadn't appeared. It was very likely that he had encountered something important and had gone to deal with it. Another half an hour had passed, but Jiang Qin still hadn't shown up. The scene had become restless. Many of them began to curse, especially the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Their curses were the most brutal, and the language they used was unbearable. Ha! That little beast, Jiang Qin, finally knows fear. He knows how powerful our brother Tianyu is. He's so scared that he's like a turtle hiding in its shell. He doesn't even dare to show up. That's right. Don't boast about Jiangchen anymore. He's just a coward who relied on the Sun Divine Feather to stand out. Now that he has lost the Sun Divine Feather, he has gone into hiding. And you people of Great Qian Empire, stay away from our Heavenly Jade Dynasty in the future. Be like Jiangchen and walk with your tail between your legs. Haha, the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were too arrogant, but judging from the current situation, they did have the capital to be arrogant. After all, Jiangchen hadn't appeared yet. Many people of Great Qian Empire had also arrived. Each and every one of them was enraged, but they couldn't say a word. Unless Jiangchen appeared at this time, they could only accept the taunts and swallow their anger. Is that so? As soon as these taunts subsided, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the void. The next moment, a white-robed youth walked out. As if he was taking a stroll in the garden, he directly ascended the mountain. Jiangchen. The people of the Great Qian Empire exclaimed in surprise when they saw the person who had come. Yang Yu heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This little ancestor had finally appeared. If he still didn't appear, he wouldn't know where to put his old face. He's here. Jiangchen has appeared. I told you that he wouldn't be a turtle hiding in its shell. That's right. According to Jiangchen's previous style of action, a mere Tianyu isn't enough to make him flee. Good. A good show is about to begin. We didn't come in vain today. The sudden appearance of Jiangchen immediately set off a storm. Everyone was excited. Such a scene made Tianyu's face extremely unsightly. Putting everything else aside, the agitation caused by Jiangchen's appearance had made him extremely uncomfortable. This made him understand that Jiangchen's reputation was much greater than his. All the anticipation of this battle was on Jiangchen, not him. Jiangchen looked at the group of Heavenly Jade Dynasty's disciples who had ridiculed Great Qian Empire and said coldly, "It seems like you have forgotten the scene of you fleeing from the Golden Horizon. You can only talk about me behind my back. Now that I, Jiangchen, am standing here, who dares to say a word? Just a bunch of scoundrels. The reason why I, Jiangchen, am late is that Tianyu isn't worthy of my attention. I have already given you enough face by appearing here." Chapter 1736. They wanted to refute, but couldn't find a reason, especially those who had come out of Golden Horizon. They would never forget the fact that they were killed by Jiangchen like stray dogs. In front of Jiangchen, they didn't even have the capital to be arrogant. Ha! People of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, weren't you guys very arrogant just now? Why aren't you jumping around now? You two are nothing in front of Senior Brother Jiang. I won't forget how you were killed by Senior Brother Jiang in Golden Horizon. Do you want me to describe it to you bit by bit? A bunch of cowards who only know how to gossip behind one's back. In front of Jiangchen, they are nothing but clowns. Have you all heard it clearly? Senior Brother Jiang has given face to your big brother Tianyu by coming here. A mere Tianyu isn't worthy to be Senior Brother Jiang's opponent. Now, it was the people of Great Qian Empire's turn to mock and ridicule. All their resentment was vented in an instant, which made them feel incomparably comfortable. Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu had a smile on their faces, secretly giving a thumbs up to Jiangchen. They liked such a young man no matter how they looked at him. He was so arrogant that it made them exclaim in admiration. He had already choked the people of Heavenly Jade Dynasty with just a few words. Moreover, look at his bearing and domineering manner. Putting aside the result of the battle with Tianyu, his momentum alone had already overshadowed the opponents. On the top of the mountain, Tianyu's face was incomparably gloomy. The first time he met Jiangchen, the latter had given him a show of strength. What infuriated him even more was that Jiang Qin had said that he wasn't worthy to challenge him in front of thousands of people. This was a great humiliation to him. As a genius of immortal court, nothing was more important than dignity and face. How could he stand losing his dignity after the appearance of Jiang Qin? "You are Jiang Qin." Lang Lang, Tianyu, spoke. Jiang Chen stood opposite Tianyu with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "Peak of half-step immortal venerable. You are indeed much stronger than Zhang Yulang, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me," Jiang Chen said in a regretful tone, which undoubtedly stimulated Tianyu's self-esteem even more. "Humph. Jiang Chen, you're insane. How dare you go against the immortal court? Even if you have 100 lives, it won't be enough. You've killed so many people of my heavenly Jade dynasty. Today, I, Tianyu, will avenge them by killing you." Tianyu harumphed coldly. A murderous aura burst out from his body like a surging tide, startling the crowd. The geniuses of the immortal court were indeed extraordinary. It was quite an eye-opener to witness a battle between peerless geniuses. Boom! Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. Without wasting any time, he turned into his half-dragon form. Given his current strength, he still needed to use his most powerful attack to fight Tianyu. After all, Tianyu wasn't an ordinary genius. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step immortal venerable realm. Even an early immortal venerable was no match for him. If it was before, Jiang Chen would have no choice but to run away when he encountered such a genius, but it was completely different now. His cultivation base had reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Adding the slaughter dragon seal and the great divination art that had reached the heavenly will realm, Tianyu couldn't pose any threat to him at all. "Cut the crap. Let's fight. Let me see how strong the geniuses of the immortal court are." Jiang Chen's chi was unparalleled. He was going to let Tianyu attack first. He wanted to see how terrifying the heavenly will realm was, and if it was really able to summon the opponent's combat technique. Humph! Tianyu harumphed coldly. All of a sudden, he struck out a huge palm at Jiang Qin. The attack was earth-shattering. The void above the 30,000-meter mountain was torn apart. The terrifying palm arrived above Jiang Chen's head in the blink of an eye. The power of this attack was truly astounding. Any ordinary expert would have been smashed into powder by this attack. Jiang Chen remained indifferent. He struck out the true dragon palm. The terrifying blood-red dragon claw collided with Tianyu's palm. Hong long! The heavens and earth shook. The void was torn into pieces. If it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had created a separate battlefield in advance, the aftermath of this attack alone was enough to destroy the 30,000-meter mountain. In this collision, the two of them stood in place without moving at all. Just from the surface, it seemed that the two of them were evenly matched. What? But even so, it was enough to stun Tianyu. His facial expression turned ugly all of a sudden. He looked at Jiang Qin with incomparable astonishment, eyes full of disbelief. One should know that there was a gap of 3 grades between him and Jiang Qin. As a matter of fact, he had lost the battle if they were evenly matched. Jiang Chen is truly powerful. He's worthy of being the #1 monstrous genius in the immortal world. Isn't he a little too terrifying? Despite only having an early immortal emperor cultivation base, he's actually on par with a half-step immortal venerable like Tianyu. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It seems like Jiang Chen's power isn't just because of the Sun Divine Feather, but also because of his heaven-defying ability. Of course. Isn't that obvious? If Jiang Chen isn't a genius with great luck, how could he control the Sun Divine Feather? However, this is just a probing attack. it's still uncertain who will win. After all, Tian Yu is a supreme expert of the immortal court with extremely powerful means. I still think that he is stronger than Jiang Qin. No one wasn't shocked. The first clash had already caused an uproar. In the entire immortal world, how many early immortal emperors could fight a half-step immortal venerable? Moreover, this was a half-step immortal venerable genius of the immortal court whose combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary early immortal emperor. They were afraid that Jiang Qin was the only one who could do it. This kid is getting more and more terrifying. Yang Yu was incomparably surprised. After all, Jiang Qin had lost the Sun Divine Feather. At the beginning, he was somewhat worried about Tian Yu, but now it seemed that his worry was completely unnecessary. In the sky above, Tian Yu no longer underestimated Jiang Qin, and began to prepare his real killer move. Through the collision just now, he understood that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin if he didn't go all out today. Jiang Qin, that was just a probing attack. Next, I'm going to use my killer move to make you die a graveless death. Tian Yu spoke viciously. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste time with Tian Yu. Chapter 1737. Tian Yu's eyes were as sharp as blades. He stretched out both of his palms. Golden light flickered in his palms. Then, the golden light spread and covered his palms. His fingers were twitching violently. Each golden light was like an ice-cold sword. Astral Qi. Jiang Qin's eyes quivered. He could immediately tell that the golden light in Tian Yu's palms wasn't ordinary. It was the strongest astral Qi in the heavens and earth. It was extremely sharp. Once it was combined with a powerful combat skill, its power would be unimaginable. It was even more powerful than an immortal weapon. One had to admit that Tian Yu had the qualifications to be arrogant despite his arrogance. Just this heavenly astral Qi alone was enough to show disdain to the younger generation. Look, brother Tian Yu is going to use the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Amazing. This is brother Tian Yu's unique skill. I heard that he has already cultivated the 9th slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. It said that he has already cultivated it to the most terrifying 9th slash. Its destructive power is unimaginable. A single strand of heavenly astral Qi is enough to sever all space. That's right. The 9 heavenly astral slashes has a total of 9 moves. Each move is stronger than the previous, especially the last slash. Once it is used, it will be unfathomable. This is brother Tian Yu's trump card. I never thought that he would use it in the first round. It seems that Jiang Qin has angered brother Tian Yu. He's going to kill Jiang Qin with a single strike. That's for sure. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, brother Tian Yu is a man of status. It would be too shameful if he tangled with a puny Jiang Qin for too long. That's why brother Tian Yu is going to use his ultimate move to kill Jiang Qin to establish his dignity and strengthen the prestige of our Heavenly Jade Dynasty. The experts of Heavenly Jade Dynasty were thrilled to see Tian Yu using his unique skill. The legendary 9 heavenly astral slashes was Tian Yu's unique combat skill. Its power was unimaginable. They were very confident that as long as Tian Yu used this ultimate move, he would be able to kill Jiang Qin and make Jiang Qin die a graveless death. Of course, this was only their ideal. If Jiang Qin was that easy to kill, he would have already died hundreds of times. The experts of Great Qian Empire had a slight change in their facial expression. They could see that Tian Yu's next attack would be incomparably terrifying. Although they were still very confident in Jiang Qin, they were still a little worried. Jiang Qin, if you can survive my 9 heavenly astral slash, I, Tian Yu, will spare your life today. Tian Yu spoke. He was incomparably confident in his 9 heavenly astral slashes. In his point of view, no matter how heaven-defying Jiang Qin was, he was just a puny early immortal emperor. It was impossible for Jiang Qin to survive his 9 heavenly astral slashes. I told you, you talk too much nonsense. Jiang Qin shook his head. Immediately, a diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was a huge Taiji diagram that was constantly rotating. Jiang Qin wanted to test the power of the great divination art. He wanted to see if he could use the Taiji diagram to completely imprint Tian Yu's 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. It was the most perfect kind of imprint. It wasn't just the same move, but also the cultivation method of the 9 slashes of the Heavenly Dipper. Shwa! Tian Yu made his move. It was a very simple movement. He slashed forward with one hand. It looked like a hand blade, but in Jiang Qin's eyes, it looked completely different. It was an incomparably abstruse attack. It looked simple, but in fact, it had a complicated trajectory. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. He cast the great divination art to the extreme. The Taiji diagram began to rotate violently. On the Taiji diagram, complex imprints began to form. Eventually, these imprints turned into a hand blade. A brilliant blade light emerged in the center of the Taiji diagram. From the moment Tian Yu made his move to the moment he slashed out the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes, the Taiji diagram had already fully evolved the first slash in such a short period of time. Moreover, the trajectory of evolution was very clear. That trajectory was the true cultivation method. What the fuck? Jiang Qin couldn't help but curse. He was too excited. After the great divination art reached the heavenly will realm, it had formed a Taiji diagram. Before he used it, he had never thought that the Taiji diagram would be so heaven-defying. Of course, Jiang Qin understood that this was because the first slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes was relatively simple. That was why it could be evolved so quickly. If it was a more complicated combat skill, it wouldn't be so easy. Even so, this situation was shocking enough. What was truly terrifying was not just the rapid evolution. This was because the Taiji diagram was connected to Jiang Qin's life. It could be said that the Taiji diagram only appeared because Jiang Qin had comprehended the heavenly will realm. In other words, the Taiji diagram was Jiang Qin's private product. Therefore, whatever evolved from the Taiji diagram would immediately enter Jiang Qin's mind. Jiang Qin could use it at any time. You can't imagine such a scene. When an amazing enemy with an amazing battle skill, moreover, it was his own unique battle skill, it was unparalleled in the world. Under such circumstances, when he was full of confidence in fighting with you, he suddenly found out that you could also use the same battle skill. That kind of scene, for the opponent, would be a huge blow. It was certain that it would affect the mind. In a battle between experts, the mind was undoubtedly the most important. Once the mind was in chaos, it basically meant that one would lose. Howl. The first slash displayed by Tian Yu carried an incomparably terrifying heavenly astral chi that seemed to be able to cut the entire world in half. It let out a soaring roar and arrived above Jiang Qin's head in the blink of an eye. Tian Yu sneered. He wanted to see what means Jiang Qin would use to deal with his 9 heavenly astral slashes. Swish! Jiang Qin also moved. He imitated Tian Yu's action and stretched out his palm. With the same action, he slashed forward with his hand. The terrifying heavenly astral chi instantly spread out. The exact same attack and the exact same heavenly astral chi collided with each other. Rumble. The void was completely shattered. The two heavenly astral chi collided with each other and finally collapsed into nothingness, leaving behind a tragic battlefield. No, this is impossible. Tian Yu jumped up directly. He seemed to be greatly stimulated, as if someone had stepped on his tail. His expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Such a scene was simply absurd to him. What happened? What was that just now? Did you see it clearly? It seems to be the 9 heavenly astral slashes too, right? It's exactly the same. Impossible. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is Tian Yu's unique combat skill. How could Jiang Chen display it? Damn, I must be dazzled. But Jiang Chen's action just now is exactly the same as Tian Yu's attack. I really can't find any difference. How could this be? Abnormal. This Jiang Chen is too abnormal. He seems to be able to use some kind of terrifying secret art to simulate the opponent's technique, and then use the exact same combat technique. My God, this is unbelievable. I hope this is just a coincidence. Otherwise, such an ability is just too abnormal. That's right. Jiang Chen is too abnormal. Jiang Chen's face was filled with disbelief. No one wasn't shocked. When they recalled the scene just now, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. This kind of shock was much greater than when Jiang Chen defeated Tian Yu. Tian Yu's mood changed too much. He still couldn't accept this reality. Even if Jiang Chen used his most powerful combat skill to destroy his attack, he wouldn't be afraid at all because he still had an even more terrifying move to display. He wasn't afraid of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen used the exact same combat technique as him, the same 9 heavenly astral slash. More importantly, Tian Yu could clearly see that Jiang Chen's 9 heavenly astral slash was exactly the same as his. Even the trajectory was the same. How could this be? I'm the only one in the entire immortal world who can display the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Jiang Chen definitely can't. Could it be that he learned it when I displayed it? Thinking of this, Tian Yu's expression turned even more unsightly. If his guess was correct, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Learning the 9 heavenly astral slashes in 1 second. Wasn't this nonsense? Given his talent, he had spent a lot of time and effort to cultivate the 9 heavenly astral slashes. Chapter 1738. The Tai Chi diagram in his sea of consciousness circulated more and more violently. The imprint of the 9 heavenly astral slashes on it was incomparably clear. It was like a trace of the great Tao that was imprinted in Jiang Chen's sea of consciousness. The great divination art is truly terrifying. The Tai Chi diagram manipulates the heavenly tribulation and can engrave the trajectory of the opponent's battle technique. Moreover, as my cultivation base continues to improve and my comprehension of the great divination art continues to increase, the Tai Chi diagram will be able to materialize. At that time, it won't be impossible for me to use it as an immortal weapon. Jiang Chen was currently in an incomparably good mood. The great divination art had brought him a huge surprise. The first time they fought, it had already made his opponent flustered and gained unimaginable benefits. The Tai Chi diagram was only an illusory diagram right now, but as the great divination art continued to improve and develop, it would definitely become more and more powerful. At that time, it might even materialize and become a terrifying immortal weapon, just like the Heavenly Saint Sword, which would become his natal magic treasure. Only the last realm of the great divination art, the heavenly divination realm, was something that Jiang Chen didn't dare to think about. It all depended on luck. Jiang Chen was already incomparably satisfied to be able to cultivate to the heavenly will realm. The path of cultivation also required one's temperament. Some things couldn't be forced. Sometimes, it was very important to maintain a calm state of mind. The 9 heavenly astral slashes is only a so-so. Jiang Chen said indifferently. This simple sentence undoubtedly stung Tian Yu's self-esteem once more. He had the urge to cough up blood. The 9 heavenly astral slashes was his unique battle technique. It was the technique he was most proud of, but now, it was looked down upon by his opponent. What made Tian Yu even more depressed was that Jiang Qin didn't use any of his trump cards even though he had already used his unique battle technique. All Jiang Qin did was use the same move as him to destroy his attack. Damn it. I don't believe you're really that powerful to be able to materialize my 9 heavenly astral slashes. Tian Yu's eyes were bloodshot and he gritted his teeth. Then his aura became even more intense and the astral energy between his palms became even more dazzling. They were like terrifying blades that collided with each other, creating clanging sounds. It was as if they were smashing iron, causing sparks to appear in the air. Second slash. Tian Yu shouted and slashed out with the second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. The terrifying astral chi turned into 2 heavenly sabers and slashed at Jiang Qin with unstoppable momentum. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. The instant Tian Yu made his move, an imprint appeared on the Taiji diagram. The same saber light appeared once again. As the Taiji diagram circulated faster and faster, the opponent's combat technique also became faster and faster. It was practically an instant. Voila! Jiang Qin's palm slashed forward, unleashing the second slash of the heavenly astral 9 slashes. Just like before, the heavenly astral saber light collided with each other, tearing the void apart as a terrifying destructive power filled the air. No! Tian Yu roared. He felt like he was going crazy. His mind was in a mess. Jiang Qin's heaven-defying means had completely affected his mind. He simply couldn't accept this reality. It was exactly the same as before. It was the same 9 heavenly astral slashes. It was exactly the same scene as before. If the first time was an accident, it was absolutely impossible for the same accident to happen twice in a row. My God, are you sure I'm not seeing things? The second slash of the 9 heavenly astral slash that Jiang Qin used just now was exactly the same as the first slash. There was no difference between it and Tian Yu's attack, as if it was made from the same mold. How can he be so abnormal? If this situation continues, I'm afraid that Tian Yu is going to be defeated today. It's not afraid. I think it's certain. Haven't you noticed that Tian Yu's mind has been completely affected by Jiang Qin's actions? I'm afraid that he can't exert his full combat strength anymore. And Jiang Qin hasn't shown his strength yet. This is too terrifying. No one wasn't shocked. This was absolutely not a coincidence. It could only mean that Jiang Qin's means were too terrifying. On the side of Great Qian Empire, Yang Yu and Dongfang Yu were also horrified. Even Yang Bufan didn't know when did Jiang Qin have such a terrifying means. When did little Qinzi learn such a secret art? This is too terrifying. Yang Bufan sighed. Although he had seen many miracles of Jiang Qin's actions today still caught him off guard. Tian Yu is finished. Yang Yu said with a smile. Dongfang Yu beside him also had a smile on his face. With their eyesight, they could naturally see through the current situation. Tian Yu's mind was in a mess and was no longer suitable for combat. Moreover, his experience was completely different from Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin often rolled between life and death. Whether it was temperament or combat experience, he was miles ahead of Tian Yu. Jiang Qin, this is impossible. I'm going to display all the remaining attacks of the 9 heavenly astral slashes. I'd like to see if you can still display them. Tian Yu was getting crazier. Next, he was going to display all his trump cards without any reservation. He was going to kill Jiang Qin with a single blow. He absolutely didn't believe that Jiang Qin could still display his 9 heavenly astral slashes under such speed. I'll give you a chance to do it. Jiang Qin kept the Taiji diagram with a swish, no longer displaying the great divination art. He wasn't interested in the 9 heavenly astral slashes at all. He had 2 purposes in displaying the 2 moves of his opponent. One was to disrupt his opponent's mind, and the other was to test the power of the Taiji diagram. Now that both purposes had been achieved, there was no need for Jiang Qin to be polite with Tianyu anymore. Next, it was time to decide life and death. Swish, Tianyu moved. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he slashed out countless strands of astral qi. The terrifying 9 heavenly astral slashes were directly displayed by him from the 3rd slash to the 9th slash. The connection between each slash was extremely tight, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. The entire scene was like a vast ocean, like a tidal wave that kept rolling upwards. The terrifying astral qi formed a huge net that completely covered the entire battlefield. The scene was extremely frightening. Many people were shuddering with fear. Perhaps only Jiang Qin could deal with such a powerful attack. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that although Tianyu's attack was very powerful, it was full of flaws because his mind was in a mess. He couldn't display the combat strength that he should have at all. Jiang Qin shook his head. In this state, Tianyu could no longer pose any threat to him. Come on, don't waste any more time. Let's test the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal. It's worth it to die under the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin said loudly. Chapter 1739. Jiang Qin was ready to use the Slaughter Dragon Seal. Ever since he comprehended the way of slaughter and obtained the cultivation method of the Slaughter Dragon Seal, he had never really used this powerful dragon skill. Today, Jiang Qin would use it to test the power of the Slaughter Dragon Seal while he was fighting against Tianyu. Jiang Qin's body shook. Countless blood-red lights began to appear behind him. With the appearance of these lights, Jiang Qin's momentum began to become extremely sharp. It was a cold murderous aura that almost condensed into a substance. The substantial murderous aura directly froze the battlefield. As the murderous aura continued to tumble and surge, a blood-red dragon was formed and floated behind Jiang Qin's head. It was a huge blood-red dragon with a pair of emotionless eyes. The entire dragon seemed to be condensed with murderous aura. Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded. It was a terrifying slaughter dragon. It flew out of Jiang Qin's body and floated above his head. The dragon was 100 meters long and was covered in blood-red light. The murderous aura was so strong that it was a real slaughter dragon. What was more terrifying was that the slaughter dragon actually carried a trace of heaven's might. Looking down on the world, reigning supreme. The appearance of this blood dragon was precisely for slaughter. A dense killing intent permeated the entire battlefield, and a pair of dragon eyes seemed to want to annihilate all living things in the world. What a strong murderous aura. Jiang Qin is finally going to use his means. Terrifying. This aura is too terrifying. I actually feel a powerful heaven's might from the blood dragon. How is this possible? I know. The heaven's retribution that Jiang Qin passed seems to be the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The blood dragon in front of us is evolved by Jiang Qin using some powerful combat skill. If I'm not wrong, he must have passed the heaven's retribution with this combat skill, so he absorbed the murderous aura and heaven's might from the 9 tribulations of slaughter. The scene was shaken once more. There was no need to look at the outcome of the battle. The result could be seen from the qi of both sides. The qi of the slaughter dragon had completely suppressed the qi of Tianyu's heavenly dipper 9 tribulations. Coupled with the gap between the current state of Jiang Qin and Tianyu, even a fool could tell who was stronger. What a powerful means. Jiang Chen's progress is just too fast. When he first entered Genius Prefecture, he wasn't even an immortal king. How long has it been? Dong Fangyu sighed. He couldn't calm down at all. He still remembered the scene when Jiang Qin fought against Yun Zhangshao for the sake of Dan Prefecture. At that time, Jiang Qin was still very weak. After coming out of the Golden Slaughter, he had undergone earth-shattering changes. Yun Zhangshao had also died in his hands. Given Jiang Chen's current strength, Dong Fangyu felt that he wouldn't be able to be killed by Jiang Qin in a single strike. Although Dong Fangyu was the master of Dan Prefecture, his strength was merely at the half-step immortal venerable realm. Moreover, he had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm not long ago. Compared to a genius like Tianyu, there wasn't much room for comparison. The current Jiang Qin had grown to the point where Dong Fangyu could only look up to him. Roar! The slaughter dragon roared wildly. Its whole body seemed to have come to life. Its 300 meters long body rushed towards the 9 tribulations of Tianyu. Hong Long. Clang. Clang. The entire battlefield was shattered in an instant. Terrifying chi waves spread out. Those astral chi were like sharp blades that kept cutting the blood dragon's body, but couldn't affect it in the slightest. Instead, it was destroyed by the blood dragon. In the blink of an eye, the ocean-like terrifying celestial spirit was completely destroyed by the slaughter dragon. It was completely destroyed. Barf. Tianyu was sent flying away. The destruction of the 9 tribulations had also caused him to suffer a strong backlash. His face turned pale as an arrow of blood spurted out of his mouth. His chi had also weakened. Roar! The chi of the slaughter dragon was still as strong as before. After destroying the 9 tribulations of heavenly astral, it appeared in front of Tianyu in the blink of an eye, opened its bloody mouth, and bit at Tianyu. No, Tianyu's heart trembled with fear. He could feel the chi of death from the blood dragon. Only now did he realize that he had really underestimated Jiang Qin. It turned out that Jiang Qin wasn't that easy to kill. Hong Long. Tianyu exerted all his strength, exhausting the last trace of energy in an attempt to destroy the slaughter dragon. The slaughter dragon exploded, turning into an ocean-like murderous energy. In an instant, Tianyu was submerged in a sea of blood. Not a single shadow of him could be seen. On the Heavenly Jade Dynasty side, many people's hearts were clenched and their faces were unsightly. Although they didn't know if Tianyu could survive such an attack, there was one thing they were sure of. Tianyu had been thoroughly defeated in today's battle. Is he dead? I don't think so. After all, Tianyu is a half-step immortal venerable. He won't be that easy to kill. It's hard to say. Jiang Chen's means are just too powerful. Even if he doesn't die, I'm afraid that his ending won't be any better. Countless gazes fell on the chaotic battlefield. Regardless of whether Tianyu was dead or alive, he had already been defeated. Utterly defeated. Soon, the airwaves on the battlefield disappeared, and Tianyu's figure reappeared in everyone's line of sight. At this moment, Tianyu could no longer be described as in a sorry state. He was covered in blood, and one of his arms was missing. It was completely shattered. Tianyu's body was wobbling, as though he would fall from the sky at any time. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. The heavenly saint's sword appeared in his hand. Then, he appeared in front of Tianyu like a ghost and slashed at Tianyu's head. Stop! Just at this moment, a loud bellow was heard. An incomparably powerful silhouette emerged and reached out his hand. His target wasn't Jiang Qin, but Tianyu. He was a terrifying intermediate immortal venerable with a majestic build and donned in a dragon robe. It turned out that he was the emperor of Heavenly Jade Dynasty. Just like Yang Yu, he had been watching the battle secretly. He had never thought that the outcome would turn out like this. He was incomparably furious. Tian Yu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty and a genius of Immortal Court. He naturally couldn't watch Tian Yu die tragically in the hands of Jiang Qin. Pu Qi. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was still a step too late. Jiang Qin was just too fast. With the Great Void technique, even an intermediate immortal venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. Plus, it was impossible for him to spare Tian Yu's life. Chapter 1740. Arg! Tian Yu let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. Given his current condition, it was impossible for him to resist Jiang Chen's sword. The sharp Heavenly Saint sword severed Tian Yu's head. Blood spurted out. A head flew high up into the sky, bringing along a bright blood light. Tian Yu's eyes were still wide open, filled with the fear he had when he was still alive. Emperor Heavenly Jade was a step too slow. He didn't manage to grab Tian Yu back, but he managed to grab his head. Be-starred. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. His arm, which was holding Tian Yu's head, couldn't help but tremble violently. His hatred for Jiang Qin had reached its limit. Both of his eyes were red, and he couldn't wait to tear Jiang Qin apart. Tian Yu was the pride of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, a peerless genius. How could he bear the fact that he, the dignified emperor and an intermediate immortal venerable supreme expert, couldn't even save Tian Yu? How could he accept this? How could he accept this? Heavenly Jade Dynasty had already suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Qin. Now that Tian Yu was dead, Emperor Heavenly Jade felt incomparable heartache. Jiang Qin, you little brat. Hand over your life. Emperor Heavenly Jade was infuriated. An intermediate immortal venerable qi was instantly unleashed. A huge palm was thrust at Jiang Qin. Terrifying qi waves spread out, covering the entire mountain. Paw! Just at this moment, another huge palm fell from the sky, colliding with Emperor Heavenly Jade's attack accurately, destroying it. A majestic figure stood in front of Jiang Qin. Who else could it be if it wasn't Yang Yu? Don't you have any shame to bully the young? Yang Yu spoke rudely. This was the reason why he showed up today. If it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty, Yang Yu certainly wouldn't touch him, but if it was a genius of Heavenly Jade Dynasty who wanted to kill Jiang Qin, Yang Yu naturally wouldn't allow it. If it was before, he might not have dared to intervene when the 8 major powers were pressuring him. He could only get rid of his relationship with Jiang Qin, but things were different now. Jiang Qin was a genius of Great Qian Empire. He would be the first one who wouldn't allow Emperor Heavenly Jade to take action. Seeing Yang Yu's attack, Jiang Qin withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. His face was calm. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion on his face after killing Tian Yu, as if it was a very simple matter. Even if Yang Yu didn't attack, Jiang Qin wasn't afraid. Given his current ability, he naturally wasn't a match for an expert like Heavenly Jade Emperor, but with the Great Void technique, it was impossible for the Emperor to kill him. Yang Yu, get out of my way. I'm going to kill this little bastard. Emperor Heavenly Jade's anger didn't diminish. It seemed that he couldn't control his emotions anymore. Ha! What a joke. Tian Yu is dead because of his incompetence. This battle was started by him. What does it have to do with you? Have you forgotten what Senior Shao Wangqing said? Even the Immortal Court has to give face to Senior Shao, let alone you. Aren't you afraid that Senior Shao will annihilate your heavenly Jade dynasty after killing Jiang Qin? Yang Yu laughed heartily and held his head high. With the support of his backer, he was unyielding. Seeing that Emperor Tianyu was so angry that his face turned purple, Yang Yu was so happy that flowers bloomed in his heart. Emperor Heavenly Jade gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He knew that it was almost impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin as long as Yang Yu was here. Besides, Yang Yu's words were very reasonable. He couldn't afford to offend Jiang Qin, who was someone that even Li Wangya had to give face to. That day, Shao Wangqing had said that this matter would be settled by the geniuses of the Immortal Court. If the experts of the older generation attacked Jiang Qin, Shao Wangqing would certainly retaliate. Not even the two heavenly Jade dynasties could withstand the revenge of a mighty half-step sovereign. Emperor Heavenly Jade, if you aren't convinced, let the geniuses of your heavenly Jade dynasty continue to attack. I, Jiang Qin, will kill every one of them. If two of them come, I will kill both of them. Jiang Qin shouted in an incomparably imposing manner. Then, he turned and left, flying towards the direction of Great Qian Empire along with Yang Bufan, Dongfang Yu, and the others. Yang Yu too had a smile on his face. Your Majesty, what should we do now? An expert of Heavenly Jade Dynasty came to the side of the Emperor and asked. Let's go. Emperor Heavenly Jade said helplessly, turned and left with his people. What else could they do? It was certainly unrealistic to kill Jiang Qin today, and it wasn't the right time for them to do it. However, Emperor Heavenly Jade was aware that Tian Yu had initiated the first battle between Jiang Qin and the geniuses of the Immortal Court. There would certainly be more terrifying geniuses appearing next. The Immortal Court was just too powerful. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin died in the hands of the geniuses of the Immortal Court, Shao Wangqing wouldn't be able to say anything. Just like that, the first battle between the geniuses of the Immortal Court and Jiang Qin had ended with Jiang Qin's victory. The prelude to this battle had excited many people, because they knew that this was just the beginning. The immortal world would no longer be peaceful in the future. With the emergence of a devil incarnate like Jiang Qin, it would be impossible for the immortal world to remain peaceful. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Qin. Even the geniuses of the Immortal Court aren't a match for Jiang Qin. Even Tian Yu has died in the hands of Jiang Qin. It seems like Jiang Qin's rise is unstoppable. It's good to have a strong backing. If it wasn't for Shao Wangqing's deterrence, Jiang Qin wouldn't have the chance to stand here and fight the geniuses of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that he would have been killed by the joint forces of the 8 major powers. I'm afraid that the show has just begun. The Immortal Court is high and mighty with countless geniuses and experts. Tian Yu is just one of them. If the 3 Immortal Courts unite, there will be countless geniuses. Tian Yu's death will only make more geniuses restless. I'm afraid that those geniuses who usually don't show themselves will also make a move. Everyone was looking forward to it. The immortal world hadn't been peaceful ever since the end of the Golden Horizon. With the support of Shao Wangqing, Jiang Qin was going to be the pinnacle of the young generation. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have the chance to see the monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Court. But because of Jiang Qin, they were finally able to witness the strength of the Immortal Court. Little Chenzi, where have you been? I almost thought that you wouldn't show up. Yang Bufan asked. I've gone to deal with some personal matters. If it wasn't for the good timing, I wouldn't have been able to come back. Chapter 1741. After the battle with Tian Yu, Jiang Qin's reputation had become even greater. Apart from that, Jiang Qin had also brought great glory to Great Qian Empire. Now, the disciples of Great Qian Empire held their heads high when they walked outside. It was true that the glory of Jiang Qin had been added to them, giving them the right to boast about it. Late at night, Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan were sitting together, drinking and chatting merrily. Given the current situation, it was rare for them to have a drink together. King Fan, I'm going to Exquisite Paradise to see Monkey tomorrow, and then I'll be away for some time. Jiang Qin said. Away? Why? Yang Bufan was stunned. For a moment, he didn't understand what Jiang Qin meant. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin would leave so suddenly. He knew that Jiang Qin had been through too many things recently. The departure of Wu Ningzhu and the Huang dog had made Jiang Qin feel a little depressed. Now, he was facing a lot of pressure from the geniuses of the Immortal Court. However, Yang Bufan also knew that Jiang Qin wasn't a person who would run away. The monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Court weren't enough to make Jiang Qin flee in fear. To tell you the truth, my father has already ascended to the immortal world for quite some time. The reason why I'm leaving this time is to look for my father. Jiang Qin didn't conceal his purpose. His return to Saint Origin World had let him know about Jiang Zhenhai's ascension. Therefore, the first thing he did was to look for Jiang Zhenhai. He knew Jiang Zhenhai's aptitude. He was afraid that Jiang Zhenhai was still a puny human immortal after ascending to the immortal world for such a long time. Such a cultivation base was too dangerous for him to stay in the immortal world. Jiang Qin had to find him as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to feel at ease. What? Your father? Yang Bufan couldn't help but be surprised at first, but then he nodded secretly. He had long known that Jiang Qin was an ascendant, so he didn't ask about Jiang Qin's family situation. Now that Jiang Qin's father had also ascended to the immortal world, it was reasonable for Jiang Qin to look for him out of worry. Yes, according to the time, it has been more than 100 days since my father ascended. Jiang Qin said. But do you know where uncle ascended to? Yang Bufan asked. The immortal world was just too vast. Moreover, there wasn't just one immortal world. Each vast immortal domain was a world of its own. It wasn't an easy task to find a puny ascender in the vast immortal world. I don't know for the time being, but I'll do some divination. I should be able to find some clues. Jiang Qin said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't be able to find Jiang Zhenhai even if he wanted to. After all, the immortal world was just too vast. Looking for a person was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now, Jiang Qin's great divination art had already reached the heavenly will realm. With all his might, he should be able to find some clues. At least, he would be able to find a rough location. Even if he couldn't determine which one of the 9 immortal domains Jiang Qin was in, he would have a target. And, go ahead. After you find uncle, come to Great Qian Empire and treat this place as your home. Yang Bufan patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. He and Jiang Qin had gone through life and death together. He had long accepted Jiang Qin as an outsider. If Jiang Qin's father came to Great Qian Empire, even the emperor would have to come out and greet him personally. Of course. Jiang Qin smiled. There was no need for him to be polite with Yang Bufan. The two of them drank until midnight. Yang Bufan stood up and left. Jiang Qin adjusted his condition and began to use the great divination art to calculate the approximate location of Jiang Zhenhai. Although Jiang Qin's great divination art had already reached the heavenly will realm, it was a pity that he didn't have the slightest bit of Jiang Zhenhai's qi in his hand. Otherwise, he would be able to pinpoint Jiang Zhenhai's exact location. Now, he could only rely on his understanding of Jiang Zhenhai and the miraculous great divination art to calculate his location. Jiang Qin didn't expect to be able to pinpoint Jiang Zhenhai's exact location. All he needed was a rough range. Buzz. Light and shadow flickered. The chi of heavenly secret flickered constantly between Jiang Chen's eyebrows. It was full of mystical colors. The great divination art operated the heavenly secret. Strands of heavenly secret chi seeped into the void and spread out like spiritual snakes. In the vast immortal world and the 9 immortal domains, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person. Jiang Chen could still remember clearly that when he had just ascended to the immortal world, he had ascended to a remote mountain village. That kind of place was even more difficult to calculate. It took Jiang Chen the whole night to complete the calculation. When dawn broke, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. His pupils shone brightly as he firmly locked on to a location. Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen spat out 4 words. It was the name of an immortal domain. Through the divination of the great divination art, Jiang Chen could almost lock onto the location of Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Zhenhai must have ascended to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Jiang Chen was almost certain that the great divination art wouldn't make a mistake. However, it was almost impossible to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's exact location in Fengqi Immortal Domain. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. It would be easier to find Jiang Zhenhai after determining the approximate location. When he arrived at Fengqi Immortal Domain, Jiang Chen could use the great divination art to continue the calculation and search for Jiang Zhenhai slowly. After determining the target, Jiang Chen suddenly stood up and disappeared in a flash. When Jiang Chen reappeared, he was already outside Exquisite Paradise. He didn't know how long he would stay in Fengqi Immortal Domain. Before he left, the one he was most worried about was Long San. Monkey has a strong bloodline and strong recovery ability. With the help of the Ling Long Jade Saliva, he should be waking up soon. Jiang Chen thought to himself as he strode towards the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. Who is it? With a loud shout, 4 to 5 female disciples flew out and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. Recently, the immortal world hadn't been peaceful. All the major sects had been guarding the place very strictly. It's Jiang Chen. One of the female disciples saw Jiang Chen and exclaimed hastily. What? He's Jiang Chen. Upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, the female disciple's facial expression changed instantly. Presently, Jiang Chen's name had spread far and wide in the immortal world. Although some of them hadn't seen him before, they had long heard of his name. More importantly, Jiang Chen was one of their own. I'm here to see your immortal venerable. Jiang Chen smiled. Young Master Jiang, please. The leading female disciple didn't dare show any hesitation. She hastily opened up a path for Jiang Chen, not daring to block his path. Chapter 1742. At the highest point of Exquisite Paradise, in the private territory of Venerable Ling Long, Jiang Chen walked straight into it as though there was no one around. 2 people were standing beside the Ling Long Jade Rock. They were Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji. Their eyes were fixed on Long San on the rock without blinking. Seeing Jiang Chen walking in, Venerable Ling Long smiled as a greeting. Jiang Chen, I heard that you have killed Tianyu. Venerable Ling Long spoke, looking at Jiang Chen with eyes full of admiration. She knew very well what kind of person Tianyu was. Jiang Chen was able to kill a monstrous genius like Tianyu with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. This point alone was enough for him to laugh proudly at the young generation of the immortal world. This is just the beginning. I don't put a mere Tianyu in my eyes. Jiang Chen spoke casually. His arrogance didn't make one feel proud, as though he was describing a very normal thing. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't put a mere Tianyu in his eyes at all. Venerable Ling Long nodded with a smile. Given her eyesight, she was very accurate in judging people. A monstrous genius like Jiang Qin was born with great luck. As long as he continued to develop, his future achievements would be beyond her imagination. However, you still have to be careful. Tian Yu is just the beginning. Tian Yu isn't very eye-catching among the monstrous geniuses of the Immortal Court. I'm afraid that killing him will only attract more terrifying attacks. Venerable Ling Long reminded. I, Jiang Qin, have never been afraid of anyone. By the way, how's Monkey now? Asked Jiang Qin. Come and see for yourself. Venerable Ling Long said. Jiang Qin strode to the front of the Ling Long Jade Rock and found that Long Shan was completely in a cocoon. The saliva of the Ling Long Jade was constantly drilling into Long Shan's body. To Jiang Qin's surprise, Long Shan's vitality and qi had begun to become vigorous. More importantly, Long Shan's internal organs had been completely restored. His pale face had regained its rosy color. The injuries he had suffered before had also been completely healed. Good heavens! Such serious injuries can actually be healed in such a short time. Jiang Qin couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. This result is also beyond my expectation. Although the effect of the Ling Long Jade saliva is amazing, it shouldn't be this powerful. Now, it seems that Long Shan's bloodline is very strong and his body has accumulated a lot of great earth immortal milk. Now, the speed at which he is absorbing the Ling Long Jade saliva has reached the extreme. To be honest, the amount of Ling Long Jade saliva he has absorbed in these few days is comparable to the total amount that everyone in Exquisite Paradise has absorbed in the past 10 years. Venerable Ling Long smiled wryly. The Ling Long Jade Divine Stone was Venerable Ling Long's treasure. It was impossible for her not to feel distressed after Shan absorbed so much of the Ling Long Jade saliva. That was the Ling Long Jade saliva, an extremely precious treasure. Now, Shan was desperately absorbing it. If it was someone else, Venerable Ling Long would have thrown that person off the divine stone. Young Master Jiang might not know this, but the Ling Long Jade saliva is incomparably precious. Ever since it appeared in Exquisite Paradise, no one has ever absorbed a large amount of it. Brother Shan is the first. However, Master said that this shows that Brother Shan and the Ling Long Jade Divine Rock are fated. At least, the fate between Brother Shan and him is greater than ours. How much he can absorb will all depend on Brother Shan's fortune. Lan Lingji's face was wearing a gratified smile. She was the happiest person when she saw Long Shan's vitality growing stronger and stronger. Ever since Long Shan was placed here, she had never taken a step away from the rock. All her attention was focused on Long Shan. This bastard has always been a freak. Jiang Qin said with a smile. What kind of figure was Long Shan? He was a powerful immemorial battle spirit who was born from the heavenly spiritual stone. The Ling Long Jade Divine Rock was also a kind of heavenly spiritual stone. It seemed like Long Shan had an incomparable affinity with this kind of heavenly spiritual stone, which explained why he could absorb so much of the saliva. Now, it seemed like Jiang Qin's decision to place Long Shan in Exquisite Paradise was the right one. Otherwise, given Long Shan's injuries, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly even if he was placed in the 33rd level of Zulong Tower. But Brother Shan still hasn't woken up. Lan Lingji suddenly said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin hastily sent his divine sense into Long Shan's body to check Long Shan's basic condition. After checking Long Shan's body, Jiang Qin couldn't help but frown. How could this be? All of Monkey's vitality has been mobilized and his injuries have been completely healed, but there's still a dead silence in the depths of his soul. There's no sign of him waking up. Jiang Qin said. This was his first time encountering such a situation. Monkey's injuries had been healed and his vitality was vigorous, but he still couldn't wake up. Back then, Old Man Corpseen and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring had jointly attacked Longsher San, causing severe damage to his body, especially to his soul. It was almost obliterated. Although his injuries have been fully healed, it's still too difficult to wake up his soul. That's why such a situation has occurred. Venerable Ling Long shook her head and said. This showed that Longsher San's current situation was indeed a little tricky. Does Venerable have any good ideas? Jiang Chen's face was full of worry. Initially, he planned to leave for Fengqi Immortal Domain to look for his father after seeing Longsher San, but he didn't expect that Longsher San's condition would change. Stimulating. Venerable Ling Long said. How? Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji looked at Venerable Ling Long at the same time. Draconic Shursan has fully recovered. We just need to awaken his soul, but it's not easy to do so. We need something to stimulate him, and it must be something that he cares about the most. Only then can we pierce his soul and force him to wake up. That's right. Venerable Ling Long said. Master, what can stimulate Brother Shursan to wake up? Lan Lingji asked anxiously. Venerable Ling Long didn't answer Lan Lingji's question. Instead, her eyes fell on Lan Lingji at the same time like Jiang Qin. Master, young Master Jiang, why are you looking at me like that? Lan Lingji felt goosebumps all over her body. Miss Lan, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can stimulate Monkey's heart. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Me? Lan Lingji was stunned. That's right. Draconic Shursan is deeply in love with you, so only you can stimulate his soul and wake him up. Otherwise, he might not wake up for hundreds of years. Perhaps, he might never wake up again, said Jiang Qin. Chapter 1743. What Venerable Ling Long said was absolutely not an alarmist. Although Longsher San seemed to be full of vitality, it was actually very dangerous. If the right medicine wasn't prescribed, it would be impossible to wake him up. Besides, the medicine must be strong. Otherwise, Longsher San would fall into an eternal slumber. Once his soul adapted to the slumbering subconsciousness, it would be even more difficult for him to wake up. Master can ask Lingji to do anything as long as it can wake Brother Shursan up. Lan Lingji spoke hastily. She was a cold and aloof saintess. Her mind was in a complete mess when it came to the matter of Longsher San. She and Longsher San had met in Golden Horizon. Although they hadn't known each other for a long time, Longsher San had saved her many times. Now, her heart had completely belonged to Longsher San. If Longsher San didn't wake up, the rest of her life would be meaningless. I also need to think about this. Venerable Ling Long said. Venerable must have a way. Monkey's current situation is very critical. If he can't be woken up in time, it will be very difficult to wake him up after he gets used to this state of slumber. Jiang Chen said. Venerable Ling Long thought for a moment and said, 3 days later, I will hold a son-in-law selection assembly in Exquisite Paradise. It will be a martial arts competition for the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise. Because of your relationship, there should be a lot of geniuses from the immortal courts arriving here recently. Many of them are geniuses from various major powers. I believe there will be a lot of people who want to establish a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It will certainly be a grand feast. I will announce this matter now. You two stay here and think of ways to stimulate him. If he doesn't wake up in 3 days, Lan Lingji will belong to someone else. As soon as Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, with a sway of her body, she vanished, leaving behind the dumbfounded Jiang Qin and Lan Lingji. 10 seconds later, Jiang Qin reacted and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the place where Venerable Ling Long disappeared. Jiang Qin was full of admiration for Venerable Ling Long's move. However, the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise had always been arrogant. She had never held a public son-in-law selection. This was the first time. It could be seen that Venerable Ling Long was very concerned about Long Sher-san. How did Master come up with such an idea? Lan Lingji's face flushed a little. No one knew how many saintesses had emerged from Exquisite Paradise in the past, but none of them had ever held a son-in-law selection. It was as if she couldn't get married. Miss Lan, there's nothing better than Immortal Venerable's idea. Think about it, if Monkey knew that you're going to marry someone else, he would crawl out of his grave and fight with him. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. It was imaginable that the immortal world would be set off in a stormy sea once this news was spread out. One should know that Exquisite Paradise had been established for a long time. It had a profound foundation and the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a true paradise. To the people of the immortal world, which of them wouldn't take pride in marrying a fairy of Exquisite Paradise as their wife? That was simply a bragging right, let alone a saintess. The immortal world was in turmoil. There were many people who wanted to build a relationship with Exquisite Paradise. It was said that the founder of Exquisite Paradise was a mighty half-step sovereign. This was no secret. So basically, no one dared to provoke Exquisite Paradise in East Xuanyu. Because of Jiang Chen's matter, many of the geniuses that were sent to the immortal court by the major powers of the immortal world had returned. This was a good opportunity for them to compete with each other. One should know that each of these geniuses was extremely arrogant and disliked each other. Once there was an opportunity to suppress the other, none of them would miss it. Moreover, they would be able to marry a beauty and become the son-in-law of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone knew that Venerable Ling Long treated Lan Lingji as her own daughter. Otherwise, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't be so attentive to Long Sher-san and even took out the precious Ling Long jade stone to heal Long Sher-san's injuries. Although Lan Lingji was very shy about the matter of choosing a son-in-law publicly, she had decided to go all out in order for Long Sher-san to wake up. Moreover, she also wanted to know what position she occupied in Long Sher-san's heart and whether she had the qualifications to awaken him. Lan Lingji fantasized that Long Sher-san would appear in a domineering manner 3 days later, sweeping away all the geniuses and marry her in the most dazzling manner, becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This was what she was looking forward to the most. Monkey, get up quickly. If you don't, your wife will be someone else's. Jiang Chen looked at Long Sher-san, who was lying quietly on the divine stone, and said. The son-in-law selection would be held 3 days later. Jiang Chen had no choice but to postpone his plan to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. After all, he might be needed at any time. This was a matter of life and death for Long Sher-san. Naturally, Jiang Chen would do his best to help. As for finding his father, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a day or two. When the matters here were completely settled, he would be able to leave without any worries. On this day, the immortal world was boiling. Not long ago, a piece of news was released from Exquisite Paradise. It was a major event in the immortal world. Venerable Ling Long announced that she would be selecting a son-in-law for the saintess 3 days later. As a reward, she would provide 10 drops of Ling Long jade saliva. More importantly, she had already adopted Lan Lingji as her daughter. That was to say, whoever married Lan Lingji would be her son-in-law. That was to say, she would be the son-in-law of the saintess. For a moment, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. Not only East Xuanyu, North Xuanyu, South Xuanyu and West Xuanyu, all the major powers were boiling. This was a rare event in the immortal world. Recently, the immortal world had been stirred up by Jiang Chen. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise had undoubtedly diverted everyone's attention. This is a major event. Exquisite Paradise is going to publicly select a son-in-law for the saintess and even offered 10 drops of Ling Long jade saliva as a reward. This is just too attractive. I'm afraid those geniuses are going crazy. Putting aside the 10 drops of Ling Long jade saliva, just being able to marry a peerless beauty like the Saintess is already the happiest thing for any man. Moreover, Lan Lingji has already been adopted by Venerable Ling Long. Whoever marries Lan Lingji will be the adopted son of Venerable Ling Long. From then on, he will have a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Just thinking about it makes me very excited. This time, it will surely attract a lot of people. When the time comes, we'll go and join in the fun. Exquisite Paradise has never been open to the public and men are not allowed to enter. This is a great opportunity for us to visit. If we're lucky enough to catch the eye of any female disciple, wouldn't I be rich? Ha! Get lost. Go and wash your face first and see how virtuous you are. Chapter 1744. The news of Exquisite Paradise selecting a son-in-law for the Saintess spread like a whirlwind. Soon, it reached every corner of ethereal immortal domain. Even the people of the other 3 domains knew about it. Among them, East Xuanyu was the most excited. After all, Exquisite Paradise was a major power in East Xuanyu. As its base of operations was here, people knew about Exquisite Paradise the best. As for the people of the other 3 domains, apart from those major powers like Exquisite Paradise, ordinary people didn't know about Exquisite Paradise. Of course, it didn't matter whether ordinary people knew about it or not. It was enough for those major powers to know about it. Didn't the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise fall in love with Long Shersan? Why is she going to select a son-in-law so soon after Long Shersan's death? You don't know about this. It's because of Long Shersan's death that the Saintess has been depressed all day long. That's why Venerable Ling Long held such a ceremony, hoping that the Saintess can walk out of the shadow. This is Venerable Ling Long's good intention. That's right. But it's really a pity that Long Shersan is dead. If he didn't die, given his ability, I'm afraid that he would have the strength to fight those peerless geniuses of the immortal courts like Jiang Qin. Why are you talking so much? Death is death. Death is the past. In this world, the winner is the king. No matter how powerful the dead are, they will eventually be submerged in the history. Now that Long Shersan has just died, Venerable Ling Long is going to hold a son-in-law selection ceremony. This is the reality. In a short period of time, this kind of seemingly unrealistic yet reasonable conjecture had been spread out. It was said that Lan Lingji was about to die of depression. Venerable Ling Long had no choice but to use this method to make Lan Lingji walk out of the shadow. Of course, such a conjecture was understandable. After all, many people had witnessed the death of Long Shersan. He was killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. No matter how heaven-defying a monstrous genius was, it was impossible for him to survive in such a state. Also, the love affair between Lan Lingji and Long Shersan wasn't a secret. Many people knew about it. Of course, if the real reason was made public, many people's jaws would drop to the ground. One must know that if the news that Draconic Shersan was still alive were to spread, the impact would be too great. Countless people might not be able to accept it. However, no matter how people speculated, no matter what purpose Venerable Ling Long had in holding this son-in-law selection, it was already the center of attention. The purpose wasn't important. What was important was the result. Whoever could suppress all the geniuses and win the Saintess trust would become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. That would be a great glory. He would immediately become famous in the immortal world, an existence that countless men envied and envied. In the next 3 days, many geniuses had returned from the immortal court. Most of them were monstrous geniuses sent by the major powers to the immortal court for cultivation. They hadn't seen them for a long time. They had once created their own legends in this heavens and earth. Entering the lofty immortal court was equivalent to entering the highest mansion in the immortal world. Initially, they thought that they would never come back again. After Tian Yu's death, the news spread out very quickly. Jiang Chen's fame had finally spread throughout the immortal court. Many powerful geniuses naturally wouldn't allow the fame of a nobody to surpass them. This was simply a humiliation to them. Therefore, what they had to do now was to kill Jiang Chen personally. The emergence of these powerful geniuses happened to coincide with the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise, which directly attracted their attention. It was important to kill Jiang Chen, but it was equally important to build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Moreover, they could also get a saintess as their wife. Therefore, they had to participate in the selection of son-in-law. Furthermore, this was no longer just a selection of son-in-law, but a battle of reputation between the geniuses. It was a great opportunity for them to make a name for themselves and suppress their peers. In other words, Venerable Ling Long had prepared an arena for them. More importantly, all the major powers and geniuses believed that Jiang Chen might appear in the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise. At that time, not only could they participate in the son-in-law selection, but they could also kill Jiang Chen. It could be said that killing two birds with one stone. I see so many monstrous geniuses have returned. It seems like the son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise is very attractive. Their original target was Jiang Chen, but now, all of them have been attracted to Exquisite Paradise. What do you know? Jiang Chen will definitely participate in such a major event. Jiang Chen is a man who values friendship and righteousness. Even if it's for the sake of the dead Long San, he will still show up. The higher-ups and geniuses of the major powers have naturally noticed this. That's why they have sent their geniuses who returned from the immortal court to participate in the son-in-law selection. Firstly, they can make a name for themselves, build a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise, and secondly, they might be able to kill Jiang Chen. It's killing two birds with one stone. You're right. Ever since Jiang Chen rose to fame, all kinds of major events are inseparable from him. This bastard is simply everywhere. I believe that Jiang Chen will also participate in such a major event. No matter when and no matter what happened, people's eyes would always fall on Jiang Chen. After all, Jiang Chen's fame was so hot that it was hard for people not to notice him. Furthermore, all the major events that happened in the immortal world these days were inseparable from Jiang Chen. Therefore, people believed that this son-in-law selection wouldn't be that simple. It would certainly be very exciting. Many of them had already begun to head towards Exquisite Paradise. On the second day after the announcement of the son-in-law selection, Venerable Ling Long ordered for Exquisite Paradise to be open to the public. Those who wished to participate in the son-in-law selection could enter Exquisite Paradise in advance. Their accommodations had already been arranged. Many geniuses had arrived at Exquisite Paradise and were sent to their designated accommodations. Ever since the first person entered Exquisite Paradise, more and more people arrived. Exquisite Paradise had never been so lively before. Almost all the major powers had come. Of course, everyone knew very well that the focus of the son-in-law selection was the peerless geniuses who returned from the immortal court. Therefore, many of them were here to watch the show, to cheer for their peerless geniuses. Some of them wanted to perform well. If they could gain the approval of Venerable Ling Long, it would be a great opportunity for them. Furthermore, Lan Lingji wasn't the only peerless beauty in Exquisite Paradise. What if they were unstoppable and attracted the attention of other female disciples? Fate was something that no one could predict. Therefore, they still had to show their faces. Chapter 1745. Exquisite Paradise had specially built a VIP area, which was so huge that many exquisite courtyards had been built. The northern courtyard was located in an excellent location. It was connected to the spiritual vein below, making it an excellent place for cultivation. All the courtyards were built within a day. Although the purpose of this selection of son-in-law was to stimulate Longsher San to wake up, since it had already been held, they had to display the imposing manner of a major power. The scale of the event must be grand so that the outsiders wouldn't think that Exquisite Paradise was a small place. Beside the Ling Long Jade Rock, Jiang Qin and Lan Lingji's eyes were fixed on Longsher San, but Longsher San didn't seem to show any signs of waking up. What should we do? Lan Lingji began to feel a little anxious. What's the hurry? The selection of son-in-law hasn't started yet. Are you afraid of marrying someone else? Jiang Qin teased. Don't joke around. Lan Lingji darted a glance at Jiang Qin. She was so anxious that she didn't have the mood to joke around. Exquisite Paradise seems to be very lively now. Jiang Qin said. And a lot of people from various major powers have arrived. They are now in the VIP area. Lan Lingji said. Miss Lan, it seems like your attractiveness is pretty great. So many people have come to fight for you. Jiang Qin continued to tease. You're joking again. But I'm afraid that part of the reason why those geniuses of the Immortal Court came here was because of you, said Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji spoke. She wasn't a fool. She could still see the current situation very clearly. The reason why those geniuses of the Immortal Court had appeared was because of Jiang Qin. Naturally, there were many reasons for them to gather in Exquisite Paradise this time, including Jiang Qin. In that case, I'm going to go out and see if the geniuses of the Immortal Court have 3 heads and 6 arms. Jiang Qin's eyes sparkled. It seemed like he was about to go out. If young Master Jiang swaggers out like this, I'm afraid that a battle will break out in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji said. She didn't want Exquisite Paradise to become Jiang Qin's battlefield. Plus, she was almost sure that as long as Jiang Qin walked out of the place like that, a war would break out immediately. I'm not going out to fight. I'm going out to watch the show. Jiang Qin smiled. As he spoke, he used the shape-shifting technique. His face started to distort, and his figure also started to change. In the blink of an eye, he became a completely different person. He became a handsome young master, but compared to the previous Jiang Qin, he was a completely different person. Lan Lingji was astonished. Changing one's appearance was something a lot of people could do, but changing one's qi wasn't easy. However, after Jiang Qin changed his appearance, his qi had also changed completely. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe that this guy was Jiang Qin. Miss Lan, if I go out like this, I'm afraid no one will recognize me, right? Jiang Qin chuckled. It's indeed hard to recognize you. You have to be careful. Lan Lingji nodded. I'll leave the monkey to you. I won't be able to stimulate him even if I stay here. Since I'm bored, I'm going to meet those geniuses of the Immortal Court. Jiang Qin spoke, and with a sway of his body, he vanished. Presently, Exquisite Paradise was the gathering place of geniuses. It would be a pity if he didn't come out to have a look. Furthermore, Jiang Qin had come to Exquisite Paradise with a new identity. It was perfectly justifiable for him to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, which could be considered as a form of repayment. Outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise, more than a dozen beautiful female disciples were lined up in 2 rows, greeting the distinguished guests. Generally, those who were qualified to be received by them were the geniuses of the major powers with a certain status and identity. Jiang Qin had also arrived outside the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. He was alone, walking at the back of the group. There were 5 to 6 people in front of him. All of them had relatively strong cultivation base, all of them were immortal emperors. There weren't many immortal emperors among the younger generation. With this cultivation base alone, they were qualified to enter the VIP area of exquisite paradise. The leader was a black-robed youth. His cultivation base had already reached the half-step immortal venerable realm. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be in existence on par with Tianyu. Needless to say, this guy must be from the immortal court. Judging from the way they dressed, he should be from the Huangquan Gate. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly in his heart. He didn't have the slightest good impression of the Huangquan Gate. Part of Long Shisan's injury was caused by old ancestor Yellow Spring. He would settle this score sooner or later. My name is Shuai Lian. I'm here to welcome all of you. May I know how to address you, young master? She was the leader of the group. Her cultivation base was extremely powerful, having already reached the peak of early immortal emperor realm. Even in exquisite paradise, such a cultivation base could be considered as a first-rate genius. Now that she was standing in front of the mountain gate to welcome the guests, it showed the generosity of exquisite paradise. At the same time, it also showed the importance that Venerable Ling Long attached to the major powers and the importance that she attached to the selection of son-in-law. This is Senior Brother Liu Yan of our Huangquan Gate. He has just returned from the immortal court. A genius of the Huangquan Gate spoke loudly. When he mentioned the immortal court, his head seemed to be shaking as though he was also a genius of the immortal court. So it's Senior Brother Liu Yan. Shuai Lian is sorry for neglecting you. Please come in. Shuai Lian hastily made a gesture of invitation. She wouldn't dare to neglect the geniuses of the immortal court. Thank you for your hard work, junior sister Shuai Lian. Here's a body-strengthening pill. Consider it as a greeting gift. Liu Yan turned his palm and took out a pill. The pill was radiating golden light. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary item. Giving it to Shuai Lian just like that was a generous gesture. Thank you, Senior Brother Liu Yan. Shuai Lian kept the pill politely. These geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court were very concerned about their reputation. Normally, they would give some benefits as a greeting gift. Shuai Lian had already received a lot of them. Therefore, she was incomparably happy to stand here and greet these geniuses. How dare you give a mere broken pill as a gift? A voice suddenly sounded from behind. The voice sounded somewhat hateful, which had completely destroyed the beautiful atmosphere. Swoosh. One by one, the gazes turned towards the source of the voice and saw a young man in white swagger towards the mountain gate. The young man could be considered handsome, but he had a sloppy look on his face. In addition, his cultivation did not seem to be very strong, which made people frown. Brat, what did you say just now? I dare you to say it again. Chapter 1746. Jiang Chen glanced at him Lang and spoke indifferently, I'm just stating a fact. Aren't you embarrassed to take out a mere pill? Why don't you ask the girl if she wants it or not? Brat, open your eyes before you speak. Do you know who we are? Do you know who this is? We are the people of Huangquan Gate. This is the supreme genius of the immortal court, Liu Yan. I think you really don't want to live anymore. Kneel down in front of Senior Brother Liu Yan and kowtow to beg for forgiveness. Perhaps you can save your life then. The man continued, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. However, this was normal. Huangquan Gate was after all a major sect in East Xuanyu. How could their disciples put a puny immortal emperor in their eyes? The people of Huangquan Gate are really arrogant. Unfortunately, I won't fall for it. A broken pill is a broken pill. You can't even let me talk about it. No matter how powerful your Huangquan gate is, this is still the territory of exquisite paradise. Don't tell me you want to behave atrociously here. Jiang Chen spoke sarcastically. Seeing the superior look on the disciples of Huangquan Gate, he couldn't help but want to slap them, but Jiang Chen didn't want to expose himself or cause trouble in exquisite paradise. After all, the ultimate purpose of this son-in-law selection was to stimulate Long San to wake up. On the other side, Shuel Yan and a dozen other female disciples of exquisite paradise fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise. They had never seen this young man before. They couldn't even imagine that there was such a figure in East Xuanyu. Although his cultivation base was also at the Immortal Emperor realm, an early Immortal Emperor was nothing compared to this son-in-law selection. This was the gathering of the top geniuses of the immortal world. An early Immortal Emperor was too inconspicuous. However, a mere Immortal Emperor actually dared to openly provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, it was Lu Yan of the Huangquan Gate. If there wasn't something wrong with the other party's brain, then he must have a very powerful background. Kid, I think you're courting death. The disciple of the Huangquan Gate suddenly became angry. He threw a punch at Jiang Chen. The punch was as fast as lightning, but Jiang Chen easily dodged it. The Huangquan Gate is really arrogant. How dare they make a move in exquisite paradise? It seems like they don't put exquisite paradise in their eyes. Jiang Chen shouted, his voice spreading far and wide. That Huangquan Gate disciple did not succeed in his first move, his anger flared up again. He was about to attack Jiang Chen, but he was stopped by Lu Yan. Stop! Lu Yan bellowed. He knitted his brows, looking at Jiang Chen with a trace of disgust, but also a hint of surprise, because the way Jiang Chen dodged his opponent's punch just now showed that he wasn't an ordinary person. Of course, this wasn't the reason why Lu Yan valued Jiang Chen so much. After all, Lu Yan was a half-step immortal venerable supreme expert. The reason why he stopped his opponent was because he didn't want to make a move in exquisite paradise as soon as they arrived. If that happened, it would make the Huangquan Gate seem too arrogant. He still had to give exquisite paradise some face. Kid, you said that my pill is a broken pill. I wonder what else do you have to give out? Lu Yan sneered. Although the pill he gave out wasn't precious, it was still an emperor-grade pill. After all, the opponent was just a disciple of exquisite paradise. Gifting an emperor-grade pill was already considered very generous. There was no doubt about it. However, the opponent was merely a puny early immortal emperor. How dare he say that the pill he gave out was trash? He would like to see what good thing Jiang Chen could give out. To an early immortal emperor, an emperor-grade pill was an incomparably precious existence. Even if Jiang Chen had one, he wouldn't be willing to give it out. By the way, kid, if you have the ability, give out the same thing. That's right. You are just a country bumpkin, yet you still want to mock others. What a joke. Take out an emperor-grade pill if you have the guts. I wonder where this puny figure came from. I think there's something wrong with his brain. The disciples of the Acheron sect instantly started to mock and ridicule him. Their thoughts were the same as Lu Yan's. The guy in front of them definitely wouldn't have anything good to offer. After all, his cultivation wasn't that high. Even if he had something good, he wouldn't be willing to give it away. All of them looked at Jiang Chen with great interest, waiting for Jiang Chen to make a fool of himself. Country bumpkin. Today, I'll widen your horizons. Open your dog eyes wide. Jiang Chen showed a cynical look. He rolled up his sleeves, strode towards Shuel Yan and the others, and waved his hand. Hua la la. A sound of weapons colliding with each other was heard. More than a dozen combat swords emerged. Each of them was shining brilliantly, emitting a buzzing sound. These combat swords automatically moved to the front of each female disciple. The combat sword in front of Shuai Lian was trembling the most violently. Its grade had already reached the peak of Emperor grade. The other combat swords were also King grade. What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Shuai Lian and the other disciples of Exquisite Paradise had their mouths wide open, staring at the combat swords in disbelief. These are my greeting gifts to all the immortal maidens, Jiang Qin said loudly. More than a dozen combat swords hovered in the air, rippling with a great amount of brilliance, immediately attracting the attention of many people. More than a dozen immortal weapons. Who is this kid? How can he have such a big arm? Motherfucker. So many high-grade immortal weapons. Don't they cost money? What a prodigal son. The others only gave some benefits to the leading female disciple, but this kid actually gave one to each of them. Amazing. He's really showing off. Jiang Chen immediately attracted a lot of attention. The faces of the disciples of Huangquan Gate became more and more unsightly. They had to admit that the elixirs gifted by Lu Yan were not on the same level as Jiang Chen's immortal weapons. How can Shuai Lian dare to accept such a precious gift from young master? Shuai Lian spoke. The way she looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. Such a generous gift would always leave a good impression on others. I won't take back the things that I've given away. Jiang Qin waved his hand generously. These immortal weapons were collected when he was in Golden Horizon. Back then, he had killed too many people and collected a large number of immortal weapons. Now, the immortal weapons in Zulum Tower had piled up like a mountain. It was just the right time for him to give them to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. In that case, we won't stand on ceremony. May I know which sect young master is from, and how should we address you? Shuai Lian kept the combat sword and asked. I don't belong to any sect. I'm a loner on the battlefield. My name is Jiang Bofu, and people call me Bofu Tian. You can call me young master Bofu. Jiang Chen patted his chest and boasted a name that could explode the heavens. That's right, this guy came here to show off. Chapter 1747. Someone nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Each of them rolled their eyes at Jiang Qin. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise were stunned for a moment before they chuckled. Motherfucker, Jiang Bofu. This name sure is awesome. Lone Ranger of the battlefield. Unconvinced of heaven. Can you be more pretentious? Are people so thick-skinned nowadays? But this name sure is cool. Awesome. I'm convinced by the name of Unconvinced of Heaven. Jiang Chen looked at the reactions of the surrounding people and blinked his eyes twice. He suddenly felt that he had gone overboard this time, but it didn't matter. In any case, he had changed his identity. He had to act more convincing so that no one would associate him with Jiang Qin. Moreover, Jiang Chen didn't intend to stay calm in Exquisite Paradise. He had accumulated a lot of immortal weapons and was prepared to give them out. Since that was the case, he might as well exaggerate it a little. Motherfucking shameless. Jiang Bofu. This daddy specializes in dealing with all kinds of unconvinced. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until you kneel down and beg for mercy. A disciple of Huangquan Gate spoke fiercely. He was very dissatisfied with this arrogant kid who came out of nowhere and stole Lu Yan's limelight. What? It seems like your Huangquan Gate is not convinced. If you are not convinced, then take out something good. You dare to compete with young master unconvinced with a broken pill? Go back to where you came from. Jiang Chen spoke disdainfully. He naturally wouldn't miss an opportunity to humiliate the Huangquan Gate. Courting death. The disciples of Yellow Springs sect had never suffered such humiliation in front of so many people. How could they stand it? Their killing intent soared to the sky, seemingly ready to kill Jiang Qin. Enough. Let's go. Lu Yen spoke impatiently. Senior brother Lu Yen, this kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare he go against us? Are we just going to let this go? A disciple said angrily. He's just a nobody. I don't need to worry about him. I'll just find a chance to kill him. Don't cause trouble here. Don't forget our goal. Lu Yen said and strode towards the interior of Exquisite Paradise. A female disciple came forward and led Lu Yen and the others into the VIP area. Humph. Looking at the backs of the disciples of Huangquan Gate, Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Then, his eyes shifted to Shuel Yin and found that her cultivation base had already reached the peak of early Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. However, she had encountered a bottleneck, which was why she hadn't broken through yet. Little sister Shuel Yin, if my guess is correct, you should be cultivating a water attribute cultivation technique. As the saying goes, water flows naturally, and you can't force it. The more you force it, the more rapid the water flow will be, and it will easily form an undercurrent. Why don't you push the boat with the current and let it flow on its own? The undercurrent will disappear by itself, and the bottleneck will be broken. Jiang Qin said plainly. Shuel Yen was dumbfounded by Jiang Chen's words. Moreover, Jiang Chen's words were like a huge bell ringing in her heart. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the dark road ahead of her. Her bottleneck was slightly loosened up. Shuel Yen stared at the youth in front of her in horror, then bowed deeply. Shuel Yen thanks young master for your guidance. I'm very grateful. Presently, Shuel Yen was incomparably excited. Bottlenecks and enlightenment were intangible things. When you encountered them, you wouldn't know how to deal with them, especially when it was calm. It was very easy for you to get stuck in a dead end. Sometimes, a pointer or a reminder from an expert could break through the calm and smooth road. Jiang Chen's words had undoubtedly enlightened Shuel Yen. Shuel Yen's body had received great benefits. She instantly understood the detours she had taken during this period of time. Now that the situation had calmed down, her cultivation method could be carried out in an orderly manner. You're welcome. Cultivate well. If you can comprehend the profound meaning naturally, your cultivation base will certainly break through to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm in less than 10 days. Jiang Qin said with a smile, showing off again. The reason he came out this time was to bring some benefits to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Since Shuel Yen happened to be in a bottleneck state, Jiang Qin naturally had to help her. Shuel Yen will never forget young Master Bofu's kindness. Since young master has come, he will be a distinguished guest of Exquisite Paradise. Little Ning, bring young Master Bofu to the distinguished guest area. You must make proper arrangements. Shuel Yen said to a female disciple standing next to her. She had completely treated Jiang Qin as a distinguished guest. As for which sect or cultivation base he was from, it didn't matter anymore. Just based on the fact that he was generous with his money and had a unique vision, he was able to see through her with just a single glance. This was more than enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Yes, senior sister Shuel Yen. The female disciple called Little Ning answered, then brought Jiang Qin to the distinguished guest area. Senior sister Shuel Yen, what's the origin of this young Master Bofu? He looks very powerful. After Jiang Qin left, a female disciple came forward and asked curiously. I don't know. I've never seen this man before, but he doesn't have the slightest hostility towards Exquisite Paradise. All he did was show his friendliness. Shuelian said. Of course. Otherwise, how could young Master Bufu be so generous? He's so handsome to bring out so many immortal weapons. The female disciples were very happy. Generous and handsome men would always arouse admiration in their hearts. On the way to the distinguished guest area, Jiang Qin met a dozen more female disciples of exquisite paradise. Immediately, he threw out another dozen immortal weapons. Ladies and fairies, this is the first time we've met. This is just a small greeting gift to show my respect. I'm Jiang Bofu. Jiang Qin greeted them and swaggered forward, throwing out a dozen immortal weapons as though he was throwing rubbish. Wow, this young master is so handsome. He's giving out immortal weapons at the first meeting. Such a precious greeting gift. Jiang Bofu. What a domineering name. Senior sister, look, this is a king-grade immortal weapon. So generous. So many genius disciples have come this time, but I've never seen such a generous one. Those female disciples were dumbfounded. This was an unexpected surprise, a gift that fell from the sky. On the way from the mountain gate to the distinguished guest area, Jiang Qin met at least 100 female disciples of exquisite paradise. Each time he met one, he would throw out an immortal weapon as a greeting gift. Such an act instantly spread across the entire exquisite paradise. Many people were shocked and they saw Jiang Qin's extravagant behavior. Little Ning, who was leading the way for Jiang Qin, was stunned speechless. Her pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Qin. She had completely turned into a love-struck fool. What is a nouveau riche? This is what a nouveau riche is. What is generous? Is there anyone more generous than this? Chapter 1748. Jiang Qin had a smile on his face, his hands clasped behind his back. He never knew that the feeling of acting tough was so good, especially those female disciples. Each of them had a love-struck look on their faces, as though they were ready to marry him. Over 100 immortal weapons were indeed a huge sum of money, but to Jiang Qin, it was just a drop in the ocean. Jiang Qin's action had naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many of them had walked out from the VIP area. The way they looked at Jiang Qin wasn't as friendly. They were geniuses of major powers after all, and had come here with the geniuses of the immortal court. Their purpose of coming here was to win the selection of son-in-law and build a relationship with exquisite paradise. Therefore, they would send some gifts to the female disciples of exquisite paradise to show their imposing manner. Now that their limelight had been stolen by a pretentious bastard who came out of nowhere, how could they bear it? Where did this bastard come from? I have never seen him before. How can he be so rich? That's right. He looks like an early immortal emperor, but I'm afraid he isn't an ordinary person judging from how extravagant he is. This bastard really knows how to act tough. He has stolen our limelight, but I would like to see how many immortal weapons he has. There are plenty of immortal king disciples in exquisite paradise. If they all come here after receiving the news, I wonder if he can really get one for each of them. You are flattering him. No matter how extraordinary an early immortal emperor is, he can't take out so many immortal weapons. If he can really be so extravagant, I will call him master. Under the guidance of Little Ning, Jiang Qin was quickly arranged to a superior resting place. This was specially arranged by Shuelian. Only the geniuses of the immortal court could enjoy such treatment. The VIP area was also divided into high and low levels. An early immortal emperor shouldn't be qualified to enter the VIP area, but now that Jiang Qin had become famous and had received so many benefits, it was only natural for him to be given a good place. Very quickly, the news of a poser called Jiang Bofu appeared in exquisite paradise had spread throughout the entire place. Hundreds of disciples were showing off their immortal weapons, making it impossible for them to keep a low profile. Wow, it's really a king-grade immortal weapon. Does young Master Jiang Bofu really give out immortal weapons to everyone he meets? It's true. He's so generous. He's even more generous than those geniuses from the immortal court. Now, young Master Jiang Bofu has entered the VIP zone, but young Master Jiang Bofu has said that he will accept the visit of everyone in Exquisite Paradise. Holy shit. He's so generous. Sisters, let's go take a look and see if this young Master Bofu is really that generous. For a moment, groups of female disciples headed towards the VIP zone. Their destination was the place where Jiang Qin was staying. This time, there were at least 40 to 50 female disciples. The leader of the group was a half-step immortal emperor. Currently, Jiang Qin was sitting on a rattan chair in the courtyard with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. He was holding a wine cup made entirely of jasper in his hand. It was glittering and translucent. The cup was filled with bejeweled wine. The gate of the courtyard was wide open. Clearly, it was opened for the disciples of Exquisite Paradise. Voila! Not long after that, dozens of female disciples rushed into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. My name is Song Ying. I'm here to pay my respects to young Master Bofu. The leader of the group bowed slightly to Jiang Qin. The other female disciples widened their beautiful eyes, looking at Jiang Qin eagerly. All of them wanted to see if this young Master Bofu was really going to give each of them an immortal weapon. Junior sisters, there's no need to be so courteous. Since we have met here, it must be fate. I, young Master Bofu, may not have anything else but wealth. It's most appropriate to describe him as being filthy rich. The number of immortal weapons in his hands is innumerable. As the saying goes, whoever sees it gets a share. It's my honor to be able to give some treasures to the fairies of Exquisite Paradise. Jiang Qin simply wanted to show off to the end. With a wave of his hand, high-grade immortal weapons flew out like they were worthless, flying towards each of the female disciples. These immortal weapons were all shining brightly. One should know that most of these immortal weapons were obtained from the Golden Horizon. The experts there were all very high grade, so naturally, the grade of these immortal weapons wouldn't be low either. All the female disciples were dumbfounded, especially Song Ying, who was at the front. The immortal weapon given by Jiang Qin was actually an emperor-grade immortal weapon. My God! An emperor-grade immortal weapon. So many high-grade immortal weapons. What a generous gift. Young Master Bofu is just too handsome. Each of the female disciples was excited, because the immortal weapons given by Jiang Qin were much better than the ones in their hands. This made their impression on young Master Bofu increase by several folds. It turned out that it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was so extravagant. Thank you, young Master Bofu. Song Ying spoke, her face beaming like a flower. Junior sister Song Ying, I can see that your cultivation base has reached a bottleneck, at the peak of the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the Immortal Emperor realm. You cultivate a fire attribute cultivation technique, so your temperament is often hot-tempered. It's because of this that your heart can't calm down, causing you to be unable to break through the bottleneck. Jiang Qin looked at Song Ying and said casually. Upon hearing this, Song Ying's facial expression changed instantly. She looked at Jiang Qin in astonishment. This opponent was able to see through her with just a glance. Just this eyesight alone was enough to prove that he wasn't an ordinary person. Please give me some pointers, young Master Bofu. Song Ying seemed very excited. She hastily bowed at Jiang Qin, because she recalled Little Ning's words. This young Master Bofu had seen through her senior sister Shuolian with just a glance and gave her some pointers, which made Shuolian suddenly see the light. Come forward. I'll help you advance, Jiang Chen said. Song Ying didn't show any signs of neglect. She immediately kept the combat weapon in her hand and strode to the front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen casually struck out a wisp of flame. This wasn't an ordinary flame. It was a flame that was the fusion of 4 types of supreme flames. It instantly entered Song Ying's body, rushed out of her body, and fell back into Jiang Chen's hand. Song Ying's body trembled. Waves of qi began to roll on her body. Flames spread out, forming a sea of fire. Just now, Jiang Chen's flame had allowed her to see the superior side of fire. That flame had directly helped her break through the bottleneck, causing the long-suppressed fire to erupt in an instant, pushing her to the Immortal Emperor realm. Immortal Emperor realm. My God! Isn't this young Master Bufu a little too powerful? Senior sister Song Ying has been stuck in the half-step Immortal Emperor realm for a very long time, but after receiving the guidance of young Master Bufu, she has broken through immediately. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Amazing. This is really amazing. Young Master Bufu is simply a god. My cultivation base is also at a bottleneck. I wonder if I can ask young Master Bufu to give me some pointers later. Chapter 1749. Hoo! Hoo! Strong wind whistled. The air waves from Song Ying's body drifted in the sky above the courtyard. The movement of advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm was enough to alarm a lot of people. At this moment, Song Ying's face was incomparably excited. She had been waiting for this moment for too long. The cultivation technique in her body was circulating at an incomparably intense pace. After being washed by Jiang Chen's flame, the flame in her body began to boil. This kind of boiling caused her entire being to undergo earth-shaking changes. It was very rare. Song Ying is grateful for young master's great kindness today. I will certainly thank you personally in the future. Song Ying bowed deeply to Jiang Chen once more, then vanished from the courtyard along with the sea of flames. Advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm was a major event in one's life. One must treat it seriously. Therefore, Song Ying wanted to find a place where there was no one around to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. After all, not everyone could be compared to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could easily advance his cultivation realm at any time, but Song Ying was different. She had to go into seclusion to advance her cultivation realm. She had to go into seclusion. Putting aside those immortal weapons, the most important thing was to be able to advance after being guided by Jiang Chen. First, it was Shui Lian. Now, it was Song Ying. Such a miraculous situation made all the female disciples look at Jiang Chen with blazing eyes. At the same time, they were filled with desire, because there were a lot of people like Song Ying. Many of them were stuck in a bottleneck. As for Jiang Chen, he was very happy to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise improve their cultivation base. After all, Venerable Ling Long didn't treat him as an outsider. She had done her best to save Long Shan. Any major power that wanted to be strong would need a strong foundation to support it. To a major power, the true foundation was the genius disciples. Only when the overall strength of the disciples was improved would the foundation of a major power improve. Jiang Chen was very clear about this point. That was why he would do his best to help Exquisite Paradise in this short period of time. After all, Jiang Chen was a busy man. It could be said that he was taking a break from his busy schedule. There wasn't much time left for him to do good deeds. Junior sisters, if any of you are stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to advance, feel free to come over and let this young master take a look at you. Perhaps it will be of some help. Jiang Chen said while shaking his head. He looked like a divine doctor in the pugilistic world, but in the eyes of these female disciples, he looked extremely handsome. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, those female disciples were pleasantly surprised. They simply couldn't believe that there was such a good thing in the world, especially those female disciples who were really in the bottleneck stage. This was an opportunity that fell from the sky. How could they miss it? One should know that despite their extraordinary talent, there were just too many geniuses in exquisite paradise. Most of them had to rely on themselves to cultivate. It was very difficult for them to get guidance from the higher-ups. Immortal venerables were very busy. How could they have enough time to guide so many disciples? That's right. Although this young master Jiang Bofu looked like an early immortal emperor, his eyesight was incomparably sharp. He was able to see through the actual situation of others with just a few words and provide effective guidance. Shuai Lian and Song Ying were the best examples. Young Master Bofu, my cultivation base has been stagnant in the late immortal king realm for a very long time. I'm only one step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, but I've been stuck at a bottleneck all this time. I hope young master can give me some guidance. A female disciple walked forward and clasped her fists at Jiang Chen. The stagnation of blood and qi in your body is caused by your eagerness for quick results. If you can't clear the stagnation, you will never be able to advance to the half-step immortal emperor realm in your lifetime. Jiang Chen glanced at the female disciple and said, "My God! Is it really that magical?" He could see through everything with just a glance. What kind of eyesight was this? Everyone was stunned. In their hearts, Jiang Chen's image had become incomparably lofty. He was an existence that they could only look up to. His words were so magical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. "Young master, help me." The female disciple was incomparably excited. She hurriedly wanted to kneel down before Jiang Chen, but she was pulled up by a gentle force from Jiang Chen. He could understand the excitement of this female disciple. The stagnation was almost equivalent to a stubborn disease. If it wasn't eradicated, she wouldn't be able to advance any further for the rest of her life. This female disciple should be very clear about this situation. Now that she suddenly saw hope, anyone would be incomparably excited. "Junior sister, there's no need to be overly courteous. Since you have met me, it's fate. Today, young master will give you a fortune to help you clear the stagnation in your body," Jiang Chen said, grabbing the female disciple's wrist. A wisp of flame entered her body like a spiritual snake. The female disciple didn't dare to neglect it. She immediately relaxed her mind, allowing Jiang Chen's flame to rampage in her body. This situation was incomparably dangerous. She was almost defenseless, but she could only risk it. Moreover, she believed that this young Master Bufu wouldn't harm her, because she didn't seem to have any value in being harmed. To deal with this kind of stagnation, Jiang Chen's method was very simple. The flame could burn it completely, leaving no residue behind, helping the female disciple to clear her body. Swoosh! In just a dozen seconds, Jiang Chen retracted his palm and retracted the flame. The female disciple's body began to tremble violently, and her energy began to rise. She was now exactly the same as Song Ying's. "My stagnation of many years is gone. I'm going to break through to the half-step immortal emperor realm." The female disciple couldn't contain her excitement. She had waited for this day for far too long. She didn't expect that it would come true so easily today. Tears of joy flowed down her cheeks. She almost knelt down and kowtowed to Jiang Chen. Judging from her appearance, she wouldn't hesitate even if she had to devote her life to him. "Go into seclusion. I have only helped you clear the stagnation. You still have to walk the path ahead by yourself. Remember, don't be impatient." Otherwise, the stagnation will appear again, making it even more difficult for you to break through to the immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen said seriously. Thank you, young Master Bofu. I will never forget your kindness. The female disciple bowed deeply to Jiang Chen, then turned and left. This scene was witnessed by the other female disciples. Each of them was on the verge of exploding. They couldn't believe that there was such a godly being in this world. Such terrifying means seemed to be even more powerful than Venerable Ling Long. Next, 3 female disciples stepped forward in succession. Without any accident, Jiang Chen didn't disappoint them. He could see through their actual condition with just a glance, and found the root of their problem with just a few words. Then, he helped them resolve the problem that had troubled them for a long time, helping them advance a level. Chapter 1750. Very quickly, the name of the deity spread across the entire exquisite paradise. Even the higher-ups of exquisite paradise were alarmed, let alone the VIP area where Jiang Chen resided. For a time, the entire exquisite paradise was talking about young Master Bofu's name. Every time they opened their mouths, they would call him a deity. In the following period of time, the VIP area was as crowded as a marketplace, but all of them came for young Master Bofu. It had nothing to do with the geniuses of other major powers. Except for Jiang Chen's courtyard, the other courtyards were in complete silence. Many geniuses' faces turned ashen, especially those who came from the immortal court. Their faces were unsightly to the extreme. They had come here to be guests, and also to find an opportunity to show off their abilities and attract the attention of Venerable Ling Long or the Saintess. But now, all eyes were on that young Master Bofu. All the limelight had been snatched away by him. Jiang Chen's courtyard buzzed with activity. The female disciples of exquisite paradise weren't willing to miss such a great opportunity, especially those who were stuck in a bottleneck. Whether they could obtain an immortal weapon or not was a trivial matter. What mattered most was the guidance of young Master Bofu. To them, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. I'm going to break through. I've been stuck in a bottleneck for so long. Finally, I'm going to break through. Me too. Young Master Bofu is truly a deity. He has been in contact with the hidden danger for so many years. Benefactor. This is a great kindness. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. In the following period of time, disciples of exquisite paradise would break through their bottlenecks from time to time. At this time, even some immortal emperor elders came to ask for guidance. Some elders had been stuck in a certain realm for a very long time due to their old age. They had never thought of breaking through their bottlenecks in their entire lives. Today, after receiving the guidance of Jiang Chen, they actually broke through. To them, this was simply a matter of tears. The people living in the courtyard next to Jiang Chen's courtyard were the geniuses of Great Qian Empire. Due to the good relationship between Great Qian Empire and Exquisite Paradise, their treatment and accommodation were naturally better. At this moment, the master of this courtyard was none other than Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, Shan Chong and the others. All of them were the elites of the young generation of Great Qian Empire. Currently, Yang Bufan had a lofty status in Great Qian Empire. The Crown Prince and King Ping were already gone, leaving only King Fan who was like the sun in the midday sky. Although the emperor didn't say it, no one was a fool. They could see that the next Crown Prince of Great Qian Empire would be King Fan, because none of the princes could compete with King Fan. Even geniuses like Yang Lang and Shan Chong had expressed their loyalty to King Fan, not to mention that King Fan had the support of Jiang Chen. The son-in-law selection of Exquisite Paradise was a big day in East Xuanyu. As one of the major powers, Great Qian Empire naturally had to send a symbolic representative. Yang Bufan was the representative. The geniuses of Great Qian Empire in the Immortal Court didn't return, because they wouldn't kill Jiang Qin. Those who returned were the monstrous geniuses of the major powers that had enmity with Jiang Qin. King Fan, who exactly is this Jiang Bofu? Isn't he a little too awesome? Yang Lang asked with interest. Presently, the VIP area was about to become a vegetable market. Jiang Bofu's name had spread across the entire exquisite paradise. It would be hard for them not to know about him, let alone the fact that they were neighbors. Jiang Bofu. Early immortal emperor. He's generous with his money and has a unique eye for things. Why do I feel that there's no other person like Jiang Qin? Yang Bufan pondered for a while and felt that there was no one else in the entire immortal world who could do this and was an early immortal emperor besides Jiang Qin. King Fan, don't tell me that you think that this Jiang Bofu is Jiang Qin. Shan Chong blinked his eyes, seeming very interested. That's hard to say. Besides Jiang Qin, who else has such great ability? Even if he has such great ability, why would he help Exquisite Paradise for no reason? Yang Bufan said with a smile. You're right, you're right. Yang Lang sounded a little angry. Let's go and have a look. Yang Bufan said, then opened the gate of the courtyard and led Yang Lang and Shan Chong to the courtyard of Jiang Qin. There, they saw a white-robed youth sitting on a rattan chair, constantly giving pointers to the female disciples who came to ask for advice. Apart from giving pointers, each of them was also given an immortal weapon. How generous! While the three of them were sizing up Jiang Qin, Jiang Chen's gaze landed on them as well. He raised his eyebrows at the three of them. The three of them rolled their eyes. Sure enough, it's this guy. It's really him. Yang Lang shook his head. Initially, they thought that there would be another powerful figure in East Xuanyu. It turned out that this Jiang Bofu was actually Jiang Qin. However, the three of them weren't surprised. After all, they had already thought of this from the very beginning. Alright, we don't have to go over there. Let's just stand here and watch him act. Yang Bufan crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face wearing a bright smile. Compared to them, the people in the other courtyards weren't in such a good mood. The atmosphere in the entire VIP area was incomparably depressing. On the side of Huangquan Gate. That damn Jiang Bofu. He stole the limelight and didn't even give face to senior brother Lu Yen. A disciple said angrily. How many disciples of Exquisite Paradise have advanced? Lu Yen asked. Senior brother, from yesterday until now, more than 100 disciples have advanced under the guidance of Jiang Bofu. Someone answered. Solving the bottleneck of more than 100 disciples in a day was like a fantasy story. They simply couldn't believe it. We can't let him continue like this. It won't do us any good if the overall strength of Exquisite Paradise improves. If this son-in-law selection fails, Huangquan Gate won't be able to establish a good relationship with Exquisite Paradise. Plus, Exquisite Paradise has a good relationship with Great Qian Empire and Jiang Qin, which will make them our enemy in the future. The overall strength of Exquisite Paradise has improved, which is disadvantageous to us. Lu Yen said, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Senior brother Lu Yen is right. This Jiang Bofu, who came out of nowhere, has brought great benefits to Exquisite Paradise in order to show off. This isn't what we want. Someone said. Not only that, I think we have to get rid of this Jiang Bofu. This guy has been hostile to us the moment he appeared. Plus, he's too mystical and has a keen eyesight. If we don't get rid of him as soon as possible, I'm afraid that he will become a big problem in the future. There was Jiang Qin, and now there's Jiang Bofu. Both of these people's surname Jiang are abnormal. Huangquan Gate didn't have a good impression of Jiang Qin and Jiang Bofu. They felt that such people must be eliminated as soon as possible. They couldn't be allowed to grow. Chapter 1751. So what? He's going to die anyway. Senior Brotherly Feng will be here tomorrow. If that Jiang Chen dares to show up, he will die for sure. Lu Yen sneered. What? Senior Brotherly Feng has returned. My God. I heard that Senior Brotherly Feng has already become a true immortal venerable expert, a true genius. Could it be that young Masterly Feng is also interested in the saintess of exquisite paradise? Some disciples were shocked and couldn't believe it. The name Li Feng was a legend in the history of Huangquan Gate. He had already reached the early immortal venerable realm at such a young age. Such a peerless genius wasn't comparable to any ordinary genius. What a joke. Who do you think Senior Brotherly Feng is? Why would he be interested in a saintess? Senior Brotherly Feng has returned mainly to eliminate Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen doesn't show up tomorrow, Senior Brotherly Feng won't take action. As for the competition, that's my business. Lu Yen said with a smile. When the name Li Feng was mentioned, his arrogant face couldn't help but reveal a hint of respect. Since Senior Brotherly Feng has returned, it seems the other major powers have also sent their immortal venerables. This time, Jiang Chen is going to die for sure. There's no chance for him to survive. Each of the disciples of Huangquan Gate had a sneer on their face. The thought of Jiang Chen made them gnash their teeth, as though they couldn't wait to eat Jiang Chen's flesh. Although we can't wait to eat Jiang Chen, we have to admit that Jiang Chen is really terrifying. Today, Jiang Chen has become a great threat. Only a monstrous genius like Senior Brotherly Feng can kill him. Senior Brother Lu Yen, what should we do about this Jiang Bofu? Are we going to let him continue to be so arrogant? Let's not talk about anything else, but the limelight has been snatched away by him. It's too embarrassing for us. Someone said. Putting aside the matter of Jiang Chen for the time being, they couldn't deal with Jiang Chen. However, they couldn't allow Jiang Bofu to be too arrogant. You can just find an excuse to cripple him. He's just a nobody. Lu Yen said disdainfully. All right, don't worry, Senior Brother Lu Yen. Leave this matter to me. A youth with a face full of stubble spoke confidently. He was called Lu Qi, an intermediate immortal emperor, a rare genius of the Huangquan Gate. His strength was also very powerful. Naturally, he wouldn't put Jiang Bofu in his eyes. There were more than 20 female disciples of exquisite paradise who had come to visit Jiang Chen's courtyard. All of them had the cultivation base of Immortal King. Each and every one of them had a bright smile on their face. Many of their eyes were filled with infatuation when they looked at Jiang Chen. Just at this moment, 3 sturdy youths barged into the courtyard. They didn't even look at Yang Bufan, Yang Lang, and Shan Chong, and went straight into the courtyard. Damn it! What are the people of the Huangquan Gate doing here? Yang Lang couldn't help but curse. Can't you see it? They're here to pick a fight. Yang Bufan said with a smile. Should we make a move? Shan Chong asked. An intermediate immortal emperor and 2 early immortal emperors. Do you think it's necessary for us to make a move? Yang Bufan darted a glance at Shan Chong. Shan Chong shrugged and continued to put on an attitude of watching a show. Such a character had actually come here to pick a fight with Jiang Chen. Needless to say, they would definitely be trampled by Jiang Chen. Lu Qi strode towards Jiang Chen. He crossed his arms on his chest, looked down at Jiang Chen, and spoke aloud. I heard that young Master Bufan has divine foresight and can even help people break through the bottleneck. I happen to be in the bottleneck. I hope young Master Bufan can take a look at me. The appearance of Lu Qi immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, but these disciples were all immortal kings. So they didn't say anything in front of an immortal emperor. Lu Qi's attitude was very arrogant. He didn't look like he was asking for advice at all. It seemed that he didn't put Jiang Qin in his eyes at all. This brother has probably lost his combat strength due to his impotence, which has caused his essence to stagnate. Your life is finished. Not even the immortals can save you from this stubborn disease. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. He. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, the surrounding female disciples couldn't help but chuckle. They felt that this young Master Bufan was too sarcastic. Lu Qi's expression instantly turned incomparably unsightly. The biggest taboo for a man was to be told that he couldn't do it, let alone in front of so many women. To Lu Qi, this was simply a humiliation. How could the prideful Lu Qi bear it? Bastard! How dare you insult senior brother Lu? Are you courting death? Jiang Bufan, if you kneel down and kowtow in front of senior brother Lu now, perhaps senior brother Lu will forgive you. The two disciples beside Lu Qi were infuriated. It seemed that if Jiang Qin didn't kowtow, they would attack him. You are the one who asked for this humiliation. This place doesn't welcome you. Get out of here before this young master gets angry. Jiang Qin waved his hand impatiently. In the face of the people of Huangquan Gate, there was no way for him to be polite, nor could he show them a smile. These three bastards had come here to pick a fight, but unfortunately, they had found the wrong target. Courting death. The two early immortal emperor disciples were thoroughly infuriated. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. How dare a brat who came out of nowhere act so arrogantly in front of them? How could they tolerate this? Suddenly, the two of them reached out their hands and grabbed at Jiang Qin, who was sitting on the rattan chair. They had already made up their minds to suppress Jiang Qin and make him kneel down and kowtow. Since this bastard was called Jiang Bufan, they would beat him until he was convinced. Paw! Before their palms could touch Jiang Qin, their wrists were grabbed by Jiang Qin's hands. Before they could be surprised, Jiang Qin exerted his strength. Two crisp cracking sounds were heard. Their wrists were broken by Jiang Qin. Their bones were completely twisted. Bang! Subsequently, Jiang Qin stretched out his legs at lightning speed and kicked their knees. The two of them couldn't bear the great force of Jiang Qin. They knelt on the ground with a puff, wailing incessantly. Their broken palms were still in Jiang Qin's grip. One of their legs had been crippled by Jiang Qin. They could only use their other leg to kneel on the ground with cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. Hua! The scene immediately caused a huge wave of commotion. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise gaped in astonishment, looking at Jiang Qin in disbelief. They had never thought that this young Master Bufan was not only generous with his money, but also had great foresight and foresight. One should know that the two of them were immortal emperors, geniuses among immortal emperors, who weren't easy to deal with. But now, they were forced to kneel on the ground by Jiang Qin. This didn't mean that the geniuses of Huangquan Gate were too weak, but their opponents were too strong. Chapter 1752. Under the control of Jiang Qin, the two early immortal emperor geniuses could only kneel on the ground and wail. It was incomparably difficult for them to move. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. They regretted that they were too impulsive and attacked without knowing the opponent's strength. Now, they were reaping what they had sown. Look at your cowardly faces. How dare trash like you act so arrogantly in front of young Master Bofu? Do you know the meaning of my name? The first meaning is to not be convinced of anything, and the other meaning is to cure all kinds of disobedience. If the two of you are convinced now, I will let you go. Jiang Chen looked at the two of them and spoke in a strange tone. Bastard! Jiang Bofu, how dare you hurt the people of Huangquan Gate? I think you must be tired of living. Lu Qi was infuriated. When had the people of Huangquan Gate suffered such humiliation? At the same time, Lu Qi was also shocked by the opponent's strength. Speak quickly. Jiang Chen completely ignored Lu Qi, treating him as a fart, and continued to speak. Jiang Bofu, let us go now, or else you will die without a burial place. You are playing with fire. How dare you go against our Huangquan Gate? Even if you have 8 lives, it won't be enough for you to die. The two of them were still stubborn. It was impossible for them to say that they were convinced in public. This involved the dignity of Huangquan Gate. Plus, they didn't believe that the opponent would really deal with them. After all, not everyone would dare to provoke the Huangquan Gate. Moreover, they still had senior brother Lu Qi, who was their biggest reliance. Fine. Since you two are not convinced, then you won't even have the chance to be convinced. I have already given you two a chance. Young Master Bofu will never give a second chance to anyone. Jiang Chen said, then exerted more force with his palm. With a bang, the arms of the two exploded, turning into a mist of blood. Not only that, Jiang Chen's legs also landed on their Qi Si, destroying their Qi Si. Both of them were crippled. Arg! You crippled me. You actually crippled me. No, this can't be true. The two of them let out squeaks like pigs being slaughtered. They rolled on the ground, screaming and wailing. The two of them were enduring endless pain. Both of them were suffering a double blow to their body and soul. They simply couldn't accept this reality. It wasn't easy for them to reach the immortal Emperor realm at such a young age. They still had a bright future ahead of them. But now, they were crippled just like that. All their future was destroyed. How could they accept this? The ground was drenched with blood. Some of the female disciples couldn't stand such a scene. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. None of them had thought that this carefree and amiable young Master Bofu could be so ruthless and ruthless. He had crippled two of them in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the geniuses of the Huangquan Gate. They were afraid that Jiang Chen would be in trouble, because the Huangquan Gate wasn't a sect that could be trifled with. Lu Qi's eyes were about to ooze blood. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Even now, he couldn't believe that Jiang Chen had crippled the two of them. Senior brother Lu Yan had instructed them to find an excuse to cripple Jiang Chen, but now, their own people were crippled instead. How ironic was this? Jiang Bofu, you are courting death. Lu Qi gritted his teeth. His killing intent soared to the sky, locking onto Jiang Chen. He had to kill Jiang Chen to seek justice for the two on the ground. Otherwise, what face would he, Lu Qi, have? He wouldn't be able to go back to see Lu Yan. What? Are you going to act as well? I advise you not to. Otherwise, you will surely end up like the two of them. Jiang Chen darted a sideways glance at Lu Qi. He had been sitting there since the beginning. His butt hadn't even left the rattan chair. His attitude was extremely arrogant, totally not putting Lu Qi in his eyes. The more he behaved like this, the angrier Lu Qi became. He, Lu Qi, was a famous figure in the Huangquan Gate. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? What a good Jiang Bofu. I'm going to beat you until you admit defeat. Lu Qi couldn't bear it any longer. He was thoroughly enraged. Violent waves of qi rolled out in an instant. His bull-sized fist radiated golden light, striking at Jiang Qin with lightning speed. Lu Qi was, after all, an intermediate immortal emperor. His attack was very sharp and fast. Wherever his fist passed, the void was shattered inch by inch. However, in the eyes of Jiang Qin, there was no difference between an intermediate immortal emperor and an early immortal emperor. In any case, he could finish them all in one move. Paw! Just like before, Lu Qi's fist was caught by Jiang Qin's palm. The ocean-like energy was like a stone sinking into the ocean after hitting Jiang Qin's palm. The scene of Jiang Qin exploding in one punch didn't happen. The power of this punch didn't even budge Jiang Qin, who was sitting on the rattan chair. Impossible. Lu Qi turned pale with fright. His eyeballs almost popped out. He exerted his strength again, but still couldn't budge Jiang Qin. He wanted to break free, but to his horror, he found that Jiang Qin's hand was like an iron pincer, firmly holding him in place. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free. This time, Lu Qi's facial expression changed completely. He wasn't a fool. How could he not know that he had kicked an iron plate? Even if he exerted all his strength, he was still no match for his opponent. Bang! Before Lu Qi could react, a terrifying force rushed out of Jiang Qin's palm. With a bang, one of Lu Qi's arms exploded under the brute force of Jiang Qin, turning into a mist of blood. Lu Qi suffered the same fate as the other two on the ground. One of his arms was crippled. Paw! Jiang Qin raised his hand and gave another slap. Lu Qi felt as if a huge mountain was suddenly pressing on his body. Under the tremendous force, his entire body was pressed down involuntarily, kneeling on the ground with a puff. The disciples of the Huangquan Gate are just like this. They can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin looked at Lu Qi, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Leng Leng." The surrounding female disciples were completely dumbfounded. The power of Jiang Qin had completely stunned them. If what happened to the two early immortal emperor disciples of the Huangquan Gate was still acceptable, then what happened to Lu Qi was simply unbelievable. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lu Qi roared. His roar was heart-wrenching. Such a blow was just too great to him. Although he had lost an arm, the psychological blow was much more serious than the physical injury. Chapter 1753. The courtyard began to turn chaotic. The screams of the three had attracted more people, making the already small courtyard even livelier. Look, those are the people of Huangquan Gate. The one kneeling on the ground is Lu Qi of Huangquan Gate. What did I just see? What kind of person is this Jiang Bofu? How can he be so powerful? He seems to be merely an early immortal emperor, while Lu Qi is an intermediate immortal emperor supreme expert. He's very famous in Huangquan Gate. But today, he was beaten to the ground by Jiang Bofu. There are so many strange people and monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. This Jiang Bofu is going to be famous in this son-in-law selection. Many of them were watching the scene in the courtyard and sighed. Most of them couldn't believe what they saw. Let them go immediately. Just at this time, a cold voice sounded from outside the courtyard. Then, 5 to 6 people walked in. The leader was clad in black. His eyes were as cold as a venomous snake. Jiang Qin recognized this man. He was none other than Lu Yan, whom he had met outside the mountain gate of exquisite paradise. These people were the people of Huangquan Gate. Looking at the situation of Lu Qi and the other two, Lu Yan's eyes immediately spewed out fire. This Jiang Bofu had crippled the geniuses of Huangquan Gate in public. That was equivalent to provoking Huangquan Gate. Not only would the geniuses of Huangquan Gate be harmed, but also the reputation of Huangquan Gate. To these major powers, reputation was sometimes more important than reputation. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to make young Master Jiang Bofu release them? Jiang Qin sneered. His behavior immediately caused the others to roll their eyes. This bastard was truly arrogant. How dare he talk to Lu Yan in such a manner? This was a typical case of courting death. I don't care who you are. What you are doing now is digging your own grave. Lu Yan spoke Lang. Is that so? Jiang Chen put his palm on Lu Qi's head and said to Lu Yan, if you take another step forward, I will kill him. His words caused another wave of commotion. Injuring someone and killing someone were two completely different concepts. If Jiang Bofu really killed someone from the Huangquan Gate, the enmity between them would be set in stone, and there would be no possibility of resolving it. They would become mortal enemies. Moreover, it took a lot of courage to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. At least, many people present did not believe that Jiang Qin really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. After all, offending the Huangquan Gate was not a joke. You dare. Lu Yan was very angry. The other party was threatening him. No one had ever dared to threaten him. He, Lu Yan, had never been threatened by anyone. Go ahead and try. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. You're courting death. Lu Yan's eyes were like a poisonous snake as he strode toward Jiang Qin. He did not believe that Jiang Qin dared to kill Lu Qi, because that was playing with fire. Bang! However, Lu Yan had only taken one step when he heard a shrill scream. Lu Qi's head completely burst, and he was killed by Jiang Qin on the spot. Wow, the audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was stunned. Lu Yan, who had just taken one step, also stopped. He looked at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Jiang Qin actually killed Lu Qi. He really dared to kill people from the Huangquan Gate. Such a move was already an open enemy of the Huangquan Gate. But at the same time, many people started to admire young Master Bofu in their hearts. He killed without hesitation and in a clean manner without the slightest bit of hesitation. Such ruthless methods were truly rare. Brat, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you kill the people of the Huangquan Gate? Go to hell. Lu Yan was infuriated. His killing intent surged as he lunged at Jiang Qin. Stop! A loud yell was heard. A powerful pressure descended from the sky. An old woman with a walking stick flew over. She hovered above the guest area, watching everything that happened in the courtyard. Her eyes rested on Jiang Qin for a moment before shifting away. She was a mighty immortal venerable, a true elder of exquisite paradise. She had great prestige in exquisite paradise. Tomorrow is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Have you all had enough? Are you treating exquisite paradise as a vegetable market? If you want to settle your grudges, please do it outside exquisite paradise. As soon as the old woman finished speaking, she vanished with a sway. After all, this was the guest area. Given the strength of Lu Yan and Jiang Qin, if they were to fight here, how could exquisite paradise remain peaceful? The appearance of the old woman made Lu Yan retract his qi. He looked at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, aren't you the one who refuses to submit to the heavens? Do you dare to fight me? As soon as Lu Yan's words were spoken, many people felt that it was a little too much, especially the female disciples of exquisite paradise. Each of them felt that it was unfair for Jiang Qin. Lu Yan was a half-step immortal venerable and a supreme genius who had returned from the immortal court. On the other hand, young Master Bofu was merely an early immortal emperor. There was a huge gap in their cultivation base, but Lu Yan challenged young Master Bofu. Wasn't this bullying? However, everyone felt that Jiang Qin would never agree to it. After all, this was a matter that he had no confidence in winning. It was no different from courting death. In any case, this was the territory of exquisite paradise. No matter how angry Lu Yen was, he wouldn't dare to fight Jiang Qin. You want to fight me? Jiang Qin looked at Lu Yen with interest. That's right. Leave exquisite paradise and find a secluded place for a life-and-death battle. Lu Yen spoke aloud. Then let's find a secluded place. Jiang Qin said. With a sway of his body, he soared high into the sky, heading towards the outside of exquisite paradise. This scene stunned everyone once again. Even Lu Yen himself was dumbfounded. He had never thought that the opponent would really agree to fight him. Initially, he just wanted to scare the opponent to regain some face, because he knew that the opponent was only an early immortal emperor. No matter how powerful the opponent was, the opponent wouldn't dare to fight him. Who would have thought that Jiang Qin would agree to it and take the lead to fly towards the outside of exquisite paradise? How could Lu Yen know that finding a secluded place was what Jiang Qin wanted the most? If they fought here, he would be afraid of exposing his identity. An expert like Lu Yen must be eliminated if possible. Therefore, Jiang Qin naturally agreed to Lu Yan's challenge. Jiang Qin had already seen it very clearly. Lu Yan's strength was on par with Tianyu. Since he could kill Tianyu, killing Lu Yen naturally wouldn't be a problem. Has this bastard gone mad? Did he really agree to Lu Yan's challenge? That's Lu Yen we're talking about. Who gave him so much confidence? Lunatic. He must be a lunatic. If Lu Yen fights him, he will die for sure. Chapter 1754. Humph. Since you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Lu Yen harumphed coldly, then vanished in a flash, heading towards the direction where Jiang Qin disappeared. As a matter of fact, Lu Yen had no intention of fighting Jiang Qin. After all, in his point of view, it was an insult to himself to fight an early immortal emperor given his status and strength. Even if he won, he would still lose his face. Lu Yan's plan was to use Lu Qi and the other two as an excuse to cripple Jiang Qin. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups of exquisite paradise had come forward to stop him. Now that Jiang Qin wanted to fight him, Lu Yan had to eliminate Jiang Bofu. He wanted to let Jiang Bofu know what it meant to be convinced. He wanted to let Jiang Bofu know that going against him wouldn't end well. At the center of exquisite paradise, the old woman stood beside Venerable Linglong and spoke. Venerable, that young Master Bofu has actually accepted Lu Yan's challenge. Now that they have left exquisite paradise for the duel, should we stop them? After all, this Jiang Bofu has brought tremendous benefits to exquisite paradise. He's a rare genius. Since he wants to befriend exquisite paradise, we should protect him. The name of Jiang Bofu was known by everyone in the entire exquisite paradise. Ever since this young Master Bofu arrived, no one knew how many benefits he had brought to exquisite paradise. Not only did he help a large number of disciples to improve their cultivation base, he was also generous with his immortal weapons. Clearly, he was prepared to befriend exquisite paradise. Furthermore, such a young genius was too rare. In the old woman's point of view, exquisite paradise should cherish such a person. Upon hearing this, the corner of Venerable Linglong's mouth revealed a trace of a smile, as though she wasn't worried about the duel. She smiled and said to the old woman, Elder Lu, don't worry. Do you think that Lu Yen can kill that young Master Bofu? Although young Master Bofu is mystical, he is just too arrogant. It's a pity that his cultivation base is just too weak. He's merely an early immortal emperor. How can he be a match for Lu Yen? Even I, this old woman, am no match for a genius like Lu Yen, let alone that Jiang Bofu," the old woman said with a frown. In her point of view, the battle between Jiang Qin and Lu Yan was like two extremes. The gap between them was just too great. No matter how divine Jiang Bofu was, he was absolutely no match for Lu Yan. None of the geniuses from the immortal court were easy to deal with. Lu Yan is dead for sure because Jiang Bofu is Jiang Qin, Venerable Ling Long said lightly. Others might not know Jiang Chen's identity, but Venerable Ling Long knew it very well. She knew at the moment Jiang Chen left Longshan. What? Jiang Bofu is Jiang Qin, the old woman exclaimed. Obviously, she had never imagined such a situation. Otherwise, do you think that any random genius would be so kind to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise? And do you think that monstrous geniuses are everywhere in the immortal world? Jiang Chen wants to do something for Exquisite Paradise before the start of the son-in-law selection ceremony. I appreciate his intention. As for Jiang Chen's safety, we don't have to worry about it. We all know his means very well. Venerable Ling Long said with a smile. If that's the case, there's really nothing to worry about. Even Tianyu has been killed by Jiang Qin, let alone Lu Yan. The old woman smiled. Now that she thought about it, she felt that Venerable Ling Long's words were very reasonable. Jiang Chen and Jiang Qin had the same surname and were equally mysterious. In that case, they didn't need to worry at all. The one who should be worried should be Lu Yan. They were very clear about Jiang Chen's capability. Putting aside the countless earth-shattering deeds that he had done, just killing Tianyu was enough to prove his strength. Although Lu Yan was powerful, he was still in existence on the same level as Tianyu. If he had a life-and-death battle with Jiang Qin, only death awaited him. In the minds of Venerable Ling Long and the old woman, apart from Jiang Qin, they were afraid that there was no one else who could fight a half-step immortal venerable while being an early immortal emperor. In Exquisite Paradise, after Jiang Qin and Lu Yan disappeared, many people came out, wanting to see how the battle was going to end, or how Jiang Bofu was killed by Lu Yan, especially those from the Huangquan Gate. Each and every one of them was infuriated. Initially, they had followed Lu Yan to Exquisite Paradise excitedly, but who would have thought that they would encounter Jiang Bofu, who had caused them such a huge loss? Out of the three geniuses, one was killed and the other two were crippled. The speed at which they came out wasn't slow, but Jiang Qin and Lu Yan were too fast. By the time they came out, Jiang Qin and Lu Yan were nowhere to be seen, as though they had vanished into thin air. Where did they go? Why isn't there any trace of them left? That's right. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that they are going to fight secretly? Forget it, there's nothing interesting to see in a battle like this. The gap between the two of them is too big, they're not on the same level at all. Jiang Bofu will definitely die. Let's just wait here. I'm guessing it won't be long before Lu Yan comes back with Jiang Bofu's head. I think Jiang Bofu must have fled out of fear. Lu Yan must have chased after him. That's why Jiang Bofu ran so fast that we couldn't find him. Many people were speechless. Both of them disappeared too fast. They couldn't find their shadows when they came out. However, almost everyone was sure that Lu Yan would win. There was no doubt about it. Some people even thought that Jiang Bofu was going to take advantage of this opportunity to escape. After all, he had killed the people of the Huangquan Gate and offended a major power that he shouldn't have offended. So, it was reasonable for him to run away. At this moment, on a barren mountain thousands of miles away from Exquisite Paradise, Jiang Chen was standing in the air in white clothes. Opposite him was Lu Yan, who had just chased after him. Lu Yan looked around and looked at the barren land. Leng Leng said, "I thought you were going to run away." What a joke. You don't have the qualifications to make me run away. Jiang Qin sneered. Jiang Bofu, I don't know if there's something wrong with your brain or if you are too arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight me? Lu Yan said with great interest. He was very puzzled, wondering who gave this opponent the courage to fight him with a mere early immortal emperor cultivation base. That's right. That's right. Is that so? I wonder how you compare to Tianyu. Even Tianyu has been killed by me. Do you think you are much stronger than him? Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Chapter 1755. Upon hearing Tianyu's name, the sneering Lu Yan's facial expression changed instantly. He looked at the opponent in horror and said in disbelief, "You are Jiang Qin." At this time, Lu Yan had no choice but to doubt it. Because the opponent said that he had killed Tianyu, and Tianyu had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Qin not long ago. This fact was known to the world. It wasn't a secret. When Lu Yan recalled Jiang Bofu's miraculous performance in Exquisite Paradise and the scene of him killing an intermediate immortal emperor Lu Qi with ease, Lu Yan was even more convinced that the person in front of him was Jiang Qin. At least you aren't stupid, Jiang Qin said. With a sway of his body, a wave of desolate energy surged out of his body like a vast ocean. He had transformed into his dragon form. He needed to exert all his strength to deal with Lu Yan. The reason he chose this place as the battlefield was because he didn't want to expose his identity in Exquisite Paradise. Come on, let me see how you compare to Tianyu. Jiang Qin's murderous intent made him look like a god of death. His oppressive qi made Lu Yan feel a strong pressure. Lu Yan's facial expression changed slightly. When he saw Jiang Qin's dragon form, he was even more certain of Jiang Qin's identity. The dragon form itself was the biggest symbol of Jiang Qin. Lu Yan had never thought that he would meet Jiang Qin so soon. To be honest, he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Jiang Qin. After all, it was a fact that Jiang Qin had killed Tianyu. He knew Tianyu's ability all too well. They were both cultivators in the Immortal Court, so they couldn't be more familiar with each other. What? Are you afraid? If you are, you can choose to surrender, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Upon hearing the word surrender, a strong anger surged out of Lu Yan's body. When had he, Lu Yan, surrendered? This was simply an insult to his character. If this matter was spread out, he wouldn't be able to show his face anymore. Humph. Jiang Qin, you were only able to kill Tianyu because you were opportunistic. Tianyu died in vain, but I'm not Tianyu. Since we met today, I, Lu Yan, will kill you with all my strength. Lu Yan coldly snorted. Facing Jiang Qin, although he didn't have any confidence, his greedy heart began to become restless. He knew better than anyone that killing Jiang Qin would bring him great benefits. He would directly become famous. Moreover, in Lu Yan's view, the reason why Jiang Qin was able to kill Tianyu was that he had replicated Tianyu's 9 heavenly astral slashes with a magical secret skill, which completely disturbed Tianyu's mind. As long as he was careful, Jiang Qin was definitely no match for him. Clang! Lu Yan's arm trembled. A world-shaking battle sword appeared. He knew that Jiang Qin had a method that could simulate his opponent's combat technique. Since that was the case, he wouldn't use any combat technique. He would use a powerful immortal weapon to directly pressure and injure Jiang Qin. Moreover, given Jiang Qin's strength, he would have to go all out to suppress his opponent. Make your move. Jiang Qin slowly drew out the Heavenly Saint sword. The blood-red dragon sword let out a roar, as though it had been a long time since it last fought. At this moment, it couldn't contain its joy anymore. Lu Yan moved. Facing the powerful Jiang Qin, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow. The battle sword in his hand let out a whistling sound, like a poisonous dragon, carrying the pressure of Mount Tai as it slashed towards Jiang Qin. Everywhere the terrifying battle sword passed, the void would be slashed into two. On the other side, Jiang Qin also moved. The Heavenly Saint sword was even more terrifying than before. His movements were not flashy at all. He directly slashed towards Lu Yan's battle sword. Jiang Qin didn't wish to be entangled with Lu Yan. Thus, he unleashed his full power, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. Putting aside the fact that Lu Yan didn't use any combat technique, even if he did, Jiang Qin wouldn't have the heart to use the Taiji diagram to simulate it. He had no interest in Lu Yan's combat technique. Right now, he was only interested in taking Lu Yan's life. Rumble. The two battle swords collided, instantly causing a world-shaking boom. Even though the two of them had already opened up a battlefield, the mountains within a radius of several hundred li were still destroyed. After all, the destructive energy was simply too great. Neither of them held back in this attack. Thus, the difference in strength was obvious. Even someone as powerful as Lu Yan was forced back 100 zhang, falling into a disadvantageous position. What an abnormal bastard. Lu Yan's face darkened. Even though he had already prepared himself, he still couldn't accept the fact that he was forced back by Jiang Qin. No matter what, he couldn't change the fact that Jiang Qin was only an early immortal emperor. The geniuses of the immortal court sure are extraordinary. If my current cultivation base is only at the early immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for Lu Yan. Jiang Qin was slightly surprised. A genius like Lu Yan was incomparable to ordinary people. Jiang Qin's current cultivation base was at the peak of early immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the intermediate immortal emperor realm, which was why he could defeat Lu Yan. Jiang Qin knew very well that if he was still at the early immortal emperor realm, he would certainly be no match for Lu Yan. Of course, the current situation was more than enough to kill Lu Yan. Howl. Jiang Qin's speed was extremely fast. He raised the Heavenly Saint sword high again and slashed at Lu Yan. He casted the Great Void technique and appeared above Lu Yan's head in a blink. Lu Yan was taken aback. Without hesitation, the sword in his hand carried ocean-like energy and sword qi, colliding with Jiang Qin once more. Hong Long. It was another earth-shattering scene. The scene was just too explosive. In such a fierce battle, momentum was undoubtedly the most important factor. Due to the fact that Jiang Qin had killed Tianyu, Lu Yan's momentum was weaker than Jiang Qin's from the beginning. As such, without any surprise, Lu Yan was once again sent flying by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I admit that you are a peerless genius. I won't fight you today. If you have the guts, show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow. At that time, someone will naturally kill you. After leaving a harsh remark, Lu Yan turned and left. He was a very smart man. He never fought a battle that he wasn't sure of winning. After realizing that he was no match for Jiang Qin, Lu Yan didn't linger any longer and chose to flee. It had to be said that this was a very wise choice, because Lu Yan knew that continuing to fight wouldn't do him any good. Even if he tried his best, he wouldn't be able to kill Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin dared to show up at the son-in-law selection tomorrow, someone would naturally kill him. This time, many immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court, such as Li Feng of the Huangquan Gate, had come for Jiang Qin instead of the son-in-law selection. Ha! Lu Yan, now that you've come, do you still want to leave? Jiang Qin laughed aloud. He casted the Great Void technique and blocked Lu Yan's way in the blink of an eye. It wasn't easy for him to lure Lu Yan out. If he let Lu Yan go back unscathed, wouldn't it be a waste of his feelings? Besides, if Lu Yan returned, his identity would be exposed. Chapter 1756. Lu Yan's facial expression changed once more. Jiang Chen's terrifying speed had utterly shocked him. Only now did he recall that Jiang Chen possessed the Great Void technique. Jiang Chen, do you really want to fight to the death? You won't be able to gain any advantage. Lu Yan spoke aloud. He felt that Jiang Chen had gone too far. Jiang Chen was determined to kill him. He felt that even if he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, it would still be very easy for him to leave in front of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's action was simply humiliating him. Fight to the death. You don't deserve it. Jiang Chen spoke, slashing the Heavenly Saint sword once more. The enmity between him and the Huangquan Gate had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Lu Yan had returned from the Immortal Court to kill him, but he chose to retreat because he felt that he couldn't kill him. Otherwise, Lu Yan wouldn't let go of any opportunity to kill him. Jiang Chen was very clear about this. Therefore, since Lu Yan had been lured out, Jiang Chen would never let go of such a great opportunity to kill Lu Yan. Furthermore, Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Lu Yan. Lu Yan was infuriated. As a first-class genius of the Huangquan Gate and a peerless figure of the Immortal Court, he had never suffered such humiliation. Waves of qi erupted from his body. The combat sword in his hand rained down like raindrops, colliding with Jiang Chen's Heavenly Saint sword once more. For a moment, the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. The spatial zone and the mountain range below were shattered. Dang dang dang. Despite having exerted his full strength, Lu Yan was still forced a few steps back by Jiang Chen. At this point, he had to admit that he was no match for Jiang Chen even if he didn't want to. In Lu Yan's point of view, Jiang Chen was like a ferocious divine beast. His body contained an inexhaustible amount of energy that could never be used up. Looking at Jiang Chen's imposing manner, a trace of fear suddenly emerged in his heart. This was a very scary thing. One should know that when one reached his level, he had long forgotten what fear was. At this time, Jiang Chen's qi changed once more. His dragon eyes turned blood red. He had actually put away the Heavenly Saint sword at the critical moment. To a warrior, it was extremely unwise to put away a powerful immortal weapon at the critical moment. However, this made Lu Yan even more afraid, because he could sense fear from Jiang Chen. He knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't put away his immortal weapon because he didn't want to give up his strength, but was going to use a technique that was even more terrifying than the immortal weapon. I'm done playing with you. Slaughter Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as thunder. A blood-red dragon of slaughter instantly appeared above his head. Its eyes were cold and emotionless. Its gaze fell upon Lu Yan like a sharp sword, locking on to all of Lu Yan's qi. That was the will of the slaughter dragon. Once the opponent was locked on, the opponent must be exterminated. Roar! The terrifying slaughter dragon formed a huge dragon seal. The blood-red dragon seal carried the aura of death, wanting to destroy everything in this world. With a crushing momentum, it charged towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan turned pale with fright. In the face of this terrifying slaughter dragon seal, he could directly feel the will to kill. In this dragon seal, there was also a faint trace of heavenly might, causing his soul to tremble. A will of death suddenly rose from the bottom of Lu Yan's heart. He had never felt such a feeling before. It was too terrifying. That blood-red slaughter dragon seal was like the most terrifying thing in this world, making him unable to resist it. At this time, Lu Yan's first thought was to run for his life. However, he didn't dare to run because he could clearly sense that the slaughter dragon seal had already locked onto his chi. His speed of running was not as fast as the attack of the slaughter dragon seal. The only thing he could do now was to use all of his strength to resist, hoping that he could block the slaughter dragon seal. Sweeping sword in 8 directions. Lu Yen seemed to have stimulated the last of his potential. He roared and the sword in his hand cast out countless sword lights, sweeping in all directions, forming a big net, shrouding the slaughter dragon seal. Roar! The blood-red dragon roared wildly. Those sword lights fell on the body of the slaughter dragon and made a clanging sound. They couldn't cause any damage to the slaughter dragon at all. This scene was exactly the same as Tian Yu's 9 heavenly astral slashes. He was not the opponent of the slaughter dragon at all. After Jiang Qin comprehended the way of slaughter, he cultivated the slaughter dragon seal. Now, the slaughter dragon seal had become the representative of slaughter. It was the perfect interpretation of the way of slaughter. Moreover, it had absorbed the heavenly might of the 9 tribulations of slaughter. It could be said that it was the most terrifying means of Jiang Qin now. Rumble, the whole battlefield turned into chaos. The slaughter dragon was too terrifying. The huge dragon's mouth directly swallowed Lu Yen and then burst open. Then, Jiang Qin waved his hand and struck out a wave of air, dispersing the chaotic color. Lu Yan's figure was also revealed. At this moment, Lu Yan was covered in blood and looked extremely embarrassed. Looking at his aura, he was only a little better than Tian Yu at that time. In this state, Lu Yan could only be slaughtered by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin came to Lu Yan, his eyes were as ruthless as a knife. Jiang Qin, don't kill me. Lu Yan had never been so afraid of death. He didn't want to die, no one wanted to die. Give me a reason not to kill you. Jiang Qin said lightly. Lu Yan smiled bitterly because he couldn't find a reason for Jiang Qin not to kill him. It was just like if Jiang Qin fell into his hands, he would definitely die. At this moment, Lu Yan was in complete despair. Jiang Qin withdrew his dragon form and turned to leave. When he disappeared in the mountain range, Lu Yan's body suddenly burst open and turned into a mist of blood. The combat sword in his hand turned into a golden light and flew into Jiang Qin's hand. Jiang Qin's body flickered and disappeared completely. Exquisite Paradise was still crowded with people. Tomorrow was the son-in-law selection ceremony. Those who should be here had already arrived. Now, many people were looking at the distance with longing eyes, seemingly waiting for someone to appear. Why hasn't he come back yet? Who do you think will win? Is there a need to think about it? Even a fool knows that Jiang Bofu is dead for sure. That's Lu Yan we're talking about. That's right. I dare to bet that Lu Yan will return in less than 10 minutes with Jiang Bofu's head. The crowd was restless. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. Just as they were discussing and betting, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of them. In just a few breaths, the silhouette had arrived in front of the mountain gate of Exquisite Paradise. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the silhouette of the silhouette. Isn't that Jiang Bofu? Yeah, why did he come back? Where's Lu Yan? Why didn't Lu Yan come back? He wouldn't have killed Lu Yan, right? What are you thinking? Can he kill Lu Yan? I guess they didn't fight at all. Chapter 1757. Jiang Qin had returned, but Lu Yan didn't return with him. Such a situation had caused an uproar. Some people guessed that Lu Yan had died in the hands of Jiang Bofu, but most of them still thought that it was impossible. After all, the gap between their cultivation base was just too great. They would rather believe that they had gone out for a stroll and didn't encounter each other. Jiang Bofu, where's our senior brother Lu Yan? A disciple of Huangquan Gate blocked Jiang Chen's path and asked aloud. He's dead. Jiang Chen said casually. Bullshit. Only you can kill senior brother Lu Yan. You must have run away because you don't dare to fight senior brother Lu Yan. That disciple had the urge to vomit blood. How could Lu Yan be so easily killed just because he boasted? Get lost. Don't get in my way. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered and snapped at the disciple. The disciple shuddered. His body uncontrollably gave way to Jiang Chen. Although he was an intermediate immortal emperor, he didn't have the slightest confidence in front of Jiang Chen. He had seen clearly how Jiang Chen killed Lu Qi, who was also an intermediate immortal emperor. Such a person would kill without batting an eye and was cruel and ruthless. If he angered Jiang Chen, he would die in vain. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and strode towards his courtyard in the VIP area. Let's go back. I guess this Jiang Bofu has gone out for a stroll and returned. Lu Yan might still be looking for him outside. It won't take long for him to return. After acting tough for so long, it turns out that he's just a coward. Many of them thought so. Looking at the back of Jiang Chen, they couldn't help but reveal disdainful eyes. Outside the VIP area, Yang Bufan and the other two couldn't help but laugh when they saw Jiang Chen swaggering back. Only they believed that Lu Yan was dead, and he was dead for sure. Little Chenzi, why did you change your appearance? Yang Bufan transmitted his voice. Can I come out without changing my appearance? I'm afraid that exquisite paradise will immediately become a battlefield. Tomorrow's son-in-law selection is mainly to stimulate Monkey to wake up. I can't steal his limelight. Jiang Chen replied. He knew very well that most of the people who came to this son-in-law selection were here for him. The truly powerful experts were still hiding in the dark. Those experts from the immortal court were here to kill him. If he revealed his true appearance, he would immediately become the focus of attention. He was afraid that exquisite paradise would immediately become a battlefield. This wasn't what Jiang Chen wanted to see, because he knew the purpose of this son-in-law selection better than anyone else. If it wasn't to stimulate Long San, Venerable Ling Long wouldn't have used the saintess as a bait. The night fell quickly, but the VIP area was even more restless. It wasn't because of the continuous appearance of female disciples in Jiang Chen's courtyard, but because Lu Yan hadn't returned yet. Lu Yan hasn't returned yet. Tomorrow is the day of the son-in-law selection. He must know that Jiang Bofu has already returned. If he couldn't find any trace of Jiang Bofu, he should have returned long ago. Could it be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Bofu kill Lu Yan? This is ridiculous. But why hasn't Lu Yan returned yet? That Jiang Bofu shouldn't be underestimated. He has killed Lu Qi with ease. This alone is enough for him to gain a foothold among the young geniuses of the immortal world. Many of them couldn't keep calm anymore. At this time, many of them began to recall the words Jiang Chen said when he returned. Lu Yan was dead. Many of them began to imagine that it might be true. The disciples of Huangquan Gate couldn't hold on any longer. Several disciples flew out to search for traces of Lu Yan. An hour later, the disciples of Huangquan Gate returned, but they still couldn't find any trace of Lu Yan. However, they found signs of a battle in a desolate mountain range thousands of miles away. Judging from the time of the battle, it coincided with the time when Jiang Chen and Lu Yan went out. This was no small matter, and everyone's gazes immediately focused on Jiang Bofu again. So, Jiang Bofu and Lu Yan might have really fought. The time, place, and traces of the battle are incomparably consistent. It is said that the desolate mountain range has been destroyed. Lu Yan still hasn't returned. Could it be that he's really dead? Jiang Bofu has really killed Lu Yan, but he's only an early immortal emperor. Since when did such a monstrous genius appear in the immortal world? If there was such a monstrous genius, he would have become famous in the immortal world. However, we have never seen or even heard of such a monstrous genius. Currently, in the entire immortal world, only Jiang Qin has the ability to kill a half-step immortal venerable genius with just an early immortal emperor cultivation base. Jiang Qin. They are the same person. Jiang Bofu is Jiang Qin. It must be so. Damn it. We have all been deceived by him. That's right. It must be the same person. It's impossible for there to be two such monstrous geniuses with the same surname. Plus, he showed his hostility to Yellow Spring sect and killed their disciples. Without a doubt, he must be Jiang Qin. If he didn't have a deep hatred for Yellow Spring sect, he wouldn't be so cruel. The scene instantly went out of control. Most of the people who came here were geniuses and intelligent people. It was easy for them to figure out the crux of the matter. Jiang Bofu was Jiang Qin. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lu Yan to die. Only Jiang Qin could kill an expert like Lu Yan when he was only an early immortal emperor, because Jiang Qin had just killed Tian Yu a few days ago. The news spread like wildfire. The appearance of Jiang Qin would surely set off a great wave. For a moment, the geniuses of various major powers were mobilized, besieging Jiang Qin's courtyard. Those geniuses who had just returned from the immortal court had also appeared. All of them were at the same level as Lu Yan, but there were more of them. There were more than 30 of them. If they joined forces, they would be a major power that couldn't be underestimated. Even Jiang Qin wasn't a match for them. However, when they surrounded the courtyard, it was already completely empty. There wasn't even the slightest trace of Jiang Qin to be found. Damn it. That bastard has run away. Bastard. He has been under our nose for 2 days. How could we miss the chance to kill him? Damn it. Don't worry. I guess he will appear again in the son-in-law selection tomorrow. This bastard is a fugitive. We will send more powerful geniuses tomorrow. As long as Jiang Qin dares to appear, he will die without a burial place. Chapter 1758. Jiang Qin stood beside the Ling Long Jade Divine Rock, looking at Dragon Shirsan who was lying on the rock. Dragon Shirsan still showed no signs of waking up. As soon as you went out, you caused a huge commotion in Exquisite Paradise. Lan Lingji looked over at Jiang Qin. As the saintess, although she didn't leave this place, she knew everything that had happened in Exquisite Paradise. Now that Jiang Qin had returned, the guest zone was destined to be a sleepless night. Moreover, the appearance of Jiang Qin would only make the selection of son-in-law more lively. Those peerless geniuses who might not have shown up before would surely show up this time for no other reason than to kill Jiang Qin. Lan Lingji knew very well that the attraction of Jiang Qin was far greater than her, the saintess, to those true geniuses who had returned from the immortal court. It doesn't matter. The enmity between me and them has always been irreconcilable. Since they have come for me, I naturally have to go out and do something. Jiang Qin smiled. But Master and I are very grateful to you. We know that the reason you have changed your appearance this time is to help the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, said Lan Lingji with a smile. She knew very well what Jiang Qin had done in the past 2 days. Apart from the immortal weapons that he had sent out, the most important thing was to help the disciples who were stuck in a bottleneck to advance. Both Venerable Ling Long and Lan Lingji were aware of Jiang Qin's painstaking efforts. At the same time, they felt very gratified. For people like Jiang Qin and Long San, Exquisite Paradise was willing to spare no effort to help them. It's nothing. How's Monkey now? Asked Jiang Qin. Lan Lingji shook her head helplessly and let out a sigh. There's still no progress. Monkey, if you still don't wake up, your wife will belong to someone else tomorrow. Jiang Qin spoke with a frown, but there was nothing he could do in this situation. He could only use such words to provoke Long San. Lan Lingji felt very helpless. She didn't know what to do if Long San didn't wake up tomorrow. Was she really going to marry someone else? That was absolutely impossible, but if she didn't get married, it would cause Exquisite Paradise to become enemies with the other major powers, which was something she didn't wish to see. Using this event to provoke Long San was a risky move, but for Long San, Lan Lingji was willing to do anything. She wouldn't give up until the very last moment. She believed that Long San would never give up on her. I believe Brother San will wake up. Lan Lingji spoke with incomparable firmness. The next day, early in the morning, Exquisite Paradise was bustling with noise and excitement. The Exquisite Paradise Square was dozens of miles wide. It was the largest martial arena in Exquisite Paradise. Currently, it was already crowded with people. Exquisite Paradise was open to the public. Apart from the geniuses of various major powers who came to participate in the selection of son-in-law, there were also many cultivators from East Xuanyu. As a major event in East Xuanyu, it would certainly attract countless attention. The selection of son-in-law is about to begin. I wonder if the Saintess will come out later. I haven't seen the Saintess of Exquisite Paradise before. I heard that she's a peerless beauty. Of course. Lan Lingji is known as the #1 beauty of East Xuanyu. Today is the day of the selection of son-in-law. Lan Lingji will surely appear. I can't wait any longer. What's the use of being impatient? With your cultivation base, do you still want to compete on the battle platform? You won't even know how you die in there. I didn't say that I'm going to compete in the selection of son-in-law. Can't I just watch the fun? The super geniuses who will participate in the selection of son-in-law must be monstrous geniuses from the Immortal Court. The battle between those geniuses will surely be intense. Moreover, Jiang Qin might appear again. The crowd was discussing about the upcoming selection of son-in-law. Apart from the beauty of Lan Lingji, they were also looking forward to the battle between the geniuses of the Immortal Court. It would surely be earth-shattering and eye-opening. Wang Wang. At this moment, the void above the martial arena suddenly trembled. Then, a few immortal venerables flew over. All of them were immortal venerables. The leader of them was none other than Venerable Ling Long. She was graceful and elegant. They were the core members of Exquisite Paradise. Today's selection of son-in-law was presided over by Venerable Ling Long, so that's Venerable Ling Long. She's stunningly beautiful. An intermediate immortal venerable. I never thought that I would have the chance to see her beauty one day. Venerable Ling Long treats the Saintess like her own daughter. This selection of son-in-law is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. Naturally, Venerable Ling Long has to show up. Moreover, there are many geniuses of the Immortal Court here. Only Venerable Ling Long can suppress them. The appearance of Venerable Ling Long immediately caused a commotion. Most of them wouldn't have the chance to see a giant figure like Venerable Ling Long in their lifetime. Only when Exquisite Paradise was open to the public did they have such an opportunity. Many of them seemed a little excited. There was a high platform ahead. Venerable Ling Long and a few immortal venerables descended on the platform. She glanced around and said, "Today, I'm selecting a son-in-law for the Saintess. This is a major event of Exquisite Paradise. The rules are very simple. The winner will be the king. Whoever can suppress the crowd will be the son-in-law of Venerable Linglong. At that time, not only will he marry the saintess, but he will also receive 10 drops of Linglong jade saliva as a reward. As soon as Venerable Linglong's words fell, the crowd became restless, because the temptation was just too great. What a happy thing it is to become the son-in-law of Venerable Linglong. There are also 10 drops of Linglong jade saliva. I heard that the Linglong jade saliva is extracted from the Linglong jade stone. It's incomparably precious. Anyone who obtains it will gain boundless benefits. That's right. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I will definitely try my best. Not only will I get a huge reward, but I will also be able to marry the beauty. How wonderful would that be? Wake up. Stop dreaming. Just watch the show. The matter of choosing a son-in-law really has nothing to do with you. The crowd was restless. The geniuses who had returned from the immortal court were itching to have a go. Today was their main battlefield. The others had to stand aside. Venerable, before the selection of son-in-law begins, shouldn't you let the saintess show herself to everyone? Someone spoke aloud. As soon as the voice faded, a peerlessly beautiful woman stepped on the void and landed on the high platform, standing beside Venerable Linglong. She was clad in blue, and her skin was as exquisite as jade. She was so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Chapter 1759. So beautiful. No wonder she's the #1 beauty of East Xuanyu. She's breathtaking. I didn't expect the saintess of exquisite paradise to be so beautiful. Initially, I wasn't very interested in the selection of son-in-law, but now, it seems like I have to give it my all. I'm also going to join the battle. Only a genius like me is worthy of such a beauty. The appearance of Lan Lingji stirred the crowd even more. It was the first time for most of them to see Lan Lingji. They had only heard of her name before. One should know that the geniuses of East Xuanyu weren't the only ones who had come to participate in the selection of son-in-law. The geniuses of the entire ethereal immortal domain were here, especially those who had returned from the immortal court. Due to the long period of time that they had spent in the immortal court, most of them hadn't seen Lan Lingji before. Most of them had come for Jiang Qin, but the moment they saw Lan Lingji, many of them changed their original intention and felt that they had to have a good fight with her today. However, there were still some people in the crowd who were indifferent. They stood there calmly, as though nothing in the outside world could arouse their interest and attention. However, the qi that was exuded from their bodies was incomparably astonishing. They were the true peerless geniuses. Each of them had a cultivation base of early immortal venerable realm. Their divine sense kept sweeping across the crowd, apparently trying to find something. Obviously, these people had come for Jiang Qin. As for the selection of son-in-law, they didn't seem to have any intention of participating. Given their cultivation base, their temperament had already become incomparably calm. Beauty could no longer shake their hearts. The son-in-law of exquisite paradise wasn't that attractive to them. The selection of son-in-law would be left to those half-step immortal venerables. On the side of Huangquan Gate, a few disciples' faces were incomparably unsightly. As Lu Yan hadn't appeared yet, they were almost certain that Lu Yan was dead. The one standing in front of them was an early immortal venerable who had returned from the immortal court not long ago. Previously, he had gone to the desolate mountain range thousands of miles away and sensed the qi of death of Lu Yan. Therefore, he was basically certain that Lu Yan was dead. This infuriated the disciples of Huangquan Gate, making them even more determined to eliminate Jiang Qin. On the high platform, Lan Lingji was expressionless. She didn't even glance at the crowd below and stood at the back of the crowd. All right, let's not waste any more time. Now, I'm going to announce the rules of the selection of son-in-law. Those who can win 3 matches in a row will enter the final selection of son-in-law. Life and death doesn't matter during the battle. Only those who admit defeat. Venerable Ling Long spoke aloud. The rules of the competition were very simple, but they were incomparably harsh. One should know that the geniuses who came from the immortal court were all heaven-defying geniuses. It might be possible to determine a winner, but it would be too difficult to win 3 matches in a row. After all, each battle would consume a tremendous amount of energy. However, such rules would also make the selection of son-in-law more convenient. There were roughly 30 to 40 half-step immortal venerables present. If the battles were fought according to such rules, it would already be considered good if 2 or 3 of them could enter the final battle. After all, winning 3 matches in a row wasn't a joke. Apart from that, life and death didn't matter on the battle platform. This rule had destined the battle to be bloody and cruel. One should know that although these geniuses were cultivating in the immortal court, it was inevitable for them to have some conflicts with each other. In addition, they came from different major powers. Naturally, there were a lot of them who hated each other. The immortal court didn't allow internal strife, but now that they were on the battle platform, it was different. If they were enemies, they wouldn't want to give up the opportunity to kill their opponent. Of course, at their level, they could admit defeat if they couldn't win. It wasn't an easy task to kill a powerful opponent in a battle of the same level. I hereby announce that the selection of son-in-law has officially begun. Let's begin. After Venerable Ling Long finished speaking, she slowly sat on the rattan chair behind her. The scene began to heat up. Countless people were looking at the battle platform at the center of the martial arts field. There were 3 battle platforms here. 3 battles could be held at the same time. The real moment is coming. How exciting! Life and death. Although the rules are a little cruel, the immortal world is a place where the strong preys on the weak. The appearance of Lan Lingji has already attracted the attention of those geniuses. The following battles will surely be incomparably intense. I wonder who will be the winner in the end. If I can marry a peerless saintess like Lan Lingji, my life will be worth it. The crucial moment had finally arrived. Innumerable eyes fell upon the 3 battle platforms at the center of the martial arts field. Everyone knew that there would be a real bloodbath on the battle platforms. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost as soon as Venerable Ling Long's voice faded, 3 silhouettes flew towards the 3 battle platforms and landed lightly on them. Who wants to fight me, Chu Tian? One of them, a muscular man in a yellow robe, yelled. He was tall and strong with a pair of leopard-like eyes. One look and anyone could tell that he was a ferocious figure. That's Chu Tian of Limitless Immortal Sect. He looks very powerful. Someone recognized him. He was from Limitless Immortal Sect. Before he entered the immortal court, he had made a name for himself in East Xuanyu. I'll fight you. With a loud yell, another youth flew up and stood opposite of Chu Tian. He was a genius of North Xuanyu. It could be said that he had fallen in love with Lan Lingji at first sight and was ready to fight her. Hong Long. Without any superfluous words, Chu Tian and this genius of North Xuanyu began fighting. At the same time, the battles on the other 2 battle platforms had also begun. The battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long, which was strong enough to withstand their crazy battles. Otherwise, given the strength of these monstrous geniuses, it was afraid that the platform would be destroyed. For a moment, the 3 battle platforms were in chaos. The combat strength of a half-step immortal venerable peerless genius was imaginable. It wasn't something that ordinary experts could compare with. Many of them had finally seen what a true genius was like today. Chapter 1760. Did you see that? It's impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. It seems like it's going to be even more difficult to win 3 battles in a row. If the battle continues like this, it'll be good enough if 1 or 2 of them can enter the final battle. Damn it, these guys are really heaven-defying. Every single one of them is a heaven-defying character. If I can be like them one day, that would be awesome. Such an exciting battle dazzled the spectators. Any one of them was comparable to an early immortal venerable. Each of them had exceedingly powerful means. When they collided with each other, it was like a tit for a tat, turning the sky dark and the earth dark. Wheel of Annihilation. Suddenly, Chu Tian let out an explosive roar. A terrifying black heavenly will suddenly appeared, carrying with it an incomparable destructive power, smashing towards his opponent. This was Chu Tian's ultimate technique. After using it, his battle prowess would instantly increase by a large margin. Not good. His opponent's facial expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect that Chu Tian could suddenly unleash such a powerful combat strength. He felt a great sense of crisis and pressure from the powerful wheel of annihilation. Bei Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. A large halberd appeared in his hand. It was glistening with cold light as it collided with the wheel of annihilation. Hong Long. The fierce ultimate confrontation collided with each other, completely tearing the sky apart. Terrifying airwaves diffused in all directions. If it wasn't for the battlefield, the entire martial arts practice field would have been severely affected. The battle platform was also firmly protected by the restriction laid out by Venerable Ling Long, so it wasn't affected by the destructive aftermath of the battle. Barf. Under the powerful attack of the Wheel of Annihilation, Bei Xuanyu spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. He shook his head helplessly, turned and flew away from the battle platform, admitting defeat. Chu Tian didn't chase after him. He kept the Wheel of Annihilation and charged forward with indomitable chi. Good. Senior brother Chu Tian is mighty and domineering. Ha! Senior brother Chu Tian's Wheel of Annihilation is too terrifying. It can double his combat strength. That guy is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Chu Tian is an elite even in the immortal court. He won't have any problem fighting to the end, let alone winning 3 battles. The people from the Limitless Immortal sect immediately grew excited. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, as if they were the ones who had defeated Chu Tian. Of course, they had a reason to be excited. Chu Tian's prowess represented the Limitless Immortal sect's prowess. This made them feel extremely proud. At the same time, on top of the Ling Long Jade Rock, Long San was still motionless. This made Jiang Chen anxious. Jiang Chen paced back and forth beside the Ling Long Jade Rock, almost dragging Long San off the rock. Monkey, are you going to wake up or not? The battle is going to end soon. Your wife is going to fly away soon. She's going to fly away, do you know that? Jiang Chen had no choice but to continue to stimulate Long San, hoping to stimulate Long San's subconscious. Only by truly stimulating Long San would he be able to wake up. On the high platform of the martial arena, Lan Lingji's emotions were fluctuating. All her thoughts were on Long San, turning a blind eye to the battle before her. Master. Lan Lingji called out softly. She was feeling very depressed. Let's leave it to fate. Venerable Ling Long's tone was flat. This was the last thing she could do for Long San and Lan Lingji. As for whether Long San could wake up or not, it was no longer something she could control. Everything depended on the luck of Long San and Lan Lingji. Long San, you must wake up. Lan Lingji prayed in her heart. At this moment, the only thing that could support her to stand here was probably the trust she had in Dragon Shirsan. The fierce battle lasted for 2 hours. Most of the geniuses had fought, but the result was as expected. Only 2 people could advance to the final battle. One was Chu Tian, the other was Lin Yu of Lin family of southern Xuanyu. The next battle would be a one-on-one battle between Chu Tian and Lin Yu. As long as one of them won, the selection of son-in-law would be considered to have come to an end. However, at this moment, Lin Yu did not seem to be in a good state. Although he had barely won 3 matches, he had also suffered a certain degree of injury, and his condition was not as good as before. On the other hand, Chu Tian was as lively as before. His wheel of annihilation was too terrifying, and he did not use too much strength in 3 consecutive matches. In addition, he was the first to fight and had rested for a long time after winning. His current condition was exactly the same as before, and he was completely in peak condition. Chu Tian is just too terrifying. Once the wheel of heavenly extermination is out, it's hard to find someone who can compete with him. That's right. Chu Tian is just too ferocious. He's still in his peak condition. Lin Yu seems somewhat inferior. Now that he's injured, he can't exert his original combat strength. He's certainly not a match for Chu Tian. It seems like the final winner of today's selection of son-in-law will be Chu Tian. This guy is really enviable. The spectators saw the state of the 2 of them. The difference between their current states was like heaven and earth. There was almost no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Lan Lingji's face darkened. She knew that as long as Chu Tian defeated Lin Yu, everything would come to an end. However, until now, Long Shirsan still hadn't appeared. At this moment, Dragon Shirsan, who was on the Linglong Jade Rock, seemed to have sensed that the battle was coming to an end. His fingers began to move. Thank heaven and earth. You finally have a reaction. Long Shirsan, wake up quickly. The battle is about to end. Lan Lingji is going to be taken away by someone else. Jiang Chen spoke hastily. To be honest, he was sweating profusely. Who the fuck dares to snatch Master Monkey's woman? Don't you want to live anymore? A thought suddenly rushed out of Long Shirsan's body. Jiang Chen immediately burst into laughter. This bastard had finally woken up. The fact that he could send out a thought indicated that his soul had completely awakened. One had to admit that Venerable Ling Long's tactic of selecting a son-in-law was very effective in stimulating Long Shirsan. If Long Shirsan wasn't stimulated, God knows when he would wake up. Once Long Shirsan adapted to the state of hibernation, he was afraid that he would be in hibernation for the rest of his life. Buzz. Chapter 1761. Hong Long. The energy in Long Shirsan's body was rolling like a tide, like waves in the vast ocean. His cultivation base was at the late immortal Emperor realm. Now that his soul had just awakened, he was about to break through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. However, Jiang Chen had already expected such a situation. After Long Shirsan fell into a coma, he had obtained a drop of great earth immortal milk and absorbed the saliva of the Linglong Jade Rock crazily. In addition to the strength of his bloodline, his awakening this time was akin to a nirvana rebirth. If he still couldn't advance to the next level, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the bloodline of the Battle Saint Ape? I wonder how powerful this bastard will become after he awakens. Those geniuses of the immortal court are going to be out of luck. Jiang Chen smiled happily. As an immemorial battle spirit, Long Shirsan was a battle maniac. Once his cultivation base advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even the early immortal venerable geniuses of the immortal court wouldn't be a match for him. This was almost certain. If Long Shirsan went out later, the scene would certainly be very lively. In the eyes of the world, Long San had already died tragically in the hands of Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If he went out now, it would be like seeing a living ghost, subverting everyone's cognition. Swoosh! Long San, who was lying on the divine rock, opened his eyes abruptly. A golden-red flame shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, cutting the void in half. His fiery golden eyes had been restored. His fiery golden eyes had been destroyed by Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Now that he had been reborn on the Ling Long Jade Rock, his fiery golden eyes had been restored. Awesome! Jiang Qin smiled. He was very happy now. Long San had finally come back to life. When Long San was killed and his body was hung on the wall, Jiang Qin was on the verge of going berserk. If Long San had really died, Jiang Qin would never be at ease for the rest of his life. In the martial arts arena, the final battle was about to begin. Chu Tian's body flashed and directly jumped onto the rooftop. Then, he looked down at Lin Yu and said loudly, "Lin Yu, don't waste time. Come up and fight." Lin Yu frowned. After weighing the current situation of both sides, he helplessly said, "I admit defeat." Lin Yu's admission of defeat caused a wave of sighs. Originally, they were looking forward to watching another peak battle, but now it seemed that there was no hope. However, regarding Lin Yu's admission of defeat, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong with it. After all, Lin Yu's current condition was not good, and there was a huge gap between him and Chu Tian. If he really went up to fight, there was no suspense in the final outcome. Lin Yu was a smart man. He didn't act recklessly. Even if he was unwilling, he could only choose to admit defeat. It's a pity that Lin Yu has admitted defeat. Chu Tian has become the final winner. How enviable. It's the wisest choice for Lin Yu to admit defeat. He knew that he would lose if he went up to fight, so why did he make a fool of himself? It seems like there's no doubt that Chu Tian will become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. This time, not only did he win the beauty, but he also obtained great benefits. There's nothing else a man can ask for. Countless envious voices resounded. Becoming the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long was the dream of countless men. They were envious, jealous, and hateful. Ha! Chu Tian laughed heartily, looking incomparably excited. He clasped his fists at Venerable Ling Long and said loudly, "Venerable, I've won. From now on, Limitless Immortal Sect and Exquisite Paradise are one family." Looking at Chu Tian's complacent face, Lan Lingji suddenly felt a wave of despair. Her eyes gazed afar. Could it be that this was the end? What qualifications does your Limitless Immortal Sect have to become one family with Exquisite Paradise? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from afar. This voice was incomparably arrogant. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in a yellow robe walking through the air. The young man's face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His red eyes were incomparably dazzling, and his black and white hair was his biggest symbol. Brother San. Lan Lingji burst into tears of joy. Apart from herself, no one else could understand her current feelings at this moment. When innumerable eyes fell upon Long San, the entire martial arena was in an uproar. Long San. Impossible. How can it be him? What's going on? Isn't Long San dead? How could he appear again? That day, I saw Old Man Corpse Een and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring kill Long San. How can he be alive now? Miracle. This is the biggest miracle I've ever seen. The dead has really come back to life. Long San must have died that day. How could he appear in Exquisite Paradise now? What's going on? Motherfucker. It turns out that this bastard is still alive and looks even stronger than before. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it even if I were beaten to death. Long Sher-san is a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit with incomparably powerful bloodline. He wouldn't die so easily, but that day, Old Man Corpseen and old ancestor Yellow Spring had joined hands to kill him. It's a great miracle that he could still come back to life under such circumstances. No one wasn't shocked. Almost everyone present knew that Sher-san had died a tragic death. It was impossible for him to come back to life, but now, it had happened. The living example was right in front of them. Not only was Sher-san not dead, but he also seemed to be stronger than before. Those geniuses who had returned from the Immortal Court hadn't seen Long Sher-san before, but this name wasn't unfamiliar to them at all. After the incident in Golden Horizon, Long Sher-san's fame was second only to Jiang Chen's. He had become the target of the entire immortal world, but because of his death, no one talked about Long Sher-san anymore. Unexpectedly, Long Sher-san had come back to life and appeared here, causing strong killing intent to surge in the experts of various major powers. A smile finally appeared on Venerable Ling Long's face. Inwardly, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her efforts in organizing the son-in-law selection hadn't been in vain. What happened next was entirely up to Long Sher-san. Whether he could snatch Lan Lingji back from those geniuses or not would depend on Long Sher-san's ability. Long Sher-san strode in the air and came to the battle platform. Standing opposite to Chu Tian, Ling Ling said, "Idiot. You want to lay your hands on Lingji? Why don't you take a good look at yourself? Get out of Master Monkey's sight at once, and perhaps you still have a chance to live." Chapter 1762. Fuck. Chu Tian's vision turned black, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. His nose was almost crooked from anger. Who the fuck is this guy? Asking me to scram. Isn't he taking me too seriously? He had heard of the name Draconic Sher-san before. He seemed to be a powerful character, but he, Chu Tian, was also a powerful character. You called him an idiot and even told him to scram. No one would be able to tolerate it, let alone the famous Chu Tian. If he really scram now, would he still have any face left? Would he still be able to show his face in the future? Long Sher-san, you seem to be very arrogant. Since you're still alive, you should hide and cherish this hard-won chance of rebirth. I didn't expect that not only did you not cherish it, but you also took the initiative to snatch my woman and speak rudely to me. That's simply courting death. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You won't be able to live again after you die. Chu Tian was infuriated. Flames of anger rushed out from the top of his head. His fist carried a terrifying chi wave, making a buzzing sound as it flew towards Long Sher-san at lightning speed. Long Sher-san put one of his hands behind his back and looked at Chu Tian disdainfully. He didn't put such a character in his eyes at all. He could kill such a character even before he advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, let alone now. Although Chu Tian was very powerful, he was still far from being able to fight Long Sher-san at the same level. Given Long Sher-san's current combat strength, he could easily kill an early immortal venerable with a wave of his hand, let alone an intermediate immortal venerable. If he were to fight a monstrous genius, even an early immortal venerable wouldn't be a match for him. All in all, Chu Tian was nothing in front of Long Sher-san. Just as Chu Tian's fist was about to reach Long Sher-san's chest, Long Sher-san casually lifted a finger and pointed it at Chu Tian's fist. Pu-chi. With a pu-chi sound, Chu Tian's fist, which was powerful enough to destroy a mountain, was easily pierced by Long Sher-san's finger. A bloody hole appeared, and blood gushed out. Chu Tian's sturdy body was pushed to the edge of the fighting platform and he almost fell down. One of his hands was constantly spurting blood and his other arm was trembling violently. He had suffered an unprecedented injury and his entire arm was crippled. Trash. Long Shersan said disdainfully. He was extremely arrogant. As a descendant of the battle ape, it was his nature to be arrogant. Hua. The audience was in an uproar. Countless eyes fell upon the fighting platform with their mouths agape. They couldn't believe what they had just seen, especially those who saw Long Shersan for the first time. They simply couldn't relax. Chu Tian's strength was obvious to everyone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to suppress all the geniuses and obtain the first rank. After all, Chu Tian was a monstrous genius who came from the immortal court. His means were exceedingly high. He wasn't an ordinary genius who could be compared to him. In many people's opinion, no matter how strong Long Shersan was, he would at most be on par with Chu Tian. Even if he could suppress Chu Tian, he wouldn't be able to injure Chu Tian. But now, Long Shersan had injured Chu Tian with just a finger. They wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. This bastard has already advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm. He's too scary. Other than Jiang Qin, Long Shersan is also a great trouble. I just didn't expect that he's still alive. Back in Golden Horizon, Long Shersan was able to kill a genius of the immortal court who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm with his late immortal emperor cultivation base. Now that he has advanced a level, he's almost invincible among his peers. Chu Tian is no match for him. Damn it. I wonder what method he used to come back to life. Old Man Corpsine and old ancestor Yellow Spring have already killed him. What the hell? Could this be the legendary Nirvana rebirth? No one wasn't shocked. The power of Long Shersan had exceeded their imagination. Of course, the one who was the most shocked was Chu Tian himself. Looking at his crippled arm, his face turned incomparably pale. The injury on his arm was nothing compared to the trauma in his heart. This is impossible. Chu Tian shook his head. He couldn't accept this reality. He had just suppressed all the experts and was about to marry the beauty and become the son-in-law of Venerable Ling Long. The joy in his heart was indescribable. But now, he was thrown into hell. The impact on his heart and the humiliation of being called trash by Long Shersan had completely infuriated him. If I were you, I would immediately get out of here and save my life while Master Monkey is in a good mood. Long Shersan spoke indifferently. He was indeed in a good mood. After all, he had come back to life and his cultivation base had improved tremendously. If it wasn't for his good mood, Chu Tian would already be a dead man. Of course, it was up to Chu Tian whether he would cherish this chance to live or not. Bastard! Long Shersan, I, Chu Tian, am a high and mighty person. I won't allow others to humiliate me. You're dead meat if you dare to humiliate me. Wheel of Annihilation. Chu Tian was thoroughly enraged. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He was in a state of madness. His other arm trembled and the terrifying Wheel of Annihilation appeared once again. His combat strength was instantly doubled because of the appearance of the Wheel of Annihilation. Your momentum isn't bad. Unfortunately, it's just a simple trick in front of Master Monkey. Long Shersan shook his head. His eyes were fixed on the Wheel of Annihilation with an expressionless face. Shersan's behavior had undoubtedly stimulated Chu Tian's fragile heart. It was a kind of absolute contempt. Chu Tian couldn't control his anger. He let out a roar and the terrifying Wheel of Annihilation emitted endless destructive force as it fiercely smashed towards Shersan. Humph! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Long San was also angry. Facing the attack of the Wheel of Annihilation, Long San raised his fist and smashed it. The Wheel of Annihilation was Chu Tian's strongest attack. It couldn't be underestimated. No one had ever dared to use their physical body to resist it because it was no different from courting death. However, what happened next shocked everyone. With a loud bang, the Wheel of Annihilation was smashed into pieces by Long San's fist before it could even emit its powerful aura. Wah! The Wheel of Annihilation was connected to Chu Tian's bloodline. After it was destroyed, he also suffered an extremely strong backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his momentum was completely weakened. At this moment, no matter how stupid Chu Tian was, he knew how terrifying Long San was. At the very least, with his current situation, he was no match for Long San. I've already given you 2 chances. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, you can die now. Long San's eyes emitted a cold murderous intent as he charged towards Chu Tian. Chapter 1763. San's movement was too fast, even faster than lightning. His palm was in the shape of a sharp claw, reaching Chu Tian's face in an instant. No, Chu Tian roared. At this moment, he could feel the threat of death. Fear filled the depths of his soul. In the face of Long San's killing intent, he felt that he didn't even have the strength to resist. He wanted to dodge and escape, but it was too late. The qi radiating from Long San had completely suppressed and locked him down. Chu Tian finally understood the gap between him and Long San. He finally understood why Long San would look down on him. It turned out that Long San wasn't trying to humiliate him, because in Long San's eyes, he was really a trash. That was just a position that Long San had given him. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to understand. Just like what Long San had said, he had missed 2 chances to live. Bang! San's palm grabbed Chu Tian's face and crushed Chu Tian's head with great force. The peerless genius of Limitless Immortal Sect couldn't even withstand a single strike from Long San. This was a great loss to Limitless Immortal Sect. At the same time, Chu Tian represented the Immortal Court. The fact that Long San had killed him also meant that Chu Tian and the Immortal Court were now enemies. Bastard! An expert of Limitless Immortal Sect cursed. He had witnessed the battle just now, but he didn't think that Long San would really kill Chu Tian. Because they were on the battle platform, even though he was an early Immortal Venerable, there was nothing he could do to save Chu Tian. After all, the battle platform had its own rules. Chu Tian could only blame himself for his incompetence. Ruthless. He's too cruel. He even killed Chu Tian. This is the power of an immemorial battle spirit. Killing is flowing in the blood of such a figure. Chu Tian is really unlucky to have encountered Long San. I initially thought that today's son-in-law selection would end like this, but it seems like the show has just begun. Long San isn't dead yet, which means that he will be killed just like Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin isn't here today, those true geniuses of the Immortal Court will certainly shift their anger and target to Long San. The scene became restless once more. Chu Tian's death was just the beginning of the show. By now, the son-in-law selection was no longer important. Most of the early immortal venerable monstrous geniuses had come here for Jiang Qin. Now that Jiang Qin wasn't here, Long San had become the focus of their attention. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin was among the crowd, standing together with Yang Bufan and the others. However, the appearance of Long San had attracted everyone's attention. Plus, he had concealed his qi, so no one paid any attention to him. Little Chinzi, I never thought that 13 would be so powerful after his recovery. Initially, you are the target of those geniuses of the Immortal Court, but now that you aren't here, their target has changed. Yang Bufan sighed. By now, he finally understood the true meaning of this son-in-law selection. The sight of Long Shersan standing majestically on the battle platform had proved that the purpose of this son-in-law selection had been achieved. That's good too. Monkey's current strength is above me. If he attracts the attention of the geniuses of the Immortal Court, it will save me some trouble. Jiang Qin spoke flatly. After settling the matter in Exquisite Paradise, he would go to Fengqi Immortal Domain to look for his father. If the appearance of Long Shersan could attract the attention of those geniuses of the Immortal Court, it would be a good thing for Jiang Qin. He would then be able to look for Jiang Zhenhai with a peace of mind. However, the resurrection of Long Shersan will certainly cause a great uproar in the immortal world. I'm afraid that the higher-ups of the major powers will be alarmed. After all, Long Shersan was confirmed to be dead that day. Also, most of those geniuses who returned from the Immortal Court are early immortal venerables. They have come for you. Now that Long Shersan has killed Chu Tian, a great battle is inevitable. Although Long Shersan can kill Chu Tian, I'm not sure if he's a match for an early immortal venerable. Yang Lang spoke worriedly. You will know in a while whether he's a match or not. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. His face was filled with confidence for Long Shersan. If it was someone else who was only a half-step immortal venerable, he wouldn't be so sure about the outcome, but it was different for Long Shersan. Given Long Shersan's current strength, he wouldn't even have a problem killing an early immortal venerable genius, let alone a battle. Looking at Jiang Chen's confidence, Yang Lang and Shan Chong began to look forward to the next battle. On the fighting ring, Dragon Shersan's hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was extremely domineering. There was an indomitable and domineering aura between his brows. His gaze fell on the geniuses of the major forces below, not concealing his hostility and murderous intent. Long Shersan was a man who bore grudges. That day, he was besieged by the higher-ups of the major powers as soon as he appeared. In the end, he was killed by Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. If it wasn't for the help of Jiang Qin and Venerable Ling Long, Long Shersan didn't know when he would be able to wake up. He might have been in a deep slumber for a long time. To him, all of these geniuses were enemies who wanted his life. Therefore, he wouldn't show any mercy when he attacked. The geniuses of the Immortal Court are just a so-so. I know that all of you want to kill me, but it's a pity that Master Monkey isn't that easy to kill. Even if Old Man Corpse Yin and Old Ancestor Yellow Spring join forces, they still won't be able to kill me. I heard that Old Man Corpse Yin is already dead. Sooner or later, I will kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring with my own hands. As for you guys, come to the battle platform if you want to kill me. Long Shersan was absolutely domineering. In the entire immortal world, it was afraid that only Long Shersan had the courage and boldness to threaten to kill Old Ancestor Yellow Spring. Boasting shamelessly. Someone bellowed, leaping onto the battle platform in a flash. As the geniuses of the Immortal Court, which one of them wasn't proud and arrogant? How could they allow a mere Long Shersan to look down on them so easily? Moreover, Jiang Qin wasn't here today. Even if Long Shersan didn't provoke them, they wouldn't let Long Shersan go. Standing in front of Long Shersan was a black-robed youth. He seemed to be in his 30s, but his face was clouded with gloom. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood. His name was Zhang Xian, a member of the Huangquan Gate. He couldn't feel good at the moment. First, Lu Yan was killed by Jiang Qin. Now, Longshan had threatened to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring. Under such circumstances, if he didn't take action, the Huangquan Gate would lose all its face. He had to defend it personally. Chapter 1764. It's Zhang Xian. He's going to strike. It seems like he's determined to kill Longshan. Someone recognized Zhang Xian. He was a peerless figure who had created a lot of fame in East Xuanyu. I heard that this Zhang Xian is extremely terrifying. His spear is invincible and has the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Plus, his cultivation base has already reached the terrifying early immortal venerable realm. Chu Tian is no match for him. I wonder if Longshan can deal with him. Longshan is naturally very powerful, but killing Chu Tian and fighting Zhang Xian are two completely different concepts. This battle is going to be incomparably exciting. I'm already looking forward to it. At this time, Zhang Xian has to strike. The Huangquan Gate has suffered a great loss in the hands of Jiang Qin yesterday. Now that Longshan has been resurrected and threatened to kill old ancestor Yellow Spring, the Huangquan Gate has lost all its face. If Zhang Xian doesn't strike now, the prestige of Huangquan Gate in East Xuanyu will be greatly reduced. The crowd stirred restlessly once more. This was the true peerless figure of the immortal court. Chu Tian couldn't be compared to him in terms of strength. In their opinion, he was going to kill Longshan personally. After all, they were all peerless geniuses. The difference in cultivation base of Longshan was huge. The people of the Huangquan Gate. Longshan looked at Zhang Xian, who was flying towards him with cold killing intent in his eyes. There were two major powers that he hated the most, Corpse Yin Sect and Huangquan Gate. It was one thing for Corpse Yin Sect to be destroyed by Jiang Qin, but Longshan would never show any mercy to the people of Huangquan Gate. Kid, you're too arrogant. How dare you disrespect the Huangquan Gate and our gate master? I'm afraid you don't even know how you died. Zhang Xian Lengling spoke. Although Longshan had just killed Chu Tian, he still didn't put him in his eyes. He was too confident in his own strength. He knew very well the gap between a half-step immortal venerable and a true immortal venerable. He came here for Jiang Qin, but now that Jiang Qin didn't dare to show up, he naturally shifted his anger to Longshan. Die. I've already died once. Since I'm here, let me see how powerful the geniuses of the immortal court are. Longshan's qi shook, and boundless waves of qi gushed out from his body. He formed a seal with both of his hands and swept it towards Zhang Xian. Facing the people from the Huangquan Gate, there was almost no need to say anything, they just attacked. Humph. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly, and similarly unleashed his powerful qi. The violent energy of an early immortal venerable surged out like a vast ocean. As soon as Zhang Xian attacked, the entire scene became restless. Countless eyes were attracted to him. Ordinary intermediate immortal venerables weren't a match for someone like Zhang Xian. It was afraid that only Venerable Ling Long could kill an early immortal venerable in exquisite paradise. No other early immortal venerable was a match for him. Zhang Xian struck out a palm. The huge palm print was dozens of meters in size. It was dazzling to the extreme and collided with the seal cast out by Longshan. Hong Long. The void was torn apart on the spot, and a chaotic color appeared on the battlefield. Both of them were fierce people, and they showed that they were evenly matched as soon as the battle began. What? Zhang Xian exclaimed. His facial expression changed slightly. Obviously, he couldn't believe that Longshan's strength had reached such a level. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, it was absolutely not something that a half-step immortal venerable could resist. However, not only did Long San resist it, his chi was still as unparalleled as before. In other words, Long San withstood his attack effortlessly. How could Zhang Xian not be shocked? As a matter of fact, Zhang Xian didn't know that Long San still hadn't exerted his full strength. He didn't even cast the Battle Saint technique. He was just testing the gap between him and a true early immortal venerable genius. Long San, that's just a test. I'm not going to be polite anymore. Zhang Xian spoke ruthlessly. All of a sudden, he flipped his palms over his head. Energy was rolling on his palms, like an endless mountain of energy. Very quickly, a huge mountain of energy was formed. Under his control, the mountain of energy locked on to Long San's chi and slammed towards Long San. Countless people were horrified. It was hard to imagine how much energy was contained in this attack. If one was hit by it, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. Battle Symbol Art. Long San's eyes flickered. In the face of such a powerful attack, his face was still indifferent. The mighty expert of the Immortal Court had completely aroused his fighting spirit. After his cultivation base advanced to the half-step Immortal Venerable realm, his understanding of the Battle Saint technique had deepened, and he was able to cast it more skillfully. The Battle Symbol Art formed a huge seal, carrying the momentum of heaven battling, and slammed towards the huge energy net. Hong Long. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The firmament was about to be torn apart. The terrifying energy mountain, which had been priceless, was destroyed by the powerful attack of the fighting formula. Then, the power of the fighting formula did not diminish and continued to attack Zhang Xian. Dang dang dang. Zhang Xian's facial expression changed slightly. Under the impact of the Battle Symbol Art, he was forced to retreat more than a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. Impossible. How can he be so strong? Zhang Xian's eyes were about to ooze blood. He simply couldn't believe the result. He knew that Long San was an immemorial battle spirit, but he wasn't weak either. Furthermore, his cultivation base was a level higher than Long San. It was an incomparably shameful thing for him to be repelled by Long San under such circumstances. My God! Long San is too powerful. He has actually repelled Zhang Xian. Awesome! No wonder he's an immemorial battle spirit. Both his combat strength and means are heaven-defying. Zhang Xian is a first-rate genius of the Immortal Court, a true immortal venerable, but he's still no match for Long San. I told you that the real show has just begun. However, Zhang Xian isn't someone to be trifled with. I heard that his combat spear is incomparably terrifying, but he hasn't used it yet. Once he uses it, his combat strength and lethality will increase. It's still uncertain who will be the final winner. Chapter 1765. Bang! Zhang Xian's arm trembled, and with a deafening explosion, a battle spear appeared in his hand. This spear was 10 meters long, and its entire body was glowing with a golden red light. The body of the spear was engraved with complex patterns that looked like ancient runes. The spearhead was sharp and dazzling, and after it appeared, it emitted a strong buzzing sound. That was a strong fighting spirit and killing intent. The spear seemed to have a soul of its own, able to sense its master's fighting spirit. Once the heart meridian of the spear was united, it would erupt with incomparable lethality. It's the whirling dragon overlord spear. I have long heard that senior brother Wang Xian's whirling dragon overlord spear is incomparably terrifying. Now that I've seen it for myself, it's indeed powerful. That Long San is going to die under senior brother Wang Xian's spear. That's right. The lethality of the whirling dragon overlord spear is unparalleled, especially in the hands of senior brother Wang Xian. He can unleash the most perfect destructive force. How can a mere Longshan resist it? Look, the show is about to begin. Longshan is full of himself, but he doesn't know how terrifying the true peerless geniuses of the immortal court are. He's going to die miserably this time. Wang Xian won't let him go. I rarely see Wang Xian using the whirling dragon overlord spear. Once he does, it means that he is already infuriated. The emergence of the whirling dragon overlord spear excited the experts of the Huangquan Gate. The eyes of some geniuses of the immortal court glowed with blazing light. Given Wang Xian's strength, he could be considered as one of the best even in the immortal court. His whirling dragon overlord spear was extremely famous. Even among the geniuses of the immortal court, very few had seen him use it. Although Longshan had the upper hand just now, the emergence of the whirling dragon overlord spear would completely erase his advantage, and put Longshan's life in danger. Little Chenzi, this bastard spear looks very powerful. I wonder if Shan can resist it. Yang Bufan said worriedly. Don't worry, don't underestimate the monkey's strength. Wang Xian is indeed a powerful opponent, but he will still die in the monkey's hands. The battle saint technique is far more powerful than his spear. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His face was as confident as ever in Longshan. Just as Jiang Chen had said, Longshan, who was standing on the stage, did not have the slightest ripple on his face even after seeing the appearance of his opponent's revolving dragon overlord spear. His confidence originated from his strength. Kid, I'll let you have a taste of my revolving dragon overlord spear's might. Wang Xian's hair fluttered in the wind, and the spear in her hand trembled as she stabbed towards Longshan. Roar! The spear in Wang Xian's hand let out a dragon roar. The momentum of the spear itself was extremely powerful. There were dragon shadows flickering on its surface. Although this effect was evolved from energy, it was still incomparably powerful. It was imaginable how terrifying its lethality was. The revolving dragon overlord spear was like a whirlwind, rippling out countless spear shadows. For a moment, the entire battlefield was filled with the shadows of the spear. Each shadow was like a dazzling dancing dragon, tearing the void into pieces. Many people found it hard to breathe. Such an attack was too powerful. They could imagine that if they were the ones on the battlefield right now, they wouldn't even be able to resist and would be torn into pieces by the storm-like spear. Longshan also moved. The momentum of the immemorial battle spirit was displayed perfectly. His attacks were big and powerful. His whole body was filled with battle intent. This was the essence of the battle saint technique. Fighting with the heavens is a boundless joy. Longshan murmured with a solemn expression. He carried a soaring domineering aura. When the battle symbol art was cast, the battle intent spread out endlessly, suppressing everything. Just like now, the battle chi of the battle symbol art had far surpassed that of the revolving dragon overlord spear. The heaven and earth rumbled. A divine seal was condensed in Longshan's hand. The seal was engraved with mystical runes in the shape of an ancient totem. Fighting with the heavens, fighting with the earth, fighting with the heavens and fighting with the heavens. One move was enough to battle the world. Hong Long. The terrifying battle symbol art collided with the countless spear shadows of the revolving dragon overlord spear. This was the pinnacle of the battle. It was an unprecedented collision. Countless eyes were watching without blinking. Even Venerable Ling Long couldn't keep her calm. Her eyes were fixed on Longshan's move. To her, the ancient battle saint technique was far more attractive than the revolving dragon overlord spear. Worthy of being an immemorial battle spirit. What a terrifying ancient secret technique. An elder of exquisite paradise couldn't help but comment. He had never seen such a powerful secret technique before. Today, he finally witnessed it. The spear shadows and the battle symbol art were completely destroyed. One had to admit that Wang Xian was indeed powerful. The genius of the immortal court was the symbol of strength and apex. Hong! A blood-red beam of light rushed out from the top of Long Shursan's head. That was the dense blood qi of an immemorial battle spirit. Wang Xian's power had completely aroused Long Shursan's fighting spirit. He was a battle maniac. Now that he had just advanced to the next realm, it was only natural that he wanted to fight to his heart's content. What a powerful secret technique, but I don't believe that you can withstand my spear. Wang Xian was astonished, but the spear in his hand gave him great confidence. He launched another attack and shouted, "Revolving dragon in the sky." With a single strike, even the sky had changed its color. At this moment, Wang Xian had actually merged with the spear in her hand, and a powerful dragon shadow emerged from her body. But too bad, this dragon shadow was formed from energy, and was completely different from Jiang Chen's dragon. Terrifying. This is Wang Xian's most terrifying technique. This is his pinnacle technique. Long Shursan has actually forced him to such an extent. Even if he loses in the end, it will be worth it. This move, Whirling Dragon in the Sky, is the most domineering and powerful move of the Whirling Dragon Overlord Spear. Once it's used, it'll leave no trace of a ghost or a god, subduing the opponent. I wonder how Shursan is going to counter it. Long Shursan hasn't even used his immortal weapon. Is he really going to use his hands to counter the revolving dragon in the sky? It seemed like Wang Xian had made up his mind to kill Long Shursan in a single strike. He knew very well how terrifying Long Shursan's combat strength was. There was no point in continuing the fight. If he wanted to defeat Long Shursan, this was the only technique he could use. The fusion of man and spear was the pinnacle of the revolving dragon overlord spear. The scene of an early immortal venerable unleashing this technique was simply too explosive. Looking back at Long Shursan, his face was still as calm as before. His qi had also risen. Both of his hands began to form complicated techniques. Destructive qi began to diffuse. Exterminate symbol art, destroy everything. Chapter 1766. Zhang Xian's human spear unity was indeed powerful, but it couldn't affect Long Shursan in the slightest. The mighty Annihilate symbol art could destroy everything. As the Annihilate symbol art was struck out, endless destructive qi waves were emitted from Long Shursan's body. These destructive qi waves formed a huge word, Annihilate. The gigantic, exterminate character floated in the air, exuding an aura of death, causing people's hearts to tremble. The gigantic character seemed to have come to life, representing an ancient Tao, representing the great Tao of destruction, crushing everything in its path. Countless people found it difficult to breathe. Those who initially thought that Long Shursan would be defeated by the whirling dragon overlord spear began to doubt their thoughts. It turned out that Long Shursan's combat strength was beyond their imagination. It was a truly terrifying immemorial battle spirit that possessed a terrifying immemorial secret art. Even Zhang Xian, who had human spear unity, couldn't suppress Long Shursan's qi. Kill! Dragon Shursan roared and the energy in his body surged up like a monstrous wave. The huge, Annihilate character doubled in size and the void was completely destroyed by the pressure. Under countless shocked and expectant gazes, the Annihilate character and the whirling dragon overlord spear collided again. Hong Long! The heaven and earth were collapsing. The destructive qi was just too terrifying. The range of impact was extremely wide. Although they were high in the sky, the shock waves from the collision had caused the entire square to tremble. Ka-cha! Cracking sounds rang out from the indestructible fighting platform as eye-catching cracks appeared on it. Not good. An elder of exquisite paradise sighed inwardly. No one had expected that the strength of Long San and Zhang Xian had reached such a terrifying degree. One should know that the battle platform had been personally deployed by Venerable Ling Long, coupled with the sturdiness of its material. Even an intermediate immortal Venerable wouldn't be able to destroy it. Swoosh! Venerable Ling Long stood up from his seat and flew to the sky in the blink of an eye. Both of his hands struck out powerful seals and stabilized the battle platform that was about to be destroyed. The battle platform was incomparably sacred. It was the symbol of a major force. The destruction of the battle platform was a kind of damage to the fighting will of a major force. Therefore, Venerable Ling Long didn't hesitate to personally stabilize the battle platform. Amazing! Is this Venerable Ling Long's true ability? A figure like Venerable Ling Long has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal venerable realm. Plus, Venerable Ling Long was once a genius among geniuses. Coupled with her terrifying means as the sect master, she's more than enough to fight an ordinary late immortal venerable. Although Long San and Zhang Xian are very powerful, they won't be a match for Venerable Ling Long even if they join forces. That's for sure. The reputation of Venerable Ling Long isn't to be trifled with. The battle platform has been stabilized. Now, let's see who is more powerful, Long San or Zhang Xian. Let's see. It's really hard to say who will win. The means of the immemorial battle spirit is beyond our imagination. Zhang Xian's man-spear unification is also a pinnacle technique. Let's see who is more powerful. As a matter of fact, no matter who wins, Long San's name will spread far and wide today. Everyone was shocked by such a grand scene. The battle between Long San and Zhang Xian had forced Venerable Ling Long to personally take action. Now, it was time to see who was more powerful, Long San or Zhang Xian. Hong Long Long. The sky above exquisite paradise had turned into a chaotic battlefield. Everything seemed to have been submerged, including the shadows of Long San and Zhang Xian. No one could see what was going on inside. But very quickly, two silhouettes flew out in different directions. Apparently, they were repelled by the terrifying repulsive force. Barf! Zhang Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, and the spear in his hand became a little dim. His hand that was holding the spear trembled. The fusion of man and spear was indeed incomparably powerful, but once defeated, he would suffer a great deal of damage. Although Long San's chi was somewhat chaotic, his fiery golden eyes shone brightly. His momentum was still as vast as the ocean. Moreover, he looked very normal and didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. They weren't fools. With this scene in their eyes, it was obvious who won and who lost. My God! Zhang Xian was defeated. This Long San didn't even use his immortal weapon. What do you know? That's a powerful immemorial secret technique. It's inherited from ancient times. It's much more terrifying than an immortal weapon. If he had used his immortal weapon, I'm afraid the outcome wouldn't be like this. I really didn't expect that this Long San could be so heaven-defying. There are too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world. First, there was Jiang Qin, and now there's Long San. No one had expected such an outcome. The people of Huangquan Gate were dumbfounded. They had been feeling aggrieved since the beginning when they came to Exquisite Paradise to participate in the son-in-law selection ceremony. Initially, they thought that Zhang Xian would be able to get rid of Long San, but they were disappointed in the end. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He's just a half-step immortal venerable. How can he be so powerful? Zhang Xian couldn't accept this reality. His current mood was the same as Chu Tian's, but even worse. After all, Chu Tian was only a half-step immortal venerable while he was a true early immortal venerable expert. The two of them couldn't be compared at all. Moreover, the fact that Dragon Shursan could kill Chu Tian and defeat him were two completely different things. Hong Long. A powerful airwave gushed out from Shursan's body once again. He struck out the Annihilate symbol incantation again, and a huge Annihilate word emerged and quickly took shape. Shursan was like a peerless god of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Zhang Xian. His murderous aura was so strong that it was obvious that he wanted to kill Zhang Xian. However, many people could understand his action. This was a life-and-death battle, and both sides were already enemies. If Zhang Xian won, he would also kill Long Shursan. However, Zhang Xian was after all an immortal venerable. Even if he was defeated, he should still be able to keep his life. Therefore, many people believed that it would be very difficult for Long Shursan to kill Zhang Xian. Damn it. Chapter 1767. Zhang Xian was even more shocked, because in the collision just now, he had suffered a lot of injuries. Now he could only exert 60 to 70% of his strength. In his opinion, even if Long Shursan was a little better than him, he could only exert 80% of his strength. Now it seemed that this guy's strength was not weakened at all, and the power of the extinguished character technique was even more terrifying than before. How could Zhang Xian accept this? But now it was not a question of whether he could accept it or not. He had to try his best to resist. Once he failed, he would die. Zhang Xian was helpless. Long Shursan's speed was too fast. He could only take out the whirling dragon overlord spear again, but it was impossible to achieve the unity of man and spear like before. The terrifying spear stabbed towards the huge extinguished character. Bang! The two attacks collided again. When the invincible spear stabbed the extinguished character technique, it could not pierce through it at all. On the contrary, the huge, extinguished character technique was like a huge mountain, oppressing the whirling dragon overlord spear, making cracking sounds and constantly bending. On the other side, under such a violent energy attack and oppression, Zhang Xian's face turned purple. His whole body was trembling, and the hand holding the spear began to ooze blood. To resist the extinguished character technique, he was under endless pressure. An arrow at the end of its flight. You're just putting up a desperate struggle. Die. Long Shursan's hair fluttered in the wind, and he laughed loudly. He exerted force in his hand and once again displayed the extinguished character technique. Another huge, extinguished character appeared and overlapped with the previous one. Bang! This time, Zhang Xian could no longer resist. The bow-shaped spear bounced back and Zhang Xian was sent flying. One of his arms exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The spear spun a big circle in the void and finally fell to the ground. This was because the whirling dragon overlord spear was of a high grade. If it was an ordinary immortal weapon, it would have turned into powder under the pressure of the extinguished character technique. Ah! Zhang Xian let out an earth-shattering scream. The extermination symbol art had not only destroyed his arm, but also his body. Even his soul had suffered great damage. Such an injury was almost fatal. However, Long Shursan didn't give him a chance. The moment Zhang Xian was sent flying, Long Shursan used his extreme speed and caught up with her in the blink of an eye. His fist, which was emitting a reddish-gold radiance, smashed towards Zhang Xian's head. No, don't kill me. Zhang Xian was horrified. He was really going to die. His expression completely changed. He had never thought that he would have such a day. Bang! Zhang Xian's voice came to an abrupt stop. Long San didn't even bother to say a word of nonsense. He punched Zhang Xian's head hard and blew it up. Hua! The death of Zhang Xian and the death of Chu Tian were two completely different concepts. Zhang Xian was a mighty immortal venerable, a supreme genius of the immortal court with unparalleled means and the whirling dragon overlord spear. Today, she was killed by the resurrected Long San. How could they not be shocked? This matter is going to get out of hand. Long San is too powerful. He has even killed Zhang Xian, but this has also sowed enmity with all the major powers and the immortal court. This is too awesome. First, it was Jiang Qin, and now it's Long San. After today's battle, Long San's name has spread far and wide. I'm afraid that his fame in the immortal world won't be inferior to Jiang Chen's. Even Zhang Xian was killed by him. How terrifying is this immemorial battle spirit? I wonder if there's anyone else who dares to fight him. There should be. There are plenty of immortal venerables who have come this time, some of whom are stronger than Zhang Xian. Besides, if the others cowered just because of Zhang Xian's death, where would they put their faces? More importantly, Long San must have consumed a lot of his energy to kill Zhang Xian. If another powerful expert appears now, it's hard to say who will be the final winner. No one was not shocked. This was an extremely shocking scene in itself. Zhang Xian's death had completely changed the atmosphere at the scene. San stood on the fighting ring like a sharp sword, looking down on the world. He looked at the crowd below and said arrogantly, "Who else wants to come up and die?" The word "die" fully displayed Long San's arrogance. He was telling the world that he didn't put those geniuses of the immortal court in his eyes. His words had undoubtedly infuriated those geniuses of the immortal court. Each of them was a supreme existence. No matter where they went, they would be respected. How could they stand being humiliated by Long San in public? On the high platform, Lan Lingji was looking at the man who fought alone for her. A sense of happiness rose in her heart. She knew that with this man here, no one would be able to take her away from her. Long San, don't be arrogant. I'll fight you. Someone couldn't stand it anymore. A majestic man in black battle armor flew up and landed on the battle platform. He was an expert of southern Xuanyu. His eyes were deep and his combat strength skyrocketed. Little Chinzi, I'm afraid that even the monkey won't be able to withstand this continuous battle. Yang Bufan spoke with some concern. Trying to kill the monkey with the tactic of continuous battle. That's hilarious. Jiang Qin smiled. He knew all too well about the scariness of Long San. An immemorial battle spirit like Jiang Qin had almost inexhaustible energy. The continuous battle would only make Long San, who had just advanced to the half-step immortal venerable realm, even more powerful. Jiang Qin knew that Long San would certainly become famous throughout the world after today's battle. He knew very well why Long San did this and why he wanted to be in the limelight. Long San knew that he still had things to do, so by shifting the attention of the world to him, he would have plenty of time to do other things. Jiang Qin had no choice but to accept this favor. King Fan, I have to leave for a period of time. I'll be back as soon as possible. Jiang Qin left these words to King Fan, then vanished into the crowd with a sway. As for the following battle, there was no need to continue watching it. Jiang Qin felt completely relieved after seeing Long San kill Zhang Xian. Long San alone was enough to deal with such a situation. Jiang Qin didn't want to waste any more time. The safety of his father had always been affecting his heart. He couldn't wait to go to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Chapter 1768. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already thousands of miles away. He cast the great divination art and the divination map. Very quickly, he found the coordinates of Fengqi Immortal Domain. The divination map could even find the coordinates of Saint Origin World. So, finding Fengqi Immortal Domain was a piece of cake. Fengqi Immortal Domain is billions of miles away from here. I need to cross 2 immortal worlds to reach it. Given my current cultivation base and the full power of the Great Void technique, I'm afraid it will take me at least a day to reach there. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the vastness of the immortal world. It could be described as boundless. One should know that his current cultivation base and the Great Void technique made him faster than an ordinary immortal venerable. At this level, he could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. But now, it would take him a day to reach there with the full power of the Great Void technique. From this, it could be seen that the cultivation base needed to be at least at the Immortal Emperor realm. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, it would take at least 100 years to travel from Ethereal Immortal Domain to Fengqi Immortal Domain. Shuttling through the spatial zone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Too many things had happened ever since he came to the immortal world. It wasn't easy for him to come this far step by step, but in the end, he still made it. There were too many people and too many things. Jiang Chen wondered if he would look back and reminisce about this when he stood at the peak of this world. The more experts one came into contact with, the broader one's state of mind and knowledge would be. The path of cultivation seemed endless, but this was also the reason why Jiang Chen kept moving forward. Now that he was going to Fengqi Immortal Domain, he decided to put aside all the grievances in Ethereal Immortal Domain for the time being. Nothing was more important than finding his father. A day later, Jiang Chen arrived at the border of Fengqi Immortal Domain. There was a barren mountain in front of him. The heaven and earth spiritual energy was very thin. It reminded him of the place where he had just ascended to the immortal world. There were 9 immortal domains in the immortal world. Each immortal domain was a world of its own, but the standard of each world was the same, such as the division of land and the existence of immortal courts. We're finally here. What I need to do now is calculate Father's exact location. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and executed the great divination art once again to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's exact location. As long as Jiang Zhenhai was in Fengqi Immortal Domain, it wouldn't be difficult for Jiang Chen to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's location with his current great divination art. Very quickly, Jiang Chen locked on to a location and rushed towards it. The great divination art showed that Jiang Zhenhai was indeed in this immortal domain. This time, Jiang Chen had set the coordinates to Fengqi Immortal Domain. A wise choice. More importantly, Jiang Chen was able to use the great divination art to calculate Jiang Zhenhai's approximate location, which meant that Jiang Zhenhai was still alive and well. If Jiang Zhenhai was dead, then even the great divination art wouldn't be able to find him. Fengli City. Fengli City was located in the central area of Fengqi Immortal Domain. It was a big city with outstanding people, a good cultivation environment, and abundant cultivation resources. As a huge city with a radius of millions of miles, the battle between the major forces in this city should be extremely fierce. However, there wasn't any tension or battle in the atmosphere from the outside. The magnificent city gate was filled with endless streams of people. It was a completely peaceful place. However, there seemed to be a trace of darkness beneath this peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing outside Fengli City. With his eyesight, he could see through the city at a glance. Through the great divination art, he deduced that Jiang Zhenhai was in this city. Jiang Chen didn't act rashly to alert the enemy. Instead, he strolled leisurely on the streets of Fengli City and inquired about the city from passers-by. There was only one major force in Fengli City, the Yu clan. The Yu clan completely controlled the entire city. There wasn't a second force in such a huge city that could compete with them. Moreover, the Yu clan hadn't been in Fengli City for too long. In the past, there were several major forces in Fengli City that were constantly fighting with each other. After the Yu clan arrived, they destroyed all the major forces in the shortest time possible and dominated Fengli City. It seems that the Yu clan isn't simple. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curled into a smile. Fengli Pill Store was the largest pill store in Fengli City. The Yu clan's pill store was very large in scale. The Jiang clan in Fragrant Sky City also had their own pill store. Of course, the Jiang clan's pill store couldn't be compared to the Fengli pill store in front of him. The largest pill store in Fengli City seemed to be prosperous and fair on the surface. It had a great reputation, but no one would have thought that there was an incomparably dark and inhumane side to the pill store. Below the pill shop was a huge underground plaza. It was very dark inside, and there was only a weak light. 5 or 6 strong men guarded the entrance of the underground plaza, and at this moment, the door opened. 2 corpses were carried out from inside, and then burned clean with fire. The 2 corpses were extremely emaciated, their faces were ashen, and their hair was disheveled. Their deaths were extremely miserable, as if they had been poisoned. Another 2 couldn't stand it. The toxicity of the pills developed by the pill store is too strong. Even Heaven Immortal level pill slaves couldn't resist it. Looks like we have to catch more pill slaves. Alright, it's not our concern. We just have to mind our own business. A few guards said. It was obvious that they were used to seeing people dying here. Every day, there would be people dying here. This underground square was a real hell on earth. At this moment, the square was scattered with people. Many of them were paralyzed on the ground, coughing incessantly. Some even spat out arrows of blood. There were more than 100 people in the square, and the stench was very unpleasant. These people's cultivation was not very high. The highest cultivation was at the immortal level, while the lowest was at the human immortal level. They were all pill slaves captured by the Yu clan. No one knew where the Yu clan got the recipe from. They kept developing new pills in the pill store and then found some pill slaves to test the pills. In the field of alchemy, this kind of behavior was shameful and would incur the wrath of both men and God. Ordinary alchemists would not do this. Real pills didn't need pill slaves to test them. Only some sinister pills needed to be tested by people. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.